Okay, I think I'm starting. I realized I forgot to get my water bottle though, so just give me a second, guys. One minute. Though, so just give me a second, guys. One minute. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Though, so just give me a second. Shit, guys. Man. One the fuck? Okay. We are gaming. We are gaming now. Welcome back to Please Be Happy. We're going to be finishing the game today. We are up to chapter 3 of 5. Let's just do a quick story recap so you guys have a refresher. So we're playing as the fox girl here, Miho. She is a fox, right? That became a human later on, and she's been alive for a couple centuries. She's immortal. The audio's killing itself. Really? Should be fine now, right? Oh, it's good now? Okay. Yeah, she met a traveler when she was a fox, and she's been looking for this traveler for a couple hundred years. So she's been traveling the world, and right now she's landed in Wellington, New Zealand. And that's where she met Aspen and Juliet, and that's where we are at the story. She's learning how to become a human after living as a fox for a couple hundred years. So let's just get back into it.
That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's right. Yep, that's what happened.
Thanks. You too.
The kind old man takes his books under his arms and shuffles out the library, a whoosh of cool air passing over me as the door opens and shuts.
Whew. Finally time for a break.
With no one else waiting to be helped, I glance around at the dozen or so people milling about before plopping myself down onto the cushion that Juliet set up for me behind the desk. Who knew that working would be such hard work? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. These past few weeks since I started helping out at the library have been a bit of a blur. There's always so much to do. At least most of it's pretty easy, like straightening out furniture or putting things away when they get left out. I don't know what the big deal is. I think it looks better when it's a little messy, but it's what Juliet asked me to do, so I do it. Does Please Be Happy have a sequel? No it doesn't. It's a one-off game. The route? We will be picking the route today. I'm not telling you guys what it is though. Talking to patrons, Aspen taught me that word, is getting easier as well. The first few times someone came up to me for help, I was so nervous that I could barely speak. Relatable, holy shit. So much to remember, and still so much to learn. I still don't like talking to people in general, but it feels easier now. I get a little anxious when I see someone walking up to the counter, but it's not too bad. Please be slightly more happy. Why only slightly more? Of course, everyone who comes up thinks it's my first day there. Even though I've started to recognize some of the regulars, they never recognize me. Aspen's the only one who comes by every day. Yeah, so she has, just a reminder, she has a ability where if someone doesn't see her within 24 hours, they will lose all memories of her, and that's how she was able to get away with crimes for centuries. But she's turned over a new leaf. What I didn't expect was that the hardest part would be checking out books to people. There's a sheet of paper with a bunch of little boxes in them, and I'm supposed to write the names of each person and the books they're taking. Since I have to copy the letters by hand each time, it takes me a while. If someone has a lot of books, or ones with really long titles, then it takes me even longer. Thank you for the $4.99, Alley Cat. We're taking the lesbian route, obviously. I mean, what other choice is there? You know? Sometimes, people get a little impatient, but I'm going as fast as I can. Either way, it makes the days go by faster. I wouldn't really call it fun, but I don't hate it either. Having a bit of money that I earned, rather than stole, feels surprisingly good too. At least I don't have to worry about someone trying to take it back. I hear the front door open again and look up to greet the new person, like Juliet taught me. It turns out to be a familiar face, my nerves settling a little Okay, there's just a typo, my bad. My nerves settling a little at the sight of her.
Hey, Miho. Hi, Aspen.
Oops, sometimes I forget I'm not supposed to be loud here.
Hi, Aspen.
I say it again, but quieter. She comes up to the desk and sets down a couple books that she just checked out a few days ago.
Whoa. Done already?
One of them I simply couldn't put down because I had to know how the story ends. I was worried it would have a sad conclusion, but the ghost girl becomes real and gets to stay with her girlfriend, and they all live happily ever after.
So, the book Aspen's talking about here is basically a plot summary of this dev team's previous Yuri visual novel. It's called Heart of the Woods. If you guys have heard of it, you've heard of it. But yeah, that's basically just the plot of it. So I find it really funny that they just summarized it. Yeah, I'll be streaming my first playthrough of DD2.
The other book was unreadable, unfortunately. I won't be trying that author again.
That's too bad. Should I tell Julia we can get rid of this one?
Damn!
Well, it's not that terrible. I'm sure someone out there could enjoy it, just not me.
If you say so.
It seems to me like if Aspen doesn't like a book, then that book must be really, really bad. Maybe I'll ask Juliet about it later. For now though, I start copying the titles down onto the returns sheet while Aspen goes off to find new books. She comes back right as I'm finishing up, with a small stack in her hands.
You find books as fast as you finish them.
If only. I knew exactly what I was looking for this time.
She hands me the pile, and I begin writing the names down. I can feel her watching me as my hand makes each slow line.
Say, Miho?
I have to finish the letter I'm working on before I can pay attention to Aspen.
Yeah?
Have you,
Thank you for the $10 dono, Venomous Socks, interesting name. I'm interested in the Sucker for Love sequel. How will they write an ace character in a romance game? That sounds really interesting, actually. I've never heard of Sucker for Love. I'll check it out later. She wrings her hands, looking like she's not sure how to ask her question. Aspen seems to think a lot before she speaks, so I've learned that sometimes it's easier to just make her spit it out.
Just say it. I don't mind.
Sure enough, her eyes widen, but she stops fidgeting.
have you ever considered learning to read and write? It would probably save you, quite a bit of time.
I look down at the mess of scribbles on the paper in front of me. Even though I wrote them, they don't mean anything to me. Juliet never seems to have an issue though, so it's good enough for me. Thank you, Derek Do, for the 20. Holy shit. Yo? Yo. Thank you. I swear it's always the big donos that have, like, the smallest messages. You should try Sucker for Love, even better, stream it. I don't know if I'm gonna stream more visual novels. A lot of my viewers just don't seem to like it. I'll check out the game on my own, though.
Not really. I've gotten by fine without it so far.
Oh, come on. You can't keep using that excuse for everything. You've been here for more than a month now.
Well...
She does have a point there. I told myself so many times that I was going to stop letting my past define me, but still, reading and writing. It would be useful, it's true. With so many letters though, it seems like a lot of work, and I'm already doing a lot of work as it is.
I don't even know how to start doing that.
I'd be happy to help you, and I'm sure Juliet would too. She'd be delighted if you picked it up.
Second channel for Yuri streams? Maybe. It would be definitely a hobby channel. I wouldn't work on it actively. But that would be like a pretty decent solution. Her usually quiet voice starts to raise, only adding to my doubts.
I'll think about it, I guess.
No, I won't take no for an answer. I'll do some research when I get home and bring some materials later. We can make a lesson plan and a schedule and...
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't I get any say in this?
Can't be illiterate forever.
You didn't say no, and that's enough for me. Oh, but that isn't what I came here to talk to you about.
Infinite Yuri might actually be a good name for it.
Aren't you here to get books?
Right, that too. But anyway...
Aspen reaches into her purse and pulls out a slightly crumpled flyer, which she hands to me. Looking at the glossy cover, it's covered in pictures of little vases and statues and other old-looking things.
There's an exhibition at Te Papa about Korean history and culture, for a limited time only.
Does Miho's brain change sizes when she changes form? Is her smooth brain too small for reading? You know, I feel like that's something that's not really acknowledged in fantasy when they transform. Like the fact that a fox does have a physically smaller brain than a human. This is always just a magic bullshit explanation.
I thought you might be interested in seeing it.
An exhibit at your dad?
No, it's our biggest museum. Te Papa is one of the most interesting places in Wellington, perhaps even New Zealand as a whole. You can enter for free, so that isn't a concern. Look, there's even a map of how to get there on the back.
Can she read maps? After I flip the flyer over, she points to a map of Wellington that's very similar to the one I used on my first day here. Okay, she can.
This is the Bell House, so you just go up this road, turn here, then here.
I nod as she explains, but it isn't really necessary. I may not be able to read, but I can at least use a map.
Anyway, it's only open when I'm at work, so I won't be able to join you. But I imagine you might appreciate having some time to yourself too.
Now that you mention it... yeah...
It's been a long time since I've really had a moment to myself, other than when I go to bed. I'm always around Aspen or Juliet, or the patrons at the library. That's another big change in me. I'm noticing them more and more these days.
I'll check it out. Thanks. Maybe they'll have something that can help me find my person.
Aspen smiles, but it's a thin smile, like she's once again holding back from saying something. This time, however, she doesn't give me a chance to make her say it.
Perhaps, yes. Right, well, I need to get back to work. My break will be over soon. I just wanted to pick these up so I have something to read during any downtime at my shift. I'll see you this evening after I look up some reading resources. Tell Juliet I said hello.
Will do. Bye!
With a smile, Aspen... What? Huh? What? Let me get my water. What the fuck? Oh, girls laying it on thick. Holy shit. With a smile, Aspen blows a kiss, then quickly spins around and heads out the door, leaving me standing about with the flyer in my hand. Without any patrons waiting around, I take a closer look at some of the artifacts on the pages. Most are cracked and worn with age, but still have a little colour to them. A couple have writing on them that I can tell is a different language from the one I've been getting used to copying here. In a way, they seem kind of familiar. Not just familiar, but nostalgic. Like they're related to a memory that's just out of reach. I don't know if it'll bring me any answers, but maybe there'll be something interesting to see.
Hiya! I've got these to check out, please.
I quickly tuck the pamphlet into one of my pockets, turning to greet the young boy eagerly waiting at the counter with several books to check out.
You got it!
I lift the first book off the stack and slowly begin my process. Maybe Aspen's lesson won't be so bad after all. Closing time finally comes around, the patrons slowly trickling out. Some of them linger for a while, making their final selections before bringing them up to the counter. Fortunately, Juliet's here to help me, or it'd take me all night to get through the line of people waiting.
Thank you very much, Miss Callahan. We'll see you next time. Oh, Dottie. Glad to see you're still reading Pullman. Only one left to go in the series. Bye-bye, Abdul. Bye-bye, Jamar.
In the time it takes me to finish writing down one person's checkouts, Juliet can get through 5. She even knows everyone by name, as well as their reading habits. She's pogging out. That always impresses me. How does she keep track of them all? We finally managed to get through everyone, a sigh of relief escaping as the last patron heads out.
Oh, thank you.
My ears prick up at the sound of Aspen's voice as the patrons hold the door open for her.
Sorry, we're closed.
This would be me if someone came to my workplace. Aspen hesitates for a moment as she walks up to the desk, but then she laughs.
You almost had me for a moment.
I collapse onto my cushion while Juliet puts everything away under the desk.
Excellent work today, Miho. You're getting better and better.
Am I? It doesn't really feel like it.
It can be hard to notice your own progress sometimes, but I promise it's there.
And it's only going to get better. Look what I brought.
She raps her knuckles against the pile of thin books she brought with her. Dojins? No, I'm kidding. There's also a small bag that rattles when she moves it.
Are those?
Yes, they're the phonic books I said I'd bring by.
Phonics? Why, Miho, have you decided to learn to read?
Well, Aspen decided for me, but I guess so.
I pick up one of the books from Aspen's pile. The words on it are big and written in a very simple style, and so are the pictures that go along with it. I've spent enough time in the library now to recognize that these kind of books are meant for little kids. You're a couple 100 years old and you don't know how to read, okay? You're gonna have to suck it up. But I guess that's what I need, isn't it? It's embarrassing, but maybe I can just use that as motivation to learn faster. And if I end up hating it, I can just quit. Like always, I have the option of running away from something I don't like. Still holding the book, I look up to see Juliet and Aspen both watching me, waiting to see what I'll say. I take a deep breath and then smile.
So, how do I start?
Both of them break into a grin as well.
I have just the thing. Come with me.
Is this game sad? Yeah, it's not like a tragedy, but it does get pretty sad. Aspen's so eager that she barely waits for Juliet and I to step out from the counter before leading us to a table besides the aisles of books. Guessing that I'll be here for a while, I pull up a seat while a curious Juliet hovers over my shoulder. She sits down and begins unpacking the bag she brought onto the table, turning out to be a bunch of pens and pencils. She hands me one before placing a small workbook in front of me.
Let's start with the alphabet. Juliet, would you mind? Your handwriting is much better than mine.
Gladly.
Realizing she's going to be a part of this, she quickly takes a seat to my other side and selects a sleek, black pen. Opening the book, she brings her pen to one of the blank lines.
So, to begin with, this is the letter A.
The two of them take turns going through the different letters of the alphabet and showing me how to write them. Although I have a hard time remembering which is which, I pick up the writing part pretty fast since I've had a lot of experience at work already. Each of them writes an example letter at the top of my paper first before I take my turn to try it. Juliet's handwriting is very precise and clean and reminds me of something you'd see on an advertisement or book. Aspen's, on the other hand, is almost as messy as mine. Sometimes I'm not sure she's even writing the same letters as Juliet and I. She sounds like fucking me. Jesus Christ. After we get through the whole alphabet, they quiz me by holding up cards with different letters and asking me to name them. I got a lot of them wrong, but I do get a lot of them right too. When Aspen finally calls it quits for the night, I'm a little bit disappointed.
So, how do you feel? I think you made very good progress for this being your first night.
Indeed. You should be proud of yourself, Miho.
I can't keep a little smile off my face. Maybe I am a little proud.
It was more fun than I thought it'd be. It was tough at first, but I think I'm getting the hang of it.
You certainly are.
Yes, if you work on it a little bit each night, I'm sure you'll make great progress.
The workbook that Aspen gave me already has a few pages complete because of how fast we were going.
Do you think I could learn to read by the end of this week?
The look that the two of them exchange tells me my answer.
Well,
Not that quickly, I'm afraid. Even for the fastest learners, it still takes a few months to make much progress in reading. Going by how quickly you picked this much up, though, I think you'll do just fine.
Oh, I see.
I'd been expecting this to take a few nights at most, but months? That's a lot longer than I was anticipating. I must look disappointed because Aspen frowns and leans forward.
don't worry, I'm sure that time will fly by. As long as you're getting a little better every day, you'll be able to notice the results soon. Here, why don't you try this?
Wait, oh no. Oh god, she's going in for the kill. Okay, wait. So, I got like flashbacks. I know what scene this is now, I just remembered. Aspen gets up from the desk and maneuvers behind me, putting her hand on top of mine. It's a little shaky, and I notice her face is red as she makes a point not to look at me. I almost jerk it away out of instinct, but keep my cool instead. I'm not used to people touching me, but I know that with Aspen, it's just a friendly gesture. Yeah, bro. Very friendly gesture.
Follow these lines?
She gently guides my hand up and down across the paper, slowly forming the letters on the page with me. After 4 letters, she stops and scurries back to her chair. The Juliet's face, bro. Juliet's snort of amusement from my side only confuses me further.
Can you read what that says?
Quick, call the Riz police. I look down. The word on the page looks familiar. I squeeze my eyes shut, picturing the cards that they were holding up and what each letter sounded like.
Me. Miho!
With a jolt, I realize it's my own name. Juliet and Aspen both clap excitedly, a blush forming on my cheeks.
Yes! You did it!
I still can't shake the feeling that it's kind of embarrassing to have them cheer me on for something so simple. Looking down at the paper with my name on it though, I have to smile a little too. This is the first time I've written my own name, even if I did have Aspen's help. It's the first time I've read it myself too. I stare at it intently, committing the shape of those letters and the motions to my memory. I've used so many names in my life, but for some reason, this one feels a bit special. Just for good measure, I write it down a few more times to practice. Each time, it gets a little bit less shaky and more legible.
Thank you. Seriously.
Even if this wasn't my idea to start with, it feels like a new milestone in my life already. The start of something else that's new. I can add that to the list.
It's our pleasure.
Right. Especially since, I did kind of force you into it.
It's okay. Turns out I need people to make me do stuff sometimes.
I'm certainly good at that. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for more, though. I've already stayed a bit too late as it is.
Oh my, I hadn't even noticed the time. It sure did fly by, didn't it?
As she gets up to leave, Julian and I take to our feet as well. Before realizing it, I let out a yawn.
I'll leave all this stuff with you, Miho, so you can study at your own pace. I'll try to come by at nights as well to help you practice.
And you're always welcome to ask me for advice too.
Thanks. I'm gonna practice during work too, when I don't have anything else to do.
That sounds wonderful. Good night, you two. Thanks for having me over.
Bye, Aspen!
Good night, Aspen. We'll see you soon.
With her trademark smile and wave, Aspen leaves the library. The two of us watch her go as she heads out into the night's darkness outside.
I imagine you must be tired too, right?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I really am.
Look, I work in a nursing home. My main characters can't also have dementia. My hands are sore from all the writing, and my palm is colored gray with smeared pencil lead and ink.
Can't believe that wore me out.
You had a full day of work, too. You should get some rest. I'll finish cleaning up and preparing for tomorrow.
Are you sure? I didn't really do many of my chores today.
I'm certain. Go on, go to bed.
Secretly glad to be heading to bed rather than doing more work, I start to head out. As I look back, Juliet playfully waves me out of the room.
Good night. And thanks again.
You're always welcome, Miho. Have a good night.
With a pause for another yawn, I stretch and head up the stairs. I'm going to sleep well tonight. As I lie in bed and wait for sleep to take me, I reflect on my day like always. Today was a good day. I accomplished a lot and I feel proud of myself. I can tell that Juliet and Aspen are proud of me too. That's taken some getting used to. It still weirds me out to think that people care about me, that they think of me even when I'm not around them. They're excited for me, about things that don't affect them. It's weird, but in a good way. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I had a bad day. The shock and uneasiness of having a safe place to live and a stable life have worn off, and my daily routine has just become that. Routine. I thought I'd never get used to things like this, that they'd never be real for me. Well, it turns out I was wrong. Rather than constantly overthink everything, I've gotten better at just going with the flow. I think that's something to be proud of. Rolling onto my side, I look around my room. It hasn't changed too much since before I moved in, but it still feels distinctly mine. This isn't just a space that I happen to be in. Smiling, I close my eyes and roll onto my other side. Just when did I become so sentimental? It's hard to say, but maybe that's okay too. I don't mind who I am right now, and my friends don't either. That's enough for me. With peaceful thoughts like that drifting through my mind, I also drift off to sleep. Work's been quiet today, with only a handful of patrons coming in at all. The few still here keep to themselves, quietly reading and browsing the aisles. I'd normally be bored on a day like this. It's a good thing that I have something new to keep me occupied during my downtime then. A few of the worksheets and books that Aspen gave me yesterday are spread out on the desk, out of the way of our guests, but still where I can see them. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself, I practice writing letters or memorizing their sounds. When I have to write down titles that are being checked out, I pay more attention to exactly what I'm writing. I'm pleased to notice that it goes by faster now than it did before. I still have a long way to go, but I can feel myself making progress with every word I finish. That sense of pride helps motivate me to keep trying. Even when I'm away from the desk, tidying things up or putting books away, I try to think about the letters and words. It's nice to have something to focus on, rather than just trying to find ways to fill the hours. Oh, drink time. The arrow thing is an arrow, it's not a heart. Yummy water. Just as I settle back down to work after a quick lunch, Julia comes down from her room with a folded parasol in hand. With a calm nod of greeting, she walks up and joins me behind the desk.
Hey! You're up early.
Yes, I had some daylight errands to attend to. How are you doing, Miho?
Great! Check it out!
I'm not gonna be watching the showcase. You guys can watch it if you want, but I won't be. I show her one of my worksheets, which was really just a blank piece of paper. On it, I've written my name over and over to practice. The first few, okay, most of them, are fairly messy. I think I get the hang of it by the end of the page though, and those ones are more legible. I offer the paper to Juliet, who looks it over with a smile.
Great job! I'm very proud of you.
Thanks! I'm proud of me too! What kind of errands are you running? Need any help?
How'd she get to work in a library being illiterate? I mean, her friend works in the library, so her friend just gave her the job anyway.
Not this time. I'm just making a couple deliveries that can't wait until the evening. Will you be alright here by yourself?
Yep. I think I've got the hang of everything by now.
I'm pretty used to handling my duties on my own. If there was ever a problem, it wouldn't be too hard to go find Juliet to get her help. That hasn't happened yet, thankfully.
Excellent. I know I've said it before, but you've been a great help around the library. I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you, Locky Lolly Games, for the dono. Just popping in to say hi. I'm interested in the game, and that's why I'm not going to stay long. Don't want too much gay panic spoilers. Oh, you want to try for yourself? Yeah, that's valid. It's a really good game. Hope you enjoy it.
Oh, it's not that hard. Besides, it gives me something to do.
That's nice to hear. Don't forget to take some time for yourself, and have fun every now and then, though.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Dragon's Dogma 2 to come out. I don't give a shit about any news. If a demo's coming out, I'll just find out. I don't need to watch a stream for that. I think that's some advice that Juliet herself should follow more often, but I keep that opinion to myself.
I will. Actually, I'm going to the museum after this. Aspen told me there's an exhibit all about Korea going on there. So, I'm hoping maybe I'll learn something useful.
Useful?
Yeah, like about my person.
Oh, I see.
Juliet gives me the same small smile that Aspen did when I mentioned my person yesterday. I know they think it's probably hopeless, but I can't give up. I don't understand how they don't understand, since both of them always talk about caring for those close to you and making lasting bonds. Still, Aspen and Juliet have both done too much for me to hold that against them.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck. You know you can always ask me for help if you need any.
I know. Thanks.
Anytime. I'm going to head out now, but I'll make sure to come back early enough for you to go to Te Papa.
Sounds good. I'll keep studying and working until then. Bye!
Right, see you later, not at all. Wait, so are people the common race in this game, or are animal people the common race? So there's the upper world, and then there's the underworld. Humans typically live in the upper world, and then non-humans usually live in the underworld. But it's very common for people from the underworld to go to the upper levels. So everyone just kind of... It's like a 50-50 split, basically.
Goodbye, Miho.
I don't think Juliet is similar to Mercedes, like, unless you're just comparing their character designs. But, like, personality-wise, Juliet's actually got her shit together, while Mercedes doesn't. As Juliet goes out the front door, she pops her parasol open to protect her from the sun, then strolls out and joins the day's crowd. Yeah, so Miho's an odd case because she was a normal fox. So she was just in the upper world living as a normal fox, but she became just a human at some point, and like an immortal creature, basically. I stare at the now closed door, thinking. I wonder if either Aspen or Juliet have ever felt the same way about someone as I have ever felt about my person. It's a hard feeling to describe. It's something warm. I may have forgotten a lot over the years, but I've never forgotten their face, or voice, or the way they smelled, like charcoal and paint. All those things are too important to forget. It's kept me going my whole life, been my entire reason for existence, at least until arriving in Wellington anyway. Even with my new life here, I can't just abandon my old one, not entirely. Maybe they just don't know how much it means to me. I couldn't blame them, since I've told them all about how little I cared about everything else. Maybe they think it's just like a hobby, something to pursue when I have nothing else to do. But even here in the library, surrounded by friends and busying myself with my job, not a day goes by where I don't think of that forest back in Korea, and my person. It's okay if Aspen and Juliet don't understand. They don't need to. It's important to me, and that's all that matters. So far, they've supported me in whatever I do. Miho can transform between her fox form and her human form whenever she wants. So the whole idea is that, like, she has the option to go back to the life that she is familiar with, but she still continues to pursue this human life and learn more about it in hopes that she can actually find true happiness in it. In fact, when I think about those two, I feel a similar way as when I think about my person. That warm, safe feeling. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. I don't think that's a coincidence. There have been lots of new feelings that I don't quite have words for. Like so many other parts of myself, I'm still figuring them out. That may take time, but I have plenty of it. Realizing that I've zoned out, I pull myself away from my thoughts and get back to focusing on work and studying. I may have lots of time, but I need to make sure I use it well. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet returning from her errands. Folding up her parasol, she soon joins me at the front desk again.
Hello again, Miho. I tried to hurry back so you'd have plenty of time at the museum. You can go ahead and head off. I can handle the library for the rest of the day.
Cool, thanks. I tried to clean up and do as much as I could before you got back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself. You'll have to tell me all about it when you get back.
Will do.
I put away my study materials in my room, and then with a big thumbs up to Juliet, leave the library.
Fresh air again.
Since I've been spending so much time inside since I started working, my walks and time outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier, the scent of wood wafting up from the smell... Fucking hell. The scent of food... Why did I say wood? Where the fuck did that come from? Okay. The birds singing sound prettier, the scent of food wafting up from town smells tastier, and I'll bet even the grass would feel softer if I was in my fox form to feel it. Yes, this game is set in Wellington, New Zealand. It's been a long time since I've transformed now that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today though. With the museum as the only thing on my mind, I pick up my pace as I walk into Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the Bell House and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned she'd be working late today, so she must be in the back or taking a break. I follow the direction she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's big, with parts that go off in all different directions. Near the front, there are two sections flanking the entrance. One is round and tan, while the other is made of darker stone and looks more blocky. It's a bit intimidating, but seeing a few people heading in and out is reassuring. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stride on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't even have to pay or sneak in.
Whoa.
The moment I step inside, I can safely say that I've never been in a place like this before. It looked big from the outside, but from the inside, it's huge.
How am I gonna find the Korean exhibit?
I don't even know where to look first. Different paths lead to different types of displays, and I can see floors and elevators going all the way to the top. Our family walks by me, following a big arrow that points deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I decide to take the same route. I'm sure I could ask someone where the exhibit is, but I'll look around my own first. If I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. I start to wander about inside, looking for anything that I might recognize from Korea. To my surprise, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. In one section, a variety of sea life fish, turtles, and others hang from wires above everything else. They look so lifelike that I think they're real animals at first, but after just staring closely, I can see that they're just models. Another part of the museum is filled with skeletons of what looks like giant monsters. I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were. Maybe dragons? Bro, I fucking love dinosaurs. Spotting a panel with some illustrations, I skip over it for a quick look. They aren't dragons, but they look awfully close. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Wait, you mean she's seen an actual dragon? Huh? She's the dragon's dogma? Hydration. Do the clothes transform with her? It's like some magic bullshit. Other sections are dedicated to human and fabled civilizations. There are recreations of old human houses, as well as diagrams showing fairy homes and werewolf dens. Werewolves! Sorry. Plus plenty of others. A tour guide talks to a small group as I walk around explaining this and that. Yeah, Dragon Girl's confirmed, for real. What the hell? They need to, like... Studio LA needs to make more games with this setting. I go slower through this part, feeling a little nostalgic. I even recognize some of the human technology and knickknacks from long ago. I had no idea that they were old enough to be part of a museum now. There's even a big memorial to the war, showing humans and fabled fighting against one another. At the front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and the fabled coexisting. I was around back then, but I stayed out of it, just like how I stayed out of most things. Honestly, the history doesn't interest me too much, but I'm sure Juliet would love to see this. I'm sure she already has, at some point. Just when I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally find what I'm looking for. Oh god. Sorry. Yawn. A large banner with some text that I recognize as... Oh, the Korean writing system is hanging over a number of display cases and tabletop exhibits. I hurry over to get a closer look. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the lower floors. I'm able to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. At the same time, my heart starts to beat faster with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know when I see it. I start at the entrance and slowly make my way through. The first section is full of poetry and carvings, like from the brochure Aspen gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of the stone, and even a few made of metal. A number of clay pots and vases sit on pedestals next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate-looking outfits adorning mannequins. Some are just pants and a jacket, but most are vividly coloured dresses that hang to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hands. Today is already Women's Day in Australia? Wait, is it? What's Women's Day? International Women's Day? Oh shit! It's International Women's Day. Wow, okay. I didn't even realize. Totally planned. Yep, totally planned that we play this game about women on Women's Day. Yeah, for real. Let me see. If I was still a thief, I bet these would sell for a lot. I don't think you can fucking sell, like, museum shit. I don't know, bro. After the clothes are paintings, tigers and birds are common subjects, but so are people in cities too. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. I've never been a big fan of art, but somehow these are different. Looking at them doesn't make me feel sad, but it does make me feel something, like I'm wanting something I can't have. Suddenly, it's come to me. A feeling I've heard about, but that I don't think I've experienced before. Homesickness. A painting of a green forest could be the one I was born. I've passed through towns that looked like those in the paintings and hid from humans who looked like the ones shown inside them. Not all the memories are good ones, but they're mine. There's not much that I can relate to nowadays in terms of people or places. I have friends now, sure, but I don't have much in common with them. That's never mattered before now. I wish I could reach out and touch the paintings before me just to feel something from the same era as me. Of course, they're behind ropes which keep me well back. I reluctantly start to move again. Just as I do, a certain painting catches my eye. It's small and displayed out of the way in a corner, as if nobody thought it was important. The edges are jagged and torn, but the crucial part is still there. On one side, there's a fox surrounded by trees and leaves. Its fur is a different color than mine, but it's still clearly a fox. Just across from it, a human-like figure. She's dressed in an outfit similar to ones I was admiring, but that's not what stands out the most to me. On her head are 2 pointy ears, and several long bushy tails peek out from the bottom of her dress. When I look at the fox again, I notice that it also has more than one tail. I breathe in deeply, as if I could inhale the scent of the forest just from this artwork. Another Gumiho? I take in all the details I can. She's smiling, but a sharp fang makes her smile look sinister. The hand at her side has long claws instead of regular fingernails, claws that are clearly meant for ripping. Whatever she's looking and smiling at is missing, being part of the torn section. There's just a small part that remains, a pair of boots on the ground, surrounded by the edge of what must be a pool of blood. Only then do I notice the blood around her lips and on the ground beneath her claws. And then the unmistakable bone-white bead hanging from a string around her neck. It's glowing like the moon. I instinctively raise a hand to my neck, feeling my own bead. It's reassuringly warm to the touch somehow. Somehow I get the feeling that the one in the painting would be ice cold. This portrait of a Gumiho leaves me conflicted. There's the same longing I felt looking at the painting of the forest, but those claws and the blood, those feel foreign and detached. Is this how most people view Gumiho? It would explain the fear and terror that seemed to follow me wherever I went when I was younger, the curses and threats from farmers and townsfolk whenever they saw me. It wasn't until after the war, when the fable became more common in human lands, that I felt more comfortable without my ears and tails hidden. Even then, I'd sometimes get dirty looks just for existing. The threats were usually reserved for when I got caught stealing. Still, I've never been like the Gumiho in the painting. Stealing is one thing, but hurting someone, that just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how differently my life would have been. I tear my eyes away from the painting, but I know I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There's no point in dwelling what could have been. I pass through the rest of the Korean exhibit quickly, barely glancing at the artifacts that I haven't seen yet. It isn't until I've nearly left the gallery that I see something that makes me pause again. In a small, unremarkable display case, among many others, there are a number of delicate scrolls. On each one, a few old-style Korean characters are written. I don't think they're Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They do look familiar, though. I left my own scroll back at home for safekeeping, but I don't need it with me to compare. The sweep of brushstrokes, the shape of the characters, the shade of the ink. Closing my eyes and breathing in deeply, I swear I can smell them. My person. I press my hand against the glass. This is the closest I've been in hundreds of years. After centuries of looking,
Hey,
I find...
touching!
I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around and see a woman wearing a badge and a museum t-shirt stalking towards me angrily. The instincts I thought I'd buried kicked in. It's time to run. Backing up, I look around for a getaway route, but there isn't one. I'm surrounded on almost all sides by cases. The only open direction is the one the attendant is approaching from. Think, Miho, think. There has to be a way out of this. Could I jump over the displays? No, they're way too tall. Maybe if I transformed, I could get past the attendant. I have no idea how to navigate this building though, and being a fox would attract too much attention in a place like this. If I wait for them to get close, then I could probably run right past them, like the security guard when I first arrived in Wellington. Heart racing, my panic must show on my face because they stop a couple meters away from me, frowning.
Hey, it's not that big a deal. Just please keep your hands off in the future.
With a shrug, they turn around, leaving me alone. That's it? My hands are shaking as I watch them retract, expecting them to snap around and come after me. Of course, that doesn't happen, and I'm very slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment, mood. Looking around me, I'm glad that there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either, whether out of politeness or just because they didn't notice. My face is burning red, and I look down at the scrolls again just to hide it. I sigh. Maybe it was silly of me to think that I could change myself entirely in such a short time. Considering I'd just been remembering the old days and all the abuse that I went through from humans, it makes some sense. After I settle myself down a little, I turn my attention back to what's really important. While I know that these scrolls have to be from my person, they don't help me much on their own. There's a little card in one corner of the case, covered in text. It might have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. I considered trying to copy it all down and have Aspen or Juliet read it to me later, but there's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. I gulp, looking over at the museum attendant who I was so scared of just a moment ago. I do have one option. Summoning all my courage, I approach them slowly. They're just a regular person, I remind myself, like Aspen or Juliet, and even like me now, just doing their job.
Excuse me?
I hope that's polite enough, and she looks over to me. Her face doesn't look annoyed, more bored.
Can I help you?
I'm sorry for touching the glass. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about those papers, like, who wrote them?
Like I said, it's no big deal. It's just a safety precaution so nothing gets damaged. Anyway, there's an informational plaque in the corner. It should have all those details.
Would they even believe me if I said I can't read? I worry that might make me even more suspicious.
Can't see very well, and the words are so small. Can you read it for me?
Oh, sure. Let's see.
That was almost too easy. They don't question or analyze me at all, simply walking over and leaning in next to me.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Jong-in in the 17th century. They were a scholar who lived in Korea and...
The attendant keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've already gotten what I came for. A name. John Im. For the first time, I have something to call them. Something that's unmistakably theirs. I pretend to listen to the rest of what's being read aloud, and thank the person on autopilot when they're done. My head's not here in the present moment, it's back in the forest where I was born.
정인.
Once they've walked away, I say it out loud, trying out how it sounds. I think it suits them.
정인. 정인.
Do I like Final Fantasy games? I've never played one. I say it over and over again, making sure I'll never forget. Finally, I have something to go off. Feeling a little bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I find my way downstairs and wander out of the museum. I can't wait to tell Juliet and Aspen. I'm so excited that I end up missing my turn to take me back to the library, lost in my thoughts about what'll happen when I get there instead. I don't even realize that I've zoned out until I reach the end of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turn into parkland.
Oops. Good thing I can find my way back from here.
Alright, I think the Capcom highlight's starting. I won't be watching it, because I'm not, like, keeping up with Dragon's Dogma 2 news. I'm waiting for the game to come out. But yeah, you guys should watch that, if you're planning on doing that. I'm still within the area that I visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountains as a landmark to find my way back. I hum to myself as I turn back, head abuzz with pleasant thoughts. Fucking hell. If I give Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she can help me track them down. That's what she specializes in, after all. And I'm sure Aspen will want to hear all about their life too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Jong-in will have a ton. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. I doubt they ever expected it to happen. They'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just the fox they met back then, but as a person now. I have a feeling they'll at least be as glad as I am. I may be halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. The prickling sensation on the back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. Reading Miho so much that you slowly become like her and can't read. Damn. My throat keeps fucking drying out. I whip my head back and forth. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. It happened automatically, okay. I whip my head back and forth, but try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animals. Then, from the corner of my eye, I spot a bush slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
Oh, it's just you.
I start to bend down and reach out a hand, like I would to pet a dog, but hesitate. I know from experience that a fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm surprised she hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. She stares at me without the slightest movement, her eyes locked on mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something is off. Then, without taking her eyes off me, she starts to transform. I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs get longer and her fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumiho. My throat tightens and goes dry, my vision narrows, and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if the world has fallen away, except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shiver in the moon. Oh my fucking god. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shimmer in the moonlight, like the skin of a snake waiting to strike. Hanging loosely on her frame, the wrapped fabrics around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band, but a shining white bead is held in the middle by another loop of leather. I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is a duller, milky colour, hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. The soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. So this is the, this character is the silver fox that Miho saw a few days ago. So she's, like, finally realized that they're another Gumiho. It's almost like she stepped out of the painting I just saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible. Those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they're the same shape as mine, they're sharper, angrier, crueler. She haughtily tosses her long, flowing hair back as she takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Better to get away alive than risk my life for pride. My survival instincts tell me that this is one of those times. Fucking hell. The other Gumiho laughs, but there's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow, it only makes me more uneasy.
So, the human pet still knows when to run.
The human... what?
Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually. Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic. When you first arrived, I was hopeful that we might be alike. Optimistic, even. I was a fool. I see you now for what you are. Nothing better than a dog, begging for its master's affection and table scraps. We are not the same. We are nothing alike.
Her words hanging in the air, poisoning my good mood from just moments ago. My first instinct is to run away, as usual. Something stops me though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience, of finally meeting another Gumiho, keeps me rooted in place despite my fear. No matter what she's like, this is the closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that? Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you. But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts and your potential. I saw you in that place of memories. Saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hoped that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before. It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind. Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog. Sharpen your teeth and claws once more. These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away at which is wild and free in you. Do not mistake my words for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place. But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore. It pains me to witness. Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be. You will never be one of them, no matter how much you might crave it. Better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste of your abilities.
She studies me for a moment longer and then turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to so much as stammer out a denial. Her clothes melt away into silver fur as she transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in, my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my head evaporates, and the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs away. I'm left just standing there, alone. Oh my god, it's this song! The song's a banger, hold up. Let me turn up the volume. Closing my eyes, I muster the strength that I haven't tapped into weeks. My beard warms itself as I transform, my body following the same motions as the other Gumihos. I try to start chasing her, but my first steps on four legs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this form, almost stumbling over just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few more steps forward towards the brush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up with her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as a human, but is unmissable as a fox. I recognize it immediately, from a long time ago, on one of my first mornings here. When I first woke from my den near the mountains and stepped outside, I knew that someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared, then I transformed back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used any of my talents in a long, long time. My clumsiness when I'm in fox form, my own original body, is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I've spent my entire life living free and only for myself. It's always been my choice to remain here and to not be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. The painting at the museum and the other Gumiho herself prove that there's something different about me, something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way all the aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me either. I feel disconnected, torn between two worlds that I barely know, but can't help being drawn to. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know what Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar for so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain out there, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Juliet and Aspen everything I found at the museum has vanished. It'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets to the library, I quietly slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascend the stairs to my room as quickly and quietly as I can and climb under the covers. It's far too early to go to bed, but I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope that I feel better in the morning. Yesterday's events, both the good and bad, linger in my mind, while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in bed before I get up. Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little better about what's happened. I wonder if I'll have forgotten about all the other Gumiho by the end of the day. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I had met the other Gumiho before and just forgot about them. Everyone forgets meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I choose to ignore it. There's no way to know, I just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. Heading into the bathroom, I clean myself up using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think of what the other Gumiho said, how I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that. I've let myself be spoiled by others, content to just go along for the ride.
Snap out of it, Miho.
I lightly pat my face, like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a bit more confident. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and frying eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with 2 smiles.
Morning, Miho.
Good morning.
Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
Cool.
I slide into my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slices, munching on those while waiting for the other 2 to go back to their conversation. Instead, both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go?
The museum?
Of course. What else?
Was everything all right? When I didn't hear from you last night, I was fearing the worst.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
There's a loud clatter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock.
There were?
Are you sure it was them?
Yep, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them. Their name is Changyin, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study, though. The museum person didn't say.
For a long moment, there's silence. Other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan, both my friends just stare at me, dumbstruck.
What are those looks for?
You seem awfully calm. I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too. I'll tell you about it some other time.
It's tempting to tell them about the Gumiho, if only because I know they'd reassure me about everything she said. But that's why I can't tell them. Not yet. In a way, I'd just be proving her right.
Well, alright.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Yes, just now. Here you go.
Juliet fills our plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sounds of chewing and silverware scraping against the dishes. I feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course they'd expect more from me. I'd expect more from me too. And right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I'm still excited, of course. It's just been tempered a little. I still plan to ask Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Zhongying, but I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, while Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the tables. Another routine morning.
I'll see you two later. Thanks for breakfast.
My pleasure, as always.
Bye!
With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I then go into the library ready to start the day, or end it in her case. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting everything ready. The checkout sheets, my pens and pencils, my study materials, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep, I've got everything I need.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
You too. Sleep well.
From the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to say or ask something else. She thinks better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading up to her room. I whistle while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I've returned to the counter, ready for the first patrons to arrive, I even managed a light melody. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately as a way to spend time while alone. Aspen tried to show me how, but she's not very good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than she is. The sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. Before long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. It keeps me busy. The hours pass by in blissful normalness, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. Alright, gamers. Where are we going? Let me see. It seems like we can kind of go anywhere. I'll just make a little fucking make a little poll. Where we dropping, boys? Alright. I'm gonna pick some places that we don't normally go to when we select these. So we have our Gay Street, Bell House, Cafe, Garden, or there's another place that we didn't go. I don't think it lets me pick the, yeah, it doesn't let me pick the library or the den. Those are grayed out. Park. Okay, start poll. %, Gay Street. Yeah, it looks like Gay Street's winning. We'll go there. The theatre on Cuba Street swapped out its sun-faded posters, which catch my eye as I walk past. I'm not in the mood for a movie right now, but I give the fresh posters a once-over out of curiosity. Hold on, the posters are all really similar. With only a couple of exceptions, each features a crowd of characters with more... Oh no, is this like a, is this a commentary on fucking poster design? Wait. With only a couple of exceptions, each features a crowd of characters with one more prominently at the front, making a weird face, like they're about to sneeze or they smelled something weird. How is anyone supposed to know what these movies are about based on that? I really don't get it. The confusion eats at me, so I find myself sneaking into the theatre anyway. It's a rainy Thursday morning. Oh, we didn't get to see we didn't get to see the movie. Damn. Alright. It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is as dead as I've ever seen it. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. We'll see each other later instead. The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather, so I have to make sure they don't drip on any of the books. Before she went to bed for the day, Juliet left a bundle of towels near the door for anyone who needed one. At least it makes my work easier, and the slow day means I have extra time to study. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now, and even read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress because I want to surprise them with it later. Oh, isn't she adorable? After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gaze out the window with my chin resting on my palm.
Huh. It stopped.
Wait, character creation demo? What? Wait, there's a character creation demo? Is it, like, available? Doesn't seem like... Yeah, okay. I guess they haven't added it yet. It will be released now. The fuck? It's not released now. Okay. Let's try again. Now. Let's try again. Now. Let's just go back to the game. It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy view. Ew! Open sesame. Is it okay, is it there now? Now. Shut up. Where is it? Again. Guess we're refreshing again. I don't fucking see it, guys. Yeah, I don't fucking see it. It's not here. Just come back. I leap backwards in surprise as something suddenly splats against the glass in front of me.
Whoa!
At first, it looks like a puddle of water that's stuck to the window, but then it starts to wiggle. I stare in confusion as a pitiful-looking face forms in the middle, then frowns at me. Suddenly, it hits me what I'm looking at. This must be a water elemental. I've never seen one for myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers or lakes, but I've heard they'll sometimes come out onto dry land when it's raining. That must be what this one did. Now that it's stopped raining, though,
Oh no, you could dry up.
just like a fire elemental can die if its flames go out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. The weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds.
Okay. Wait right there. I'll go find something.
I still don't know if it can understand me, or even hear at all, but I wave at the window and hold up one finger to try to show that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there's no patrons waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets, hoping to find a pot or something that's big enough. The biggest one Juliet has is the one she uses to make pasta, and even that might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure she'd want the taste of water elemental to be there every time she tries to make spaghetti.
Where else?
I could just wake up Juliet and ask her, but I should really try to solve this myself before bothering her. I feel like the life of a creature is, like, at stake here. I think you could ask her for help in this moment, where the wrong action could lead to the death of another, in my personal opinion. Instead, I start hunting through the other rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom, nor in the library area. When I check the dining room a second time, however, I notice a big bowl on top of a shelf that I hadn't seen before.
Perfect.
I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it half full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. I'd save your life, but my skitty tastes less good. The elemental is still stuck there, like a very sad bumper sticker. That's an awful simile. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me, its frown shifting into a watery smile. I head out to the front door and skip around to the window, squelching through the wet grass as I go.
Here you go. Come on.
Holding the bowl up to the window, I gently brush the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. Instead, it's thicker and a bit sticky, like jelly. The elemental starts to slide into the bowl and bubbles, which I hope is a good sign. It doesn't mix with the water in the bowl, but instead kind of hovers, with water both above and below it. When it gets fully into the bowl, it almost fills it up. The water sloshes over the edge and onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. The bubbles stop and an uncertain looking face peers at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside and figure something else out.
I hold the bowl as steady as I can and try not to spill any more as I go back into the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure not to get any books wet. There's an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The elemental seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen.
I'm
She's
not
comparing
sure what
a
else to
magic
try.
jizz blob to Aspen. Poor girl. I rack my brain, trying to think of something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen.
Wait! That bathroom! That's it!
Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not slosh.
Okay, don't go anywhere. If you even can.
Returning to the bathroom, I plug up the bath and set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back and retrieve the bowled elemental. This time I end up spilling more of the water, but luckily it only hits the ground. The tub is about half full by the time we get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in.
How's that?
There's a stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. Sit tight, and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
I say we just flush this thing down the toilet. More bubbles. Quickly, but not in as big of a rush as before, I go to resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are still a few rooms I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in, since I'm trying to help someone out. The first room that I try is a closet, filled with towels and bedsheets and laundry stuff. The room after that is locked.
That's weird.
I try the knob again, in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
I wonder what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before, since it's so far from my room. I drop on all fours and try to see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. Another nearby door isn't locked, and even better, is in a closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black when I step inside. I flick on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and what had at first just been dark smudges turning out to be a bunch of boxes and assorted junk. A storage room! The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet isn't coming here either. Peeking into one of the boxes, it's filled with old kids' toys, like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, a half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. Yeah, this is actually like... Juliet wasn't in her room because she's already out of the closet. Fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the scene, there's no music because it is actually, like, surprisingly emotionally heavy. A heavy blanket is draped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. I haul it all out and remove the blankets, smiling at my find. It's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
After turning it over to shake out as much of the dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink to rinse it out, before hauling it to the bathroom.
Look what I found!
When I set the tank on the edge of the tub, the elemental floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I'm able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it into the tank.
Perfect, right?
More ripples and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
I wrap my arms around the fish tank and lift. And nearly tear my arms off.
That's... heavy!
I didn't notice when I was just getting the tank set up, but with all that water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry to the front door, much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
It had seemed so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still can't carry it. Sitting down on the tile floor, I sigh. The elemental floats dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
Juliet is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face.
Hey! It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental in the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kids' stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's section.
Juliet purses her lips, and I feel my heartbeat start to quicken like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank. I didn't look inside the locked room, though.
Juliet's frown deepens, but it doesn't look like she's angry. More like she's sad?
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Although...
I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen. My Dragon's Dogma 2 pawn's gonna be Chonklord. Obviously.
Although...
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
She reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of water before dripping it back onto the floating elemental. The creature seems to be enjoying it as far as I can tell.
Any ideas?
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all, but something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out the door and spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. So on a scale of 1 to yes, how gay is this game? It's like 10 yeses. Capcom just announced creators getting special pawns. I mean, Capcom never contacted me about it. I don't know, I didn't get an official pawn. I heard nothing about that. I don't think they're giving me one. I haven't received anything from Capcom. Drink time. Yeah, I didn't know that there were like creator pawns until just now. I haven't received anything about it. There is no official Chonklord pawn from what I'm aware. I was never contacted by Capcom. I've never received anything from Capcom before. I should make that clear. And I probably never will. Wait, Rift's got an official pawn? I don't know, I never got one. I mean... Whoops. Is the demo, like... Is the character creator demo out? No, it's not out. Maybe it's like a different listing. Yeah, it's nothing there.
At last!
Oh, lost! But yeah, I haven't, like... I'm not seeing anything. Rift got contacted about it. I didn't receive anything, so... I don't know. Well, I figured if they wanted to make Chonklord an official pawn, then they would have, like, contacted me, but... Yeah, I don't know. I didn't, like, get a message or anything. Alright, let's continue. After a couple minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out the door and spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. It has a rope handle and isn't very large, but should have more than enough space for the tank.
Whoa, you're a genius!
With a smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
Sure.
We each take one end and carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight straps to help keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down to get my face level with the glass.
How do you like that?
This time, the elemental shifts into the biggest grin I've seen.
Looks like we've got a winner.
Winner winner, chicken dinner.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem.
The
Leave it
wagon's
soon.
drawn by an ox. Taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door, I lead the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out and more grey than blue, but at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time. Rift showed the paperwork they sent him. Apparently creators' pawns will be more easily accessible for everyone. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. A creator can just advertise their porn on their channel. A creator doesn't need, like, a boost from the game to be able to have more, to have their porn, like, rented more. Like, if I want to promote Chonklord, I just promote him in a video. I don't need, like, Capcom to do that for me. That's really unfair. I already have an advantage in that department. Is that how it works? Like, is it just that their pawns are more easily accessible? Don't they already have pawn codes? Can't you just, like, share your pawn code? I don't know. I don't really get that system. I don't really see the point of it. Whatever. Chonklord will still be the most hired pawn ever. There is a list of all creators who have an official pawn on the DD2 site. It's a marketing thing. Yeah, a creator has the secret technique of add everyone on Discord. Okay, let's take a... We've got the soundtrack playing in the background, so let's pull up the Dragon's Dogma 2 website. I want to see, like, the creators that they got. The website. So where is it, guys? Official pawns. Okay, it must be this. Uh-huh. Their names are displayed in a different color. There is no Rift Crystal cost up to level 10. Once hired, their equipment can't be changed. They do not appear in certain features, such as daily and overall rankings. Okay. A lot of these seem to be, like, Japanese, which makes sense. Oh, they killed it instantly. Yeah, I remember there being special pawns in the first game. Asia. Where's Rift's name? I didn't see Rift's. Wait, did I miss it? Wait, so many of them are warriors. Why so many warriors, bro? Maybe his hasn't been added yet, I can't see it. Yeah, maybe they add more later or something. This should be in Europe, right? Oh, wait, it's scrolling now. It's just the website's fucking weird. Yep, yeah, uh-huh. Oh no. I'm not all that interested. I'd much rather have like a normal porn. It'll be out in the next half hour. I'll probably do like a... It's just a character creator demo, right? I might like stream that tomorrow or something. Oh, I don't think I want an official porn. I don't really get the point in it. Okay, so like... They do not appear in certain features. I want a regular porn that's popular. I want to make Chocolate the most popular, like, regular porn. I don't want a special... I don't want to make him, like, a special thing. I want him to be, like, a normal porn with, like, a big cock. I was just trying to figure out what this, like, special porn system was. Yeah, I'm honestly more pleased with the character creator demo, because, like, if it was an actual gameplay demo, I would have to sweat lord the game so I'm good as possible. Yeah, so you can, like, make your character now and then get started. Oh, what? So you get, like, a normal porn as well? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really, like... I don't know. Official porn seem kind of gimmicky. I don't really get it. Yeah, I want Chonklo to be relatable. Alright. We're gonna continue back with the game. So... Let's just close this. We're gonna continue playing. I might do a character creator stream tomorrow and try and make Chunkwood. Can you imagine the special porn is separate from the player created porn? Yeah, maybe. I don't really get how it works, but like... I'd rather not have two Chonklords if that's the case. I want just my boy. Chonklord's my son. I just want my boy. I just want my boy to be a normal porn with a massive schlongus. It's like having Rook with you, but it's a Twitch streamer. Okay. Drink. And then we'll play. It's cloudy out, and more grey than blue, but at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental bops up and down.
I know just the place then.
The muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When we go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it get out of control, but other than that, it's pretty easy. From the bottom of the hill, it's not too far to the spot I had in mind. I noticed a small, abandoned ramp into the river way back when I was small, living in the woods. Still living in the woods. Fuck me. But it wasn't too useful to me then.
Don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
Kneeling near the bottom of the ramp, I wrap the wagon's rope around my wrist to keep it from rolling away, then undo the straps on the tank. Can you say boy like Kratos from God of War, please? Okay. I don't play God of War, so I'm gonna need a refresher on how he says it. Wait. Fuck. Kratos. Boy. Boy montage.
Boy.
Okay. Boy. Boy. Exactly like that? Okay, I did it right then. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. It'll be out in around 20 minutes. I'll probably play around with it tomorrow. A rushing sound echoes about the empty area, before a torrent of water suddenly shoots upwards like a fountain, arcing clear over me. As I look up, I see the elemental shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, the most beautiful vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers over me, so close that I could touch it. Needs more rumble. I don't know if I can do rumble. Boy. No, I didn't get paid. Someone on chat just asked. Boy. I'm not very good at rumbling my voice. I apologize. Then the water and elemental crash back into the river and everything goes still. I smile, certain that I
You're
understand.
welcome.
He summoned a rainbow because this is a gay video game. That's what I understand. Oh my god. Okay, gamers. Pick the arc. We are picking the side quest. Side quest. So we have mummy issues. Fishing arc. Choose your character. Why are you guys picking mummy issues? Looks like you guys want mummy issues. Alright. 56 votes. We're going to Gay Street. Looking for something to do, I head to Cuba Street to walk around. I don't go shopping very often, since I have pretty much everything I could need at the library, but I do like looking around. While I wander, I notice two people that I sort of recognize sitting at a table together. Tommy's parents. Last time, the dad introduced himself to me as Elijah, although I recognize his mum. I never heard her name. The two of them are sitting across from each other, and his mum has her face in her hands. Elijah looks kind of upset, but stays on his side of the table. Tommy and Jerby don't seem to be around. My curiosity gets the better of me, and I sit down close by, where I can hear what they're talking about.
Gwen, we're still on the same side here. Tommy's side, right?
I know, it's just... it's a lot, okay?
Yeah. But, we knew it wasn't going to be easy.
At least we were right about that.
Gwen pats her pockets, looking around, and Elijah pulls out a pack of tissues from his own pocket. He offers them to her, and she takes one and blows her nose. Why is there a male on my screen? Bro, chill, they're getting divorced. It's fine, it's still Yuri.
What are we supposed to tell his teacher? This is the third time he's gotten in a fight this month.
Are they talking about Tommy? I can't picture him in a fight. He's way too small. What would he even be fighting about?
Yeah. Did they say if he won or not?
Based!
Elijah!
Sorry. Why don't you talk to the school and let them know that we're dealing with it? And I can talk to T when he's back from your place next time.
Fine. Maybe he'll listen to you better than he'll listen to me.
Maybe.
Okay, but who actually
It's a
won?
shame we can't get Gerby to talk to him.
He looks like an MC from one of those animes with an OPMC. Yeah, I know what you mean, but like the problem is that they all they all act like that. They all look like that. Gwen scoffs.
Or anyone. I don't think it's bad for him to have an imaginary friend or anything, but...
Oh, that's right. The other day, Tommy and I ran into someone who was able to see Gerby.
He's talking about me. I scoot a little closer on the bench where I'm sitting to make sure I don't miss anything.
Really? Who was it?
You know, I can't remember. I remember them saying it, but I can't picture their face or voice. I wish I'd gotten a name or something.
His generic character design is so funny because he has like the least generic anime accent of all time. He's probably the only anime character that fucking sounds like this.
So you don't actually know if they saw him or not? They just said they could.
Well, technically, maybe you're right. I wish I could think of who it was.
I'm tempted to walk over and tell them that it was me, but I don't know what that would accomplish. I don't have any way to prove what I'm saying, and it might just make me come off as crazy. I can only sort of follow along with what they're talking about, but it seems like Tommy's having a lot of trouble and neither of them know what to do about it. That's not anything I can give advice on or help with either. Sighing, Gwen checks her watch.
Well, I've gotta go pick him up. I'll let you know what the teacher says when I talk to her.
All right. Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, bye.
They both stand up, and it seems like they're just not sure how to act. Finally, Gwen gives a stiff wave and walks off down Cuba Street. I was reincarnated into another world, but I'm a fair dinkin' buck yet. Elijah sticks around for a bit longer, sighing like Gwen did, and running a hand through his hair. Then he leaves in the opposite direction. Humans and their relationships are complicated. I hope I never have to deal with something like that. Yeah, I hope so. Now that the two of them are gone, there's nothing else going on around here that's very interesting. Eventually I get up as well, and start walking again, in search of... That's like Steve's fucking comment. I'm sorry, okay. Composure time. Eventually I get up as well and start walking again in search of the next thing that can entertain me for a while. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shush! Shush! I can't play the fucking game! Okay. All day, it's been showering on and off. You should always shower! Raindrops still pattering on the roof even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while sitting up and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see their reports from all around the world. My ears prick up as I hear someone walking up to the door, a series of 3 knocks gently ringing out against it. Always 3 from Juliet.
Yeah?
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
Sure. Be right down.
A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decide to hold it tightly against myself and waddle around the kitchen with it. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. There are already 2 mugs sitting on the table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup.
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
She pushes my mug across the table, and my hands peek out from my blanket to cradle it. Happy for the warmth, I hold the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've never gone together.
We haven't. Well, why don't we change that sometime then? Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and sandwiches. There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys, although I can't remember what it was.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine with anything they have. I can't remember the last time I tried something that I didn't like.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
Have you found a favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen. Perhaps we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it any time.
Sure!
I toss that onto the mental pile of if there's ever anything that Juliet's offered me. I know she means well, but at this point, I can't remember everything she said that about. The two of us continue to chat for a while, and I recount the full day's events with the elemental to Juliet, wrapping up my story at the point where I came home from the river. Oh god, my throat! It's out now? Okay, let me see. Oh, I shouldn't download it at the same time because I'm streaming though. I just want to see if it's there. I can't find it. I'll look for it later. Bum, bum, bum.
Oops! That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I go back to my room.
Wagon? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter, but it's obvious that something's off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, this is the only time I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course, when I sort of tried to steal that painting.
By the way, who does all that stuff belong to? The wagon and the toys, that is. Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
No, they were personal possessions, not part of the library.
Oh, like from when you were a kid? I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No, not my childhood.
Huh?
The sponge stops moving, Juliet's shoulders slumping as she gives up trying to work. I feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really, really sorry.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Know what?
She turns back towards me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me though, they're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person?
Yeah.
Well, her name, my daughter's name, is Cosette.
You have a daughter?
Yes, and she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life. Although she's not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child.
So like, there's a scene later on related to this, and that was like the first point in the game that I cried. I think I'll be okay now because this is my second playthrough, but we'll see how this goes.
I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her. It was cold that morning, so very cold. When I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there, I feared that she was dead. But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm. She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound. I brought her inside, of course, just so she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused. I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her on, of all places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was. Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't the case. She had a great deal to say. And as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music, a melody to my ears only. I felt so fortunate, and so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future, her everything. It was a responsibility I had never asked for, and likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day. She grew and grew, from a curious baby to precocious child, then to a confident young lady, and finally to a lovely woman. I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life. As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her, but it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Once Juliet finished speaking, I let out a breath I don't remember holding. Just as when she'd first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on the empty wall somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen gets sucked into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise to myself and to her. A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived in, grew up in, a better one that I had experienced. That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible. In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
So, all those toys and things.
Yes, the treasures and mementos of another life. Of happy days filled with laughter, of scraped knees and tummy aches, of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not simply a reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Wow. I would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
Her gaze returns to me, to the world that we're in now. She gives a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier with the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. I stare back, not sure what else to do or what I might have said was wrong. Like always, her expression soon softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like. It's been a little while since I have.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
Have a good night then. See you in the morning.
See you! I'll be ready to go first thing.
As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might just be me, but it seemed like she left in a hurry after saying all that. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something, or maybe she just didn't want me to meet up with other people in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cosette is so different from the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully, it'll make more sense tomorrow after I get to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back first, as promised. I have to pick it up and carry it to get it up the stairs, but fortunately, it's not that heavy, even with my blanket bunched up inside. Once I get down to the second floor, I put it down and drag it the rest of the way to the room. Juliet and Miho are a similar age. They're like a couple 100 years old. I don't know who's older though. I feel like Miho's older. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Miho's a couple 100 years older, but I'm not entirely sure. I just feel like she was a child in a younger time period. After pushing the wagon into its empty spot, I take a proper look around, now that I know what this room actually contains. More than just toys, I also spot racks of clothes and stacks of books and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way back to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care not to step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head to my own room, I get the feeling that there's nothing missing from Cosette's childhood in here. I can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. The morning air is fresh and crisp, the plants around us looking healthier for the drink last night. A handful of small puddles here and there are all that remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. I'll stream the character creator tomorrow, so we're gonna finish Please Be Happy today. The character creator's not going anywhere. As I stand by the front door of the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Yes. It's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Lead on then.
Stepping out into the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day, not too cold and not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured and even as she walks, her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. I smile to myself at the image as I skip along beside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daytime.
So, I was wondering something. If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here for a couple months now.
Although she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question, because things are tense between them. I've never seen Juliet not answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. That isn't unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
No, it's all right. You'll see when we get there, though.
Okay.
We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees blanket the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers, and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees which ring the area, but most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Yes, we're very nearly there. This is Bolton Street Park.
I feel like Miho, because of her isolated lifestyle, she doesn't actually know how long humans live for. She doesn't seem to acknowledge the lifespan of other creatures at all. She probably doesn't even realize that Aspen is only like 25 years old.
She's pretty lucky to live in a place like this, huh?
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
I get that. I'll bet she would love to be able to turn into a badder fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle, or rarely, a chuckle from time to time, sure, but never anything so relaxed and sincere. A grin spreads on my face just from watching her. I mean, she understands, like, we're still pretty early into the story. I think we're a little less than halfway, so Miho still has a lot of growing to do.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we walk on past the turns which lead to any of them. Just as I start to wonder where it is we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here, the one to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't quite read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of tall trees shade the path that we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She takes a deep, silent breath, then smiles and gestures down the offshoot before us.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onwards. Right away, I notice that something is a little bit off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven, like she doesn't want to get wherever we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn off from the path we were on, leading me up a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
Huh? I don't see... Oh.
In the shade of one of the trees is a grey stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but it's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into the stone, too small for me to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realize what this place is. I silently mouth the letters of the words at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. There's a C, then an O, and then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm... sorry. I didn't...
It's okay, Miho. I'm aware you didn't know. But... I wanted you to.
Brace yourself, gamers. She turns back to the grave, gently running a hand along the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound as I stand there helplessly. She shudders as she takes a deep breath.
Were that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no everything
Shit, sorry.
she did. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them.
She gives a small smile as she looks at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp to try and force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I would...
Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I can do is watch, my own emotions a storm that tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice is enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, there's something else, something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back to the grave, taking a couple steps closer. Unfurling her parasol, she holds it over her shoulder like a shield, guarding herself against the sunlight. She was also able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born as a misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It had always seemed so trite, so mature, an attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho, to be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as one's vibrant hair fades to grey, And as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant, there is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox. For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day. But there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live. And when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others, for tomorrow. To die is human. To live is a privilege.
With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans, Cosette, someday Aspen, but also, even mine, my person. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, and I barely notice the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transform, turning tail and fleeing into the forest. My person, the one I've searched for my entire life, is dead too, long dead. No matter what happens after they left the forest, the nature of their human lifespan means that they lived lifetimes ago, generations ago. As I run further and further away, one thought echoes above all others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. I dig my claws into the earth with every step, tearing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name for the feeling pulling and tugging at me, the one that had taken over Juliet as we stood there, one I've heard of, but one I've never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle and hardship, everything. For nothing. That world swirls in my head, a dying leaf drifting towards the ground, falling and powerless to stop itself. Finally, I come to a stop, not even knowing where I am or for how long I ran. I just stop when I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've ever gone, had all been in service of one dream. Over time, I grew to rely on it. I didn't ever have to think or make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away and leave me on my own. Rising to my feet, I look around the area. Although the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize it at all. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me here even if she wanted to. Even if she found me. I wonder if she's looking. Juliet, who always seemed so calm and put together, behind that mask, was hiding all these feelings. What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice-cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known too, that my person was dead. She must have figured it out right away, yet she never told me. Aspen too. Suddenly, every pained look or topic change whenever I brought up Jong-in makes sense. They both knew, and were hiding it from me all along, this whole time letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling the truth. It was so simple too, so obvious. If I just thought about it for a bit myself, I'd have realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit down on the grass, wrapping my arms around my knees. I mash one palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that are there.
Stop crying, Miho.
With a few deep breaths, I manage to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down even more. I sigh again once I'm certain it won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock has worn off, the pain in my heart has gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from pure survival instinct, death has always been distant and faceless to me, but now I have to look it in the eye. My time with Jong-in was short, thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? The sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. It's getting hotter for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again, actually trying to get my bearings. If I have to, I can just go back in the direction I came from until I find somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library, since it's the only place I have to go. I may think of it as home for now, but I can't help but picture Juliet's sobbing face. Immortal or not, there has to come a time someday where we don't see each other, and that will be the end of our memories together, or at least, her memories of me. The same goes for Aspen, as mortal as Cosette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again someday? Potentially even stronger. Maybe she was right, the other Gumiho. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk and sun. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat at the front desk. Juliet's nowhere to be seen, only patrons. They've always managed just fine without me, though. Plodding up to my room, I grab my blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again, and this time I can't hold them back. Slouching onto my side, I don't even try. There's no point. As I expected, in less than a minute, there's a sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside for a moment, but a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway.
Oh, Miho.
The pity in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I can only imagine what I must look like, covered in blankets and lying on the floor. I must look pathetic, childish. It must be how I always look to her.
Miho, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Juliet trails off, still just inside the door. I can see her legs and cane, but not her face. I can picture the concern on it though.
Didn't mean to what?
The words come out as a growl, surprising even myself, but I can't pretend. Not now. She let herself in her. She can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
Mean for you to put things together this way. Such a painful way. I wanted to...
So you did know.
I cut her off without thinking, as she confirms my suspicions. With one arm, I push myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
You knew?
Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head is pounding, and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
She stiffens, and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around here.
I did. Yes.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Although tears are beginning to choke my voice once again, I manage to shout out my question, my accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that. But this really takes the cake, doesn't it? I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why? Tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn and my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
I can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, and so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it. You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again. As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time. Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down. Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am. It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both. We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
Fat lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again, not while I'm already like this. Stooping down to the floor, I pick my blankets up and wrap it around myself again. Even as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket. It's Juliet's. She just lets me use it, like everything else.
Go away.
To my relief, she doesn't try to argue, doesn't even say anything else. She just nods and silently leaves the room. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. My everything hurts when I wake up. Damp pillows still covering me, my face and head hurt from crying, and my body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. The memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling a groan out of me in response. I don't want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen within the next few hours, and Juliet too, eventually. I don't know what to say, or even what I want to hear. As much as I'd like to just avoid everything and everyone, the rational part of me knows that I can't. Instead, my magic and bead force me to conform like always. Either get up, or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. I sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. Then I trot downstairs to where we'd normally be having breakfast. Except it's later than usual. There's food on the table for me, but it's long since cold, and I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement that mean the library's already open. Life goes on, with or without me. I cram down the slices of cold toast and browning apple without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library where Juliet is seated in my spot at the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see her struggle to decide how to greet me, uncertainty plain in her eyes. I can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
Her voice is awkwardly stilted. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and the half-filled checkout sheet.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
Juliet shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
A patron starts to approach the counter, a couple books in his hand. I start to reach out for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I let my hand fall to my side. The person checking out books looks a little confused, but settles on talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then. If she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I'd sound when trying to deceive someone or get something out of them. The only difference is, I'm not sure I could pull mine off now, like she can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Wordlessly, I turn around and step out from behind the desk, passing by the guests on my way out the door. From the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. I start walking to the Bell House because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a bit more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there, because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. So instead, I just focus on putting one foot in front of the other, and on paying the minimum amount of attention to my surroundings, just enough to get me there. Aspen herself is working the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
I can see what she means. Are you all right?
I shrug.
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me get,
The names of the different drinks that I like all swirl around in my head, but somehow picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't actually planning to stay or get something to drink, I just started ordering out of habit.
whatever you recommend.
Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon.
Thanks.
Leaving her to that, I trudge to a booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes. Yeah, that's correct, James. The painting Miho stole was of Cosette, Juliet's daughter. That's why she said that Miho could take the frame, she just had to leave the painting with her. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I know that I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else I could choose to go. At least this way, I get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen setting a cup down in front of me before taking a seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is Aspen bought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
What's in this?
Coffee!
What else?
Espresso? You look like you need it.
Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself against the heat this time.
One of your recipes?
No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drink some more anyway.
Unfortunately.
Then it's doing its job. You really do look a mess, though. Were you crying?
As soon as Aspen takes a second to look at my face, I see her take on the same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cup to my lips again just to hide myself.
Yeah?
There's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine, taking one of my hands in hers. I pull away immediately.
Sorry, I should have asked first. What's wrong? Did I do something?
Her face starts to redden, and I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond, so instead I opt for a question that's been lingering on my mind.
Do you know who Cosette is?
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend of yours?
No. Don't worry about it.
If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. As for my human though, may as well just get it out there. At least then, we'll all be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
Although I've been sitting with that thought for hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my own surprise, they came out as steady as everything else. At least I don't feel like I'm going to cry.
Oh.
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Juliet, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say.
And you knew, didn't you?
Her hand toys uselessly with an abandoned straw wrapper on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
I sigh, not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. Juliet already said it.
Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way. That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking.
Really? It's fine.
I cut her off flatly before she can start over apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable, like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to see the sunny day outside. It's as nice as it ever is here.
I just wish you would have told me.
In our reflection, I see Aspen nod.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to, soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you.
More or less, yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
I see.
Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything, just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that, just like I'm not sure if Aspen's words make me feel better or not. But also, I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this myself, and to her, and to Juliet, sitting here silently, stewing in my emotions, what felt like burning rage last night, now feels less explosive. I do wish they'd been more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things that they were afraid of before, like run away. When that's the case, is it really okay to still be upset with them? Sorting through complicated emotions is difficult. I like when things are straightforward and I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it's also made Juliet and now Aspen doesn't make me feel better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel, or try to. Closing my eyes for a beat, I make my first real decision since leaving for Cosette's grave with Juliet yesterday.
Are you busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when.
I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know.
Okay, that works for me.
I stand up slowly, and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's standing, still fidgety and nervous though, that something's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw in half.
Can you tell me one thing though? Are you leaving?
She's really worried about that, isn't she? I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head.
No. I won't go anywhere.
Alright, gamers, it's the moment. So I feel like in a situation like this, it's hard to say like, oh, this character's in the wrong and this character's in the right. I feel like everyone here didn't really make the right choices, but it's human. It's normal to make mistakes like this. I mean, who the fuck is apt at navigating, like, such delicate emotional situations? You can't expect, like, a fictional character to just absolutely perform this perfectly. It's very easy for us as readers to look back and analyze what they're doing wrong. It's just like, I feel like in terms of a story, this is kind of just a relatively normal way to handle the situation. Even someone as old as Juliet, who has hundreds of years of experience, I don't think, I can't really fault any of the characters for their reactions. Obviously, Juliet and Aspen aren't going to want to tell Miho that her whole entire life is, like, pointless, and Miho's obviously upset about that, but she's obviously upset because it makes her feel like she's stupid, like they misled her. And, like, obviously she's gonna lash out at them. And it's fine that she lashed out. There's nothing wrong with that, especially because she's gotten her, like, she's starting to get her emotions back in check. Obviously, since she already wants to, like, talk with the group and settle their matters. So, yeah, it's not about fault, it's just bad situation, as Christian said. I don't think it's right to go around blaming any of these characters and say, like, oh, this person should have done this, and someone should have already done this. I feel like everyone's acting in character here. Let's just continue on now. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to walk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else, just for a change of pace. We shared a quiet taxi ride up to the Botanic Garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. I imagine Juliet did the same thing. The taxi driver drops us off as close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but more of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting on a bench reading, stands up and approaches us. When they step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen.
It's certainly a new feeling to be the one waiting, instead of waited for.
Hi, Aspen.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading. I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but...
We never really go anywhere else?
I feel better now than I did this morning, at least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind, but I'm determined to not just be an emotionless rock. That wouldn't help anyone.
Precisely.
If someone
I've never
mentions
been there before
the
either,
character
so
creator
I'm
demo
eager to
again
see
for
the
Dragon's
gardens.
Dogma 2, I am going to lose my mind. I already know. Let me play my game. Shush. I will do the demo tomorrow. Be quiet. Let me play my game. Jesus Christ.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
Instead of finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes a steady click-click sound as it taps against the stone path. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by, signs which I, of course, had never given a second glance at.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime. Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not seeming to pay much attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the bigger signs that talks about the gardens. She writes a little bit in her notebook, then scurries back to us.
Sorry, one of the photos there caught my eye and I wanted to take some notes for further research. I hadn't realised there was more to this park than just this one garden.
Really? Like what?
There's an old estate for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants. There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
The steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a beat, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path juts off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by a glass roof. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, Juliet, it's breathtaking.
I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks out over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought, with a good view of the rest of the Botanic Garden from here. I even spot the main gate, far across the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple days ago tower over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join us, instead sitting down on one of the benches.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen?
It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare.
You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head, before I started living at the library.
I'll be sure to invite you along, then.
She lingers for just a moment more, gazing out at the darkening sky before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter just a moment ago, now that we're all here and settled, both Aspen and Juliet sit quietly but expectantly, waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start the conversation, but where to even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should just start at the beginning. The very beginning.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both shake their heads. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago.
I was just a regular fox back then. I don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing. I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Changin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Changin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could. I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away, and eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Changin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left. I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die. Finally, Changin showed up. At first, I thought they were there to finish me off. Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me.
So I believe Zhongyin is just meant to be like, gender ambiguous. Like, Miho doesn't know what gender they are, because she was like a fox and probably couldn't comprehend human sexes at the time and genders and all that.
I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay. One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves. After I was finished, we sat together for a while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time. Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks. But it was the last time I'd ever see them. When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited, just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper. I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. I don't know how many more days it took before I realized they weren't coming back. Once I did, it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to. I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat. Finally, I coughed it up. A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose. Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form, not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox. But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those, and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way, after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in, and steal, and just how to survive. I followed Jungin's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jungin had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
When I opened my eyes again, they're heavy with tears, but this time I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long, but once I started remembering, everything else just came naturally. Turning to face Aspen and Julia, I see that they're crying too.
Oh, Miho. They sound
like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they really were.
Remembering how their hand felt on my head, and the softness of their touch as they inspected my leg, those thoughts hurt as much as the hunter's trap did, but also they make me smile too. I've often worried that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox before I had any magic, so their memories should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special, to me and I hope to Jongin too, and so I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them.
Anyway, I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet. And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt. But that's another thing, too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me. There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore. I want you to be honest with me from now on, both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry. I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens. Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. For a second... oh god, this comment section. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly, then Juliet begins to speak.
I hear what you say, Miho. And I agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go to. For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself. By never getting to know anyone too well, by withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again. But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again, while even causing hurt to others. I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest to myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point. But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now.
As such, Aspen, there's something that I'd like to tell you.
She begins telling Aspen about Cosette, in much the same way she told me yesterday. I sit quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always been running away, haven't we? Despite how perfect and put together Juliet's always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She was just better at hiding it than me. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in honor of Cosette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she gets really absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their tears. Aspen rummages around in her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet, before noisily blowing her nose and wiping her tears. I'm gonna blow my nose so we have immersion. I have like 3 tissue boxes in my room. I don't know why. One sec. Okay, I think that's boosted the immersion points. We can continue now.
God, that's certainly a lot to take in. Thank you for telling me, though. Cosette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount, and I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well. I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative. I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing. It's kind of funny, actually, and a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhongyin. Because, as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone. Not that I expect that to be any time soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday. There will be more than enough time for me to worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Me too. I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I wanted to stay like that.
Huh? Shit, she just friend-zoned them. How are we gonna romance anyone now? Fuck's sake, Miho. Jesus Christ. My cheeks burned from saying something like that out loud, for the first time ever, but I liked saying it, because it's true. Although I'd already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in the middle of the gardens that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened, and I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right now.
Well said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be, just like Juliet.
Oh, Miho, I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
All I have to do is keep trying, like Aspen. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Hopping up from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand, and pull them to their feet too. Then, spreading my arms as wide as I can, I pull them both into a hug. Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From the first day at the cafe, all the way to now. It's chilly out here in the gardens, in the cool evening air, but it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arms, and I smile to myself, and to them, and to anyone who may be watching.
Mine too.
After spending a bit more time walking around the gardens last night, Juliet and I went back to the library, and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we got back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some relief from all the emotions of the last few days. In the morning, once I go downstairs for breakfast, it's pleasantly familiar. Toast, eggs, and fruit like always, and conversation about books and work in Wellington. After cleaning up, but before Aspen departs, Juliet clears her throat.
By the way, Aspen, I do believe this weekend is a special occasion. Am I correct?
I had been trying to ignore that until now, but yes.
Wait, what? What happens this weekend?
Okay, gamers, we're gonna get some hype shit soon, okay? Not saying anymore. I think we're like getting up to the exciting part though.
This Friday is my birthday. A brutal reminder that, like we just discussed, time won't wait for me.
Whoa! Humans have parties for that, right? Are you gonna have a party?
No, I'm not turning 12.
How old are you turning?
Not 12.
I thought parties were a thing you got to do your whole life. That's not fair that only 12-year-olds get to have them.
It's not like that. They're just one of those things that you grow out of.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you grow out of them?
Her brow... Sorry, this conversation's really fun. Her brow gets some more creases, like she's trying to explain this as much to herself as to me.
It's just part of being an adult. You get older and older and you reach the real world and then you don't feel like having a party, I suppose. When you're young, it's exciting getting older because there's so much you can't do as a child. Once you're an adult, you realize that what you thought adult life would be like isn't real.
I was always excited growing up as a kid because it meant that my parents would let me play like more higher rated games, because I always had like parents that wouldn't let me play like M-rated, MA-rated 15+ games and all that. So I had to wait until I was way older before I could actually even play them. Like shit like Skyrim or Dragon's Dogma.
So instead of being excited that there's cake and ice cream, you start worrying about how many calories are in each.
What's a calorie?
Never mind.
You know, Miho has a point.
She does?
I do!
You're never too old to have fun, as you both went out of your way to remind me. 25 can be just as much a reason to celebrate as 5.
I suppose you're right. For the record, I'm only turning 24. Thank you very much.
Oh, I called Aspen 25 years old earlier, my bad. Whoops, sorry Aspen.
Still, I'm not the partying type. Plus, I told my parents I'd go visit them this weekend. Just for a day, mind. I'll be back well before 24 hours have passed.
That's wonderful. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed to see you.
I'm sure they will be, at least for a little while. I still wouldn't want to stay for more than a weekend, even without Miho to keep in mind. Longer than that, and my mum and I would probably go crazy.
I'm 21 turning 22 this year.
I'm not leaving Welly until late Saturday evening, though.
Not 12.
Would you mind going with me to the bus stop on that day, Miho? Just to be extra safe.
Oh my god, gamers! Sorry, I know what's coming next. I'm just fucking excited.
Even without a party, would you let us treat you to dinner on Friday evening? We can go wherever you like.
That would be nice, thank you. No gifts, though. It won't be a party.
That's easy, because they wouldn't know what to get you anyway.
Obviously I'm a zoomer, have you seen my editing?
Where do you want to go?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you two know. Maybe you can come over on Friday evening, and we'll go from there.
Come over? Where?
To my apartment? I do have my own place to live, you know. And, well, it isn't anything special, but I felt I should at least let you two see it. Only if you want to.
Of course I want to!
I mean it, it's the definition of average. I'm not even sure if it can fit 3 people.
I lived in a dirt hole for most of my life. I can handle anything.
Good point. You'll feel right at home then.
Aspen lives in a dirt hole? Confirmed?
I'd love to come visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. I'll clean up and make sure the cats are on their best behavior. It's been quite a while since we've had company.
I can't wait!
The 3 of us chit-chat for a little bit longer until it's time for us to split up for the day.
Miho, do you have any plans for the day?
Jesus!
Not
Oh, go for it, girl, send it!
Why?
I was planning to go see a movie soon. Would you like to come with me? You're
Would you
more
like
than
to go-
welcome too,
sorry.
of course, Juliet, but I imagine it's rather late for you.
Unfortunately so. I'll be up a while longer, but I wouldn't be able to make it through an entire movie. I hope that you enjoy it, though.
I understand. Miho, it's fine if you don't want to come along, but the showing starts in an hour, so we'd need to leave soon. I prefer to get there before it's crowded.
Let's make a save, because we have a choice here. Return. I'm gonna hold a poll. I'm gonna hold a poll. Juliet. Movie with Aspen. Start poll. Cast your votes, gamers. I'm gonna stop at 45 votes. Okay. 48. We're at 48 votes. Movie with Aspen it is. There we go. Let's go, gamers.
Sure, I'll go. It's like watching a really big TV, right?
Precisely. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Have fun, both of you. I'll see you two later.
See ya!
Good night.
With that, Juliet waves goodbye and goes to bed.
Are you ready to go?
Yep, I am.
Aspen leads the way outside and down the road.
So what movie are we gonna see?
It's based off a book that I read a long time ago. I should have mentioned that it's a horror movie. That won't be a problem for you, right?
Aspen, the flags in the background will give you power.
Nah, it's fine. What's a horror movie?
A scary movie. This one's about a creepy clown that terrorizes a small town.
A clown? How is that scary?
There is a pretty good stream delay, the reason being that it just makes the video quality higher.
Well, he's not a regular clown, although those are frightening enough on their own. You'll just have to see, I suppose.
Is the stream frozen? The connection says it's fine on my end. One sec. I'm gonna go back.
Sure, I'll go. It's like watching a really big TV, right?
I've just reverted back. Okay, can I am I still audible? We can hear you, just not see the images. Okay, I've already taken it back to right after the choice. Game is frozen on your end? Try swapping around the Windows capture. Okay, one sec. I'm assuming you guys can see the mouse.
Precisely. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Have fun, both of you. I'll see you two later.
Still frozen on the choice. What the fuck? Do I need to restart the game? It's fixed? Okay. We're good now? We're good? Yep, we're good. Okay, let's keep going. I've taken it back to right after the choice.
See ya!
Good night.
With that, Juliet waves goodbye and goes to bed.
Are you ready to go?
Yep, I am.
Aspen leads the way outside and down the road.
So what movie are we gonna see?
It's based off a book that I read a long time ago. I should have mentioned that it's a horror movie. That won't be a problem for you, right?
Nah, it's fine. What's a horror movie?
A scary movie. This one's about a creepy clown that terrorizes a small town.
A clown? How is that scary?
Well, he's not a regular clown, although those are frightening enough on their own. You'll just have to see, I suppose.
Alright. I didn't know you like scary things.
How spicy does this game get? It's just kissing. On the mouth! Oh my god! And hand holding. Sorry, I peeked. Hand holding! And spooning! That's about it though.
I don't watch them that often, but like I said, I read the book a long time ago, so I already know what happens. It's just interesting to see how well it gets translated to the screen. If it ends up being too much for you, just let me know. Not everyone has the stomach for these sorts of films.
Okay.
The movie theatre is on the same street as the Bell House, but a lot further down. I hope the hand holding is censored. Oh, fuck. Who's the big spoon? You'll find out later when we get up to it. It's the one that Juliet showed me before. Back then, I told her that I didn't think I'd be interested in scary movies, but here I am anyway. It's not something I'd go see by myself, though. Aspen pays for both our tickets, saying I can just pay her back later. We go inside through a pair of glass doors, like the ones at the museum. Do both routes have spoon CGs? No, only one of them does.
Do you want any snacks?
One of the routes is like so deprived of affection. It's honestly depressing.
Of course! What do they have?
Well, traditionally you have popcorn at the movies. They also have candy and other things too. If you'd like, we can share some popcorn.
Sounds good. I've never had popcorn from a machine like that before.
Let's change that then.
Aspen goes up to the counter and places our order while I wait nearby. A minute later, she approaches me carrying an enormous tub of popcorn. It's at least as big as my head, ears and all.
Whoa, that's huge!
Considering how much they charge for it, it's only fair. Come on, let's go sit down.
I follow her down a hallway and through another door, where I finally get my first look at the movie screen.
Whoa, that's huge too!
It makes my TV look like a toy in comparison. In fact, it's probably bigger than my entire room. We go up some stairs and then sit down in one of the back rows near the middle. Aspen holds the bucket of popcorn in her lap and grabs a handful, right as something starts to play on the screen. Immediately, my ears are assaulted by blaring music and booming speech. With the sound coming from all around, I instinctively cover my ears at first.
Is it supposed to be this loud?
She's getting a sensory overload, everyone. Keep your voice down. I have to yell just to make myself heard.
Yes, but we're not. It's like the library. These are just previews for other movies that are coming out soon. But once the real thing starts, we're not supposed to talk. Although, it's not like there are many other people around that we'd be disturbing.
She's right. We're the only people in the theatre right now. This must be why she wanted to see the movie this early in the day. Eventually, I get used to the volume level. I grab a handful of popcorn from the bucket to munch on, and I'm surprised by how tasty it is.
Whoa, this?
I slap my other hand over my mouth to shut myself up, which makes Aspen laugh. She leans over to whisper.
It's fine. We won't bother anyone. It's just good to know for the next time you see a movie.
Oh, okay. This is really good.
We sit through a few minutes worth of previews before our movie finally begins. Aspen and I, mostly me if I'm being honest, are almost halfway through the popcorn already. The movie gets right into the action. Within the first couple of minutes, the clown Aspen mentioned is already causing chaos. I thought clowns were supposed to be funny, but apparently this one didn't get the memo. I'm not bored, but I'm not exactly scared either. At one point, there's a loud bang as the evil clown jumps out from the darkness. Don't let Aspen play Five Nights at Freddy's. Beside me, Aspen jumps in her seat, almost spilling the popcorn on the floor. Embarrassed, she wraps her arms tighter around it so it doesn't happen again. The movie lasts a lot longer than I expected. By the time we leave, it's almost lunchtime, although I'm too full of popcorn to be hungry. Stepping out and into the sunlight, I notice Aspen's face is pale and she wipes her hands on her blouse.
So, how did you like it?
It was alright. I don't think I was ever very scared, though.
That's good. I thought I would be okay since I knew what was going to happen, but it startled me a few times.
Yeah, I noticed.
At one point, she was even covering her eyes. Oh my god, she's so cute.
Well, there's a reason I don't watch those types of movies very often. I'm glad you had a nice time, though.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Maybe next time we can see something that's easier to watch.
Finally, Aspen manages a smile.
Yes, I'd like that.
Alright, gamers, another poll. Zariok, stop posting your fanfiction in the live chat, thank you. Let's see. Mummy issues? Or fishing arc. "31 votes. It's neck and neck. Hey guys, are these characters gay? I'm not, you know, I'm not too sure." Right, fishing arc it is. Let's go. Feeling bored, I head down to the waterfront and Mr. Kim's fishing lessons. This will be the third time that I've gone. I was prepared to give up last time, but actually catching a fish was a lot more satisfying than I thought it would be. I'm sure I'll keep doing it in the future too. I guess that makes it one of my hobbies at this point. At the very least, it's been better than just wandering around town. When I get there, I'm surprised to find the fishing spot is empty, other than Mr. Kim himself. He's sitting on a folding chair, with a sandwich in one hand and a book in the other. He sets down both as he notices me arriving.
Hey there, miss. Something I can help you with?
Oh, I was here to go fishing, but it doesn't look like anyone else is here.
If you're looking for a lesson, then I'm afraid the pool's closed. Which is to say, the next one doesn't start for a couple of hours. But if you just want to try your luck with the ocean, you're more than welcome to borrow a rod.
Sure. Thanks.
Now that I know what to do, I don't really need Mr. Kim to walk me through it each time. I should be fine on my own. I attach a lure and then cast my line out into the water.
I hope I don't catch the same fish as last time.
Since there's not much else to do, I look out to the sea and while I wait. It's been a long time since I've been on a ship, or even a boat. A long time ago, they were the best way to get around, but ever since there started being airships going all over the world, I sneak onto those instead. While I'm standing there reflecting, Mr. Kim comes up beside me.
No bites yet?
Nope. Nothing.
Maybe the fish all went out to eat.
Like usual, he takes a moment to laugh at his own joke.
That's fine. I had to wait even longer than this last time.
That's the right attitude to have. They can keep you waiting for a while.
You've been waiting for a long time for a certain fish, right?
Spot on. Who told you about that?
I took one of your lessons a while ago. You told me about it then.
Huh. Well, my memory sure isn't what it used to be. Anyway, you're absolutely right. Not just any fish. He's the king.
The king?
The way Mr. Kim says it sounds dramatic.
Yes, the king of the ocean. He travels the waters of the world, all on his own. He takes his meals from a different fisher every night. It's said that if he chooses you, you'll have 7 years of good luck.
He winks, giving me a big thumbs up.
Not a bad deal for catching a fish, right?
7 years. Wow.
Sounds pretty nice, doesn't it? To tell you the truth, I don't care too much about that. But the privilege of being recognized by the king of the ocean, now that is a prize worth chasing.
So, if he's always swimming around the world,
I try to picture it in my head. That's a lot of water.
He only comes by once a year. 1 day is all you get, and then he's on to his next stop. And then the next fisherman.
no wonder you've been waiting for so long then. How many years have you been after him?
Oh, I've given up counting at this point. 16, 17, who's to say? I stopped keeping track at least 5 years ago. I've seen him once, which is more than many can say, but he swam right past our shores. I heard he was landed a few towns away.
I'll bet he must be huge if he's the king.
He's not tiny, that's for sure. His scales are every color at once, and they look like gemstones in the water.
Whoa. I want to see him.
You'll get your chance in a few months. He's due to swim past Wellington a couple of weeks before the new year. You can bet I'll be ready.
I'll try to. What do I have to do?
That's up to you. Some say it's just luck. Some say it's about having the tastiest looking bait. Some say the only thing that matters is where you're standing when he passes by. For me, I try to get to know the fish and the sea. I figure if they trust me, they can put in a good word with the king,
Mr. Kim talks to me about fish and fishing for a while longer, until it's time for me to head off. Although I didn't catch anything again today, I still liked hearing those stories, so it wasn't a waste of time. At the end, he invites me to come back and fish anytime, whether it's a lesson or not. I promise to take him up on his offer, even though I know he won't remember it. I'd like to see this king too. There are still a couple of months before he'll be here, so there's plenty of time for me to get better at fishing. With that new goal in mind, I head back home, already looking forward to returning. Alright gamers, I need to take a little pissy piss break. Give me 1 moment. Desktop. Friendly reminder to wash your hands. I'm gonna head off now and take a piss. I'll be right back. Make sure you guys do what you need to do in that time. Stretch, stand up, piss, eat, whatever. Water, get water, hydrate. I'll be right back. Okay, chat. I'm back. Drink time. Alright. Where should we go? Let's host another poll, I guess. Do 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 Puck and garden. Alright. Pick from one of these. Seems like you guys want to go to the cafe, Mount Vic. Mount Vic and cafe are tied. Okay, and oh shit. Mount Vic and cafe were tied when I ended it. Okay, I'm gonna flip a coin. One sec. Coin flip. Heads is Mount Vic. Okay, so heads is Mount Vic, tails is cafe. Flip again. Okay, we're going to the cafe. Where is it? There it is. I'm feeling a little lethargic, so maybe I'll have a warm tea and long, peaceful sit. I can always count on Bell House for its cozy atmosphere, after all. I buy my drink, find my favorite seat, and settle down. And then I watch a kid across the cafe knock his midnight double chocolate swirl drink on the ground and immediately start crying. So much for the atmosphere. I think I'll sit outside today. Miho hates children confirmed. Alright, we're going to Aspen's house. We're gonna have a party because it's her birthday. Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over, and that the two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, since I don't know many of the streets by name. We eventually arrive at an unremarkable-looking apartment building, just a few stories tall, and without many decorations out front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Not too far away, one of the doors swings open, and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us over.
Miho, Juliet, over here. Aspen!
She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her feet.
No! Stay back, you two.
I freeze, halfway to where she is.
What's wrong? I said, no, not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
Aspen gestures for us to come inside while we keep an eye on the floor. Juliet and I hurry in, and Aspen shuts the door behind us.
Well, ta-da! Or something.
Whoa!
The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom. Right across from the door is a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and microwave. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk with a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
I hope that was the good kind of whoa.
It's lovely, Aspen. I adore the fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming. Thank you for having us.
Juliet isn't used to the Tumblr girl aesthetic room.
Yeah, thanks. It was a good whoa, don't worry.
I didn't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd been exaggerating that part, at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen, though. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step further in.
Sorry there's not more space to sit down.
You can see why I don't have company over very often. You can sit on the bed if you'd like, or the computer chair.
Oh, it's fine. I'm okay on the floor.
I take a seat with my back against the dresser, while Juliet sits down on the bed as invited. Aspen ends up taking the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up remembering the occasion.
Oh yeah! Happy birthday!
Yes, happy birthday, Aspen. Here's to another wonderful year.
Thank you. This year has been pretty good, I must say.
Narrowing my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices and frowns at me.
Can I help you?
You don't look any older.
I'm glad to hear that. It doesn't just happen overnight on your birthday, though. Not that you would be aware of that, I suppose. Anyway, enough about that. Are you too hungry? We've already done everything there is to do here, I believe. Now you understand why I never have people over.
It's fine. I don't mind just sitting around. But yeah, I'm always ready to eat.
Have you decided where you want to go?
I think so. There's a seafood restaurant that isn't too far away that I enjoy, but don't go to very often. Does that work for both of you?
I'm okay with anything. I just like food.
Indeed. It's your birthday, so we'll have whatever you want.
All right. Let's get going then.
The restaurant is a bit of a walk from Aspen's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at a pier not too far from the museum I visited. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it juts out over the ocean itself. We get seated right away at a long table with metal stools.
It sure smells fishy.
It's supposed to. That means it's fresh.
Our waiter brings 3 menus, setting one in front of each of us, and promises to take our order soon. Aspen and Juliet both pick up their menus and start to flip through, so I do the same.
Let me know if you need help reading anything, Miho.
Thanks.
Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bell House could learn a thing or two from them here. I'm even able to read some of the words, like fish and corn, but there are others that I don't recognize at all.
What do you usually get here, Aspen?
Well, they're most well known for their crab, although it's very messy. And expensive, so I've never had it. I usually get the clam chowder, or fish and chips, if I want to hate myself later.
I love... Sorry, that was peak voice acting. We need to hear that again. It's not letting me hear it again. It was too good that I have to hear it once. Okay. I'm not allowed to hear that again. Apparently it was too amazing.
Oh. What's chowder?
It's like a thick soup.
Oh. Isn't it hard to eat clams? I've tried before, but I couldn't get past the shells.
They do that for you. No shells involved.
Whoa! That's nice of them.
I'm sure they'd be glad to hear that. Is there something you usually order when you go out to eat?
I've never been to a restaurant before. Unless you count the Bell House. Well, not as a paying customer, at least. But I know how they work because I've seen them on TV.
I hope you enjoy your first time then.
I will.
Both of you, feel free to order whatever you'd like. Don't worry about the price.
Don't worry, I wasn't.
A nearby door swings open, and for a second I can see into the kitchen as another waiter comes out, carrying a big bucket. A number of spiny claws and legs poke out of it.
Wait. Is that...
They take the bucket to another table and set it down, along with a big pile of napkins.
The crab? Yes.
I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the shelves.
You shouldn't stare, you know.
I ignore her. I have to know. They grab some utensils that I've never seen before and use those to crack the shells. I watch fascinated while they do. Turning back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my mind.
I want that!
Clams were too hard, but I used to love eating crab. It's been a long, long time since I've had it though.
It would be nice to try at least once.
Sounds like it's settled then.
A waiter shows back up, a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food should be out before too long. I sip my water and look around, enjoying the new experience.
Have you ever been here before, Juliet?
I haven't. As I'm sure you know, I don't go out to eat very often. I've been to similar restaurants before, though.
You went to the Bell House back when it first opened, didn't you? I seem to recall you telling me that once.
I'm pretty sure Juliet... Yeah, Juliet can eat human foods, but she doesn't taste it.
I did, yes. I can still remember what I had. A chai latte with a blueberry scone.
Were you working there yet?
Oh no, it was a few years before I came to Welly. Although, Regina, my boss, wants to expand. There's going to be a second location opening in a couple months. She asked me if I would consider being store manager.
Oh, congratulations! That's quite the honor.
You'd get to run the whole place?
I would still be working for her, but otherwise, yes. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, though. It would be a lot more work and responsibility, obviously. It would take up much more of my time, too. I'm not sure if I want to put myself through that.
That's understandable. I do think you'd be well suited for it, though.
Yeah, you already do a lot at the other Bell House.
Thanks. Yes, it is tempting. I told her I'll think about it and give her an answer by the end of next month. The building it'll be in is already a coffee shop, so it won't take too long to convert. It all depends on some other things, really.
Like what?
Well, for one, I'd been thinking about keeping this a secret until I hear back, but I finally finished a draft of my manuscript. I sent it off to a few publishers to see what they think.
Oh, congratulations, Aspen. That's a stunning achievement.
Yeah! What are you gonna do with all your free time now?
Thank you. That's a good question. I'm sure I'll spend plenty of it worrying. Other than that, I will need to find some new ways to fill my day. If all goes well, then I won't have time to help out at the new store. I'm getting rather ahead of myself, though. It's only been a little over a week since I submitted it.
Oh. I hope it works out for you.
Me too.
We sit and talk about the usual stuff for maybe 15 or 20 minutes, before our waiter comes out of the kitchen carrying a giant bucket like the one we saw earlier. Aspen and I both gasp in awe as they place it on the table before us with a flourish, giving us a stack of napkins and tools like the other group.
Well, let's not just stare. Dig in!
I don't even know where to start.
I grab one of the pieces closest to me. It's hot. So hot I drop it on my plate. Aspen does the same thing with a yelp of pain. Juliet, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered as she calmly claims a portion for herself. Leaning in close, I blow on my food to try and cool it down. While I do, I watch Juliet to observe how she does it. She smiles when she notices me watching and turns her hands to give me a better view as she uses the tool to crack the shell and get to the meat. Aspen seems to know what she's doing too. Once it's cool enough for her to handle, now I just need to give it a try. I try to mimic what I saw Juliet do, and after a moment of squeezing really hard, it finally works.
That was a lot easier than trying to use my own claws.
I should hope so.
I should hope so. Her sense of humor is so fucking... It's so oceanic. I don't know how to describe it. Like, she has the same sense of humor as the people I see in real life. I feel my eyes go wide with how good it is.
Enjoying it?
Yeah.
I quickly finish the piece I was eating, and then rush to grab another one. It's a lot easier to crack now that I know what I'm doing. For a while, the only sound coming from our tables are those of us enjoying our food and the occasional sip of water. When our waiter comes by to give us refills, they look a little shocked at how much we've already gone through. When the bucket is finally empty and I sadly toss the shell of my last piece into the waste bag, Juliet seems to pick up on it.
Are you still hungry, Miho?
Hungry? No. Do I want to eat more? Yes. That was delicious.
Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs.
I could eat more.
The next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags them down with a smile.
Could we get a second order of this, please?
It feels like it may as well be my birthday instead of Aspen. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore, and we leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze.
I don't know if I've ever been this full in my life.
Me too. I think I'm set on crab for a long time now. Thanks for dinner though, Juliet. It was wonderful.
This game feels like it was written by people who go outside. Sorry, that's just the vibe I get.
It was my pleasure. I hope you've had a nice birthday.
I certainly have. Now if I can make it back home, I'll call it a success. I feel like I've put on several kilos just from that meal.
Would you like me to call you a taxi?
No, it's fine. Walking some of this off will be good for me. I still have to pack and get ready for tomorrow.
I suppose Miho and I will head home as well then. Does that sound okay, Miho?
Yeah. Let's just walk slow.
Still, I manage a weak wave.
Bye, Aspen. Happy birthday again.
Thank you again. Good night to you both. I'll see you two tomorrow.
Aspen trudges off, but Juliet somehow seems unfazed.
Shall we be off?
Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the long walk home. Yeah, Juliet's a rich vampire.
Let's go.
People like me who don't go outside, that's what it's opposed to, Christian. The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Oh my god. Although she shows up to breakfast like normal, she barely says a word throughout the whole meal, other than things like yes please and no thanks. From the way she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes, I can tell something must be on her mind. I figure she's just antsy about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. The moment we're finished, Aspen perks up a little bit.
Miho, are you ready to go to the bus station?
Yeah. This way, you have as much time as possible to get back.
Precisely. Thank you.
Of course.
Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gives her a hug. From the outside, I realize that hug looks kinda weird. People have come up with the strangest ways to show they care about each other.
Safe travels, Aspen. Let us know when you get there.
Will do. I won't have reception while traveling, but I'll send a message as soon as I'm home.
How long's your trip?
If it was by car, only a couple hours. It'll be closer to 4 by bus, though. I'll take an early one on the way back tomorrow just to be safe.
Ample reading time, it sounds like.
Oh, yes.
She drums her fingers on a book tucked into her bag.
Patricia and I have a lot of catching up to do.
God, I'm so fucking hyped. Although she's still fidgety, it seems like Aspen's remembered how to speak. After spending an unusually long amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, she finally faces me brightly.
Well, shall we be off, Miho?
Yep.
Goodbye, Aspen. Good night, Miho.
Bye.
Later.
Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the library.
Where exactly is the bus station?
Not too far from my apartment. We'll pass it by on the way there.
Should we stop by and say hi to the cats? I'm sure they'd love to see me.
They're going to be angry enough at me for leaving for a day. I'm not sure I want to traumatize them right before I go.
Dang it. I've never gotten along with cats.
Patricia's the author of the book she's reading.
Have you known many?
only a few. Some of the strays have some really good stories to tell.
The two of us walk along in silence for a bit, before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. I've gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still surprises me every time.
What's it like talking to an animal, anyway? How do you do it?
I'm not sure. It was just something that I knew how to do, like making a den. A lot of the time, you can just feel what they mean without saying it. I don't know how to put it.
No, that makes sense. There are some things that you just can't put into words, as much as you'd like to.
Exactly! I have the problem a lot. I'll bet you don't, though.
You'd lose that bet quite handily. Why, I'd say I struggle to put things into words more than anything.
Really? How? I thought you loved writing.
I do, usually, but it's not that simple. Sometimes you just can't use any old words. You have to use the right ones. And often that means going through lots and lots of the wrong ones until you find them.
I think it's easier the way animals do it.
It certainly sounds like it. I often wonder if I could talk to Percy and Byron, what they would have to say. Maybe they just complain about me not feeding them enough or something.
Do you want me to ask them?
It's tempting, but no thanks. As long as I don't know for a fact that they're saying rude things, I can convince myself that they're not. Rather like that other cat in the box.
Cats like being in boxes, so they probably wouldn't be complaining.
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
For a bit, Aspen hums quietly to herself while we walk. I don't know if she knows that I can hear her. Even though she's being more chatty, there's still something that seems a little off about Aspen. I can't quite place my finger on what it is though. At one point, she checks her phone and starts to walk a little bit quicker.
Are you looking forward to going home?
If she has to think about it, that kind of answers my question.
I am, yes. But like I said, I prefer to only do so for a day or two at a time.
'Cause of your parents?
A little. They're not really that bad, though. Mum's a worrywart and Dad isn't, so Mum feels like she needs to worry enough for both of them. It's not too bad over the phone, but when I'm there, Mum always tries to convince me to stay and move back. So I tell them they should move out here instead, and Mum goes into why they can't, and it's just tiresome.
Sounds like she cares about you a lot.
She does. And I love her too, don't get me wrong. It's more the town than them. Or rather, the lack thereof.
What do you mean?
They live in the middle of nowhere. Mum loves it out in the countryside and says she can't live without her backyard view and half a kilometre from the nearest neighbours. I, on the other hand, can't live without bookstores and coffee shops and high-speed internet.
So that's why you moved to Wellington?
Does high-speed internet even exist in New Zealand?
That's why I moved to Wellington.
Doesn't exist here.
It seemed like a necessity to make it as an author.
I try to put together the things she's been telling me into one big picture.
Can you only find the right words here?
Exactly. At least, that's what I thought before I came.
Sorry.
Turns out that moving to a new city won't magically make you a better writer. Or even a writer at all. Back when I was in school, I used to daydream about what life in the big city must be like. Busy and important things happening during the day, and then nights full of excitement and sparkling wonder. Instead, it's the Bell House, and a tiny apartment the size of my living room back home. I thought if I put myself in this new environment, then I'd grow into the type of person who belonged there. I learned the hard way that places don't change who we are. Still, better to be struggling to make it in the city than doing nothing out in the boonies, I tell myself.
I think it sounds pretty nice. Peace and quiet, nothing to have to worry about.
Ugh, not you too. That's exactly what my mum says.
Trust me, it sounds better hearing about it than living it. Just like Wellington. Or any city, I'd imagine. I'm sure even Wellington must seem like a bore compared to some of the places you've been to. Like Shanghai or Seoul.
No, we're not at chapter 4 yet. Chapter 3 is really long. I think it's the longest chapter in the game.
Well, yeah. I still like it though. Those cities are too big for me. They're noisy and loud and smell bad, and anything can be dangerous. You have to be on your guard all the time. It's not like that here. The scariest thing I've seen was a movie.
That's true. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it enough to stay.
Me too.
We're well into the city, pretty fast past Cuba Street and the Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I also recognize Te Papa, the museum, when we pass by it. By now, there isn't much I don't recognize. I've been all over this part of Wellington, enough that I could probably get from here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. I memorized other cities the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I forgot all about them. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to forget the streets of Wellington, though, even if I wanted to. Instead of humming, Aspen started fidgeting again as we walk, messing with her phone and purse and hat and glasses. I recognized the shops and apartment buildings from the walk to Aspen's house, so we can't be very far from the station.
Are you nervous?
Me? No. Why would I be?
I don't know, why would you be?
Do I seem nervous?
Yeah. Is it because of the bus? You don't have to worry about that. I've ridden on them lots of times and they only broke down like once.
No, it's not that. I mean, no, I'm not nervous.
Okay.
She's not okay. I've never seen Aspen more nervous, but I still don't push it. I can hear and smell the bus station before I see it, and then it comes into view. There are 2 or 3 buses parked or passing through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. Brace yourself, gamers. We stop across the street and she checks her phone again, then puts it away.
You're not late, are you? Oh, I could have walked faster.
No, we're right on time. It'll be here any minute now.
Cool. I'll wait with you till it arrives.
I start to cross the road, but stop when I notice Aspen isn't following. Instead, she's still standing on the sidewalk, gripping the strap on her bag tightly.
Aspen?
I trot back to her, looking around to see if I'm missing something, but there's nothing other than a couple of people waiting far away at the station.
Are you alright?
She blinks a couple times and then takes a deep, deep breath before facing me.
Miho, I have to tell you something.
The effect of her words is immediate. Thud, thud. Like she cast a spell, my heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say, it must be why she was acting so weird all afternoon. Is it something bad? Is she not going to come back after all?
Yeah?
I barely manage to croak out an answer. I can't handle more heartbreak so soon.
It's something that I've been thinking about telling you for a long time. But it was one of those things where I wasn't sure how. Or when. Because I didn't know how you'd take it.
What could it even be? We just saw Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Lena?
But then, after we all talked the other night, I realized that I should just say it anyway. Because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't. Who knows how many more chances I might get? So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out. So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow. And hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I?
Her grip on her hat shifts, clutching it so tightly her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to do or say. All I can do is stare, my heart feeling like it's going to explode out of my chest, while she looks down at the ground. Whispering something to herself, she wrings her hat in her hands before finally looking back at me.
There's something I want you to know. Miho, I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see. The good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer. Just how much she makes... You make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life. But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too. I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there. I love you, Miho. I love you. At first I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already, when I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet. Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I can't take it back.
Her words drift away into the air as we look at each other in silence. My head is TV static, buzzing with nothing to show. Not because it's empty, but because there's too much for me to process. Aspen, in love, with me. Wind whips past my face as a bus rolls by, pulling into the station. I barely notice it, barely able to notice anything. Aspen is in love with me. I don't know what to say. But Aspen raises a finger to her lips.
Shh. Don't tell me. I said it now before I leave for a reason. Because I thought you might say that. Tomorrow. Whatever it is you feel. I'll hear it then.
I look at her face for some guide on how to respond, but she just gives a smile. A weak, fragile smile. Left dumbfounded, I nod. Aspen is in love with me. Yeah, that's what we've established. Returning her hat to her head, Aspen sighs, like she just finished a hard day's work.
Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. That's my bus. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And no matter what, it's okay. If we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just glad that I took the chance to tell you.
For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she does seem a lot calmer now. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me, but then she pauses.
May I give you a goodbye hug?
That much I can respond to at least.
Yeah.
We wrap our arms around each other, that weird human custom. Everything may have just changed, but she's still the same Aspen she was when we left the library. I try to listen for what she might be saying without words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a smile. It might be the most genuine one I've ever seen on her face.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
I make my way back to the library like a zombie, my feet moving without ever really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep replaying over and over in my head. I get them, but I can't make sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles when I enter, Julia having finished tidying up in an hour or so that's passed since I left. After a quick glance around, I head towards the stairs. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a sliver of light from underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock, and it opens just a moment later. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falter as she looks at my face. I don't quite know the expression I'm making right now. I don't know what I'm even feeling to begin with. Maybe I'm just an old person, but someone confessing love outside of an already existing relationship feels weird. I'm kind of like the opposite. I'm like I would never date someone without like telling them that I love them first. I don't know, maybe that's weird. That's how I've always done it. Like, yeah, that's how it went for me.
Miho? Did something happen?
Aspen said she's in love with me.
Oh, I see.
Juliet's not the time to be shocked easily. That's why I wanted to see her for advice. But she's even less surprised than I thought she would be.
Give me just a moment, and I'll meet you in my study.
Well, I mean, like, I knew I was in love before I started dating. I think it just depends on the person. And yes, I already know about the demo. Everyone here knows. I nod and head over there, opening the door. As I walk into the darkness, I'm met by several pairs of eyes.
What?
Just as startled as I am, several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight, chittering overhead before most of them leave out the open window. The biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. By the time Juliet enters the study and turns on the lamp, it's just me and her.
Sorry I scared off all your bats.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be back before too long.
We settle down into the same seats as last time, with Juliet behind her desk and me across it.
So, Aspen.
Yeah. Aspen.
I wonder what Aspen's thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably, knowing her.
We had just gotten to the bus station when she stopped and said it.
Yeah, I have like, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of different perspectives on how to pursue a relationship because I refuse to date someone unless I already know that I love them. I can figure that out without dating them, but that's like me.
She said she waited until just before she left, so she didn't have to hear my feelings until tomorrow, when she gets home.
And what are your feelings?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't ever thought about love or someone being in love with me. I don't even really know what it means. I know the word, but how does it feel? How would I know?
Yeah, well, like, I mean, like, I knew the person for, like, almost a year.
The other day, you talked about how much you loved Cosette, and how you didn't know much about love before then. This is a different love from that, right?
She thinks to herself for a while, carefully considering her answer. I'm glad she does. At least one of us can stand back and think this over properly.
Yes and no. Of course, the bond between a parent and their child is different than that of two partners, but it comes from the same part of the heart. The part that you give away to somebody else. Love is when you care about another person so much that the feeling becomes bigger than you. When your life is more full and joyful for the presence of that person in it. I could throw out any number of cliches, but they'd be meaningless. What love means and how it feels are different for every person. To speak from my own experiences, love is like a flower. It starts as something tiny, but as it's nurtured and cared for, it grows. It reaches toward the sunlight and towards something better and blooms into something beautiful. Not all flowers grow at the same rate, and not all flowers look the same. But wouldn't you agree that that's the joy of flowers, Miho?
I look up from the floor towards Juliet, who's watching me warmly.
I like flowers, but I've never grown one before.
The same can be said for everyone at some point. But as long as you're willing to give it the time and patience that it deserves, even the tiniest seed can become something wonderful.
Juliet must see the confusion on my face because she touches my hand gently.
You should take some time to yourself, Miho. We can talk about it later tonight, if you're ready. If you needed even more time, I'm sure Aspen would understand.
Yeah. I need to think about it. And sorry for waking you up. Or keeping you up. Whichever.
It's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you felt comfortable coming to me about this.
It was the first thing I did. Thanks, by the way. You helped me out a lot.
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for.
Juliet returns to bed and I go back to my room as well. I sit down on the floor, which is where I've done a lot of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. There sure are a lot of shows and movies about love, aren't there? It's difficult to imagine that concept applying to me. I do know that I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her, I like talking to her, I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends, but could we be more than that? I spend a few hours stewing in my thoughts and not coming to any conclusions. Love feels like something that couldn't and shouldn't apply to me, and yet, here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue from every different angle. I end up with more questions than answers. Is it something I want? Is it something I could even do? What I choose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. No matter what, both of our lives are about to change. And no matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I can't just ignore or run away from this. So after turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. Slowly, I stand up and head downstairs. My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My hands shake, but I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down to the kitchen where Juliet's making tea. There's a second mug set on the table full of steaming hot chocolate.
Right on time, like always. I was just about to call for you.
I heard you get up a little while ago. I was still doing some thinking, though.
I see. So I take it that means you've made up your mind about Aspen, then?
Yeah. It wasn't easy, but I have.
Matters of the heart are rarely easy. Shall we sit?
Yeah.
We take our usual seats, the third one conspicuously empty. I take a big gulp of my hot chocolate while Juliet takes a small sip of tea. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I lean back in my chair, take a deep breath, and nod.
I've decided.
Okay, let's make another save. So I said earlier in a previous stream that I would decide the route, like the character that we romance, because one route is far more wholesome and less depressing than the other. So I've already made my choice of what we're going to say in this scene, because this is like the pick which route you're going down scene. Like, this is the big choice. That being said, I will hold a poll, because I do want to see what you guys think. So, are we going to reject Aspen? We're going to accept Aspen's confession. I just want to see what you guys think. So, So I've already made my choice. I already know which route we're going down, but it'll be very interesting to see what you guys think. I literally cannot decide. Let's wait until it gets to 60 votes and then we'll stop. 55 votes. 5 more people. 59. There we go. Alright. So the votes ended. 60% of you said to accept Aspen's confession. 40% of you said to reject Aspen. Luckily for you guys, Aspen's route was my go-to. It is so wholesome and cute. It's better written than Juliet's. Aspen has like the director of Please Be Happy has a really heavy bias for Aspen because she was the intentional love interest from like the early drafts of the game. So her route is far more developed, makes more sense, and is overall just far more romantic and less problematic. So, Aspen is who we've been gunning for this entire time. So, we're going to accept Aspen's confession. We're starting the best route in the game. You are welcome. I've saved you from a lot of heartbreak. That is Juliet's route. Juliet's route is insanely depressing. I don't think it's particularly well written either, but I do encourage you that if you really like Please Be Happy, you should support the developers, buy the game, wait for a sale if you have to, and like try to explore the routes yourself. I'm not spoiling anything else because some of you guys may want to experience it yourself. I'm not gonna do all the routes. Thank you, TMK, for the $10. Yes, this is indeed a gay fox that we are looking at. Juliet was a character that was added really late into development, so she works great on her own, but her romance route is just not written well. Like, there's so many questionable choices. It's not, like, problematic in an engaging and interesting way. It's not well written. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's not a good story. Like, I can't say much without spoiling it, but I want to go with Aspen's route because it was the intended route by the director. The director prefers Aspen, so she gets far more writing material. Juliet's still a great character on her own, and if you do pursue her route, you get, like, some nice world-building tidbits and you learn more of her backstory, but the actual, like, writing it isn't very good, but I can't really describe it without massive spoilers, so I don't want to ruin that for anyone who wants to try this game out themselves. So we're gonna pursue Aspen. It's Juliova. Yeah, it's Juliova. Beating Please Be Happy the way the director intended. That's literally what we're doing. Like, I read the art book for Please Be Happy, there's an official art book, and the director is like, yeah, so Aspen was the intended route, and Julia got added later. So it's like, the god who created the world of Please Be Happy declared Aspen his best girl. Like, literally. Like, the director is like, yeah, Aspen's my favorite character. I like writing her the most, which is obviously why her route is so much better written than Juliet's. So, like, Juliet as a character is fine. It's just her route is simply not written very well.
I want to try things with Aspen. I know it'll be hard, but I want to try.
I feel more sure of the words as I say them. Something about this decision feels right. I do want to try. Like Aspen said yesterday, it's out there now and I can't take it back.
I know she's a human, and so someday it'll hurt. But I can't just always run away from things that are painful, because if it hurts, that means it was important, doesn't it?
Yeah, I agree, Eingrad. I don't know why this game ended up having a choice in the end, because you can tell that, like, especially when you read the art book, and you see the early draft concepts for the game, Aspen was like the only love interest. So like, Juliet really was tacked on insanely late. Aspen's route's amazing though, I will say that. It's great, it's awesome. It's just a shame that they wasted like resources with Juliet's route instead of developing her properly. I feel like you shouldn't add a whole entire route so late into development.
It certainly does. That's a wise way to think about it.
I know I don't know much about love, or how to be in love with someone, but I'm willing to learn, and try.
As I speak, I feel something stir in my heart. That feeling of excitement that's pushed me forward so many times before, kept me motivated in my lifelong search. Is that the feeling that could grow? I've always struggled to put a name to it. Could it be?
Trying is
Could it be what?
ask of you, Aspen or otherwise. All you have to do is be yourself. That's who Aspen fell in love with, after all. I can't tell you how happy I am for both of you.
As it begins to sink in, I feel the grin spreading across my face. Aspen is in love with me, and I think that maybe, just maybe, I could be in love with her too. The music in this game is so good.
I wish she was here, so I could tell her right now. Tomorrow seems so far away.
This is so sweet.
I'm certain she's thinking the same thing. Still, it is rather like her to say something so momentous and then disappear. It took quite a while for her to work up the courage to tell you.
With a wink, Juliet lifts her teacup.
I wouldn't be surprised if she borrowed the idea from some book or another.
Yeah, you're probably right. And wait, you knew she was gonna tell me?
Not exactly. I've known for a long time that she held feelings for you. She never told me outright, but Aspen isn't particularly subtle.
I never noticed. But I guess I don't know what I would have been looking for either.
All that's important is that she was able to tell you how she felt, and you were able to accept those feelings. Anything along the way was but a means to the same end.
Juliet's right, not just about Aspen, but about my life in general, as she herself pointed out that not that long ago. I thought it had all been for nothing, pointless ever since Jong-in died without my knowing it, as if I'd reached a dead end myself. But that was just an end of a chapter in my life, not the whole story, as Aspen would say. I had thought my life as I knew it was ending, and maybe that was true. On the other hand, I feel like a new life for myself is just beginning, one that isn't so solitary and lonesome. Nearly every day I discover something new about myself, things I used to think were impossible, at least for someone like me. Maybe I'm not so different after all. I found a new place to belong, and someone new to share my life with, as much of it as I can. Aspen, who's seen just as many different sides of me as I have of her, and who still chose to tell me she loved me, even though she'd never told anyone that before. I can't wait for her to get back, so we can find out what's next together. With nothing more to really say about it, until Aspen returns, Juliet and I move on to talking about other things, like the library and recent events. I feel pleasantly warm, like I'm glowing, as we sit there and chat. That sensation carries me through the rest of the evening and all the way to bed, where I lie for hours. Usually I'm frustrated when the chaos of my own thoughts stops me from falling asleep, but for the first time ever, excitement rather than fear is what keeps me awake. Instead of just waiting for the day to end, I close my eyes, looking forward to the dawn of tomorrow. For once, my struggle to fall asleep worked out in my favor. I sleep until later than usual the next morning, meaning I don't have to wait as long for Aspen's bus to arrive. I've barely even woken up, and I'm already thinking about her. Looking up at the ceiling, I can't help but smile. I wonder if she's thinking about me too. I'm too full of nervous energy to stay in bed for too long, so I hop up and get ready in a hurry. In the kitchen, I figure Juliet must have already eaten, cleaned up, and gone to bed, because I don't see any dishes or leftover food. To my surprise, she comes downstairs just a minute after I do.
Good morning.
Hey! I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, not at all. Although I was upstairs, I thought I'd wait and have breakfast with you like usual.
Oh, thanks. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I kind of fell asleep late, so I slept in too.
Understandable. I'm sure you have lots on your mind.
You can say that again.
I take my seat at the table while Juliet pokes through the fridge.
Are you hungry for anything in particular?
Not really. Maybe something light? I don't think I can finish a big meal right now.
Chuckling, Juliet retrieves a couple pieces of fruit and some cheese.
Butterflies in your tummy?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I haven't eaten anything. I'm just nervous.
She's so stupid.
I'm sure I would be too, in your position. Although, Aspen did the difficult task of taking the first step. You have the luxury of being the one to respond.
That's true.
Juliet sets a platter with slices of apples and oranges. Oranges, as well as a few blocks of cheese on the table between us, and I idly munch on some fruit.
Do you want to come wait at the station with me? I'm leaving after we're done eating.
I'll pass, but thank you. The two of you will have plenty to talk about on your own, I'm sure. But I imagine I'll see you both later tonight?
Definitely.
The minute passes by agonizingly slowly, especially after Juliet goes to bed, but eventually it's late enough for me to leave. I burst up out of my seat, forcing myself to not walk too fast. As long as I'm walking, I'm doing something. If I get there too early, I have to wait, and I hate waiting. Humming to myself, I follow the same route Aspen and I took yesterday. If I wanted to, I probably could have found a faster way, or even a longer way to kill more time. It's not worth the risk of getting lost though. The closer I get to the station, the faster my heart races. The growing anticipation, the way I can't think about anything else. It reminds me of something I haven't experienced in ages. It reminds me of days in the forest, towards the end of my time as a regular fox, the way I felt on the way to the clearing every day to see my person. Back then, it was different, of course. More instinct, less thinking, but it still pushed me forward. That was love, wasn't it? In my own way, just like Juliet said. Usually something like that would make me stop in my tracks, but today it just makes me smile. My good mood carries me the rest of the way to the bus station. I pause at the intersection where we stood yesterday, when Aspen said everything. This spot will be special to me forever, I already know. I hurry across to the other side. There are a handful of other people waiting, standing, or leaning against the fence. I sit down on one of the empty benches, practically buzzing with anticipation. I watch the clock as it continues to tick away, until finally the scheduled minute comes and there's no bus. I sigh, disappointed but not too surprised, since when a bus is ever exactly on time anyway. Soon the bus is a couple minutes late, and then 5 minutes, and it gets harder and harder to not worry.
Good thing she left early.
I notice that I'm not alone. Some of the other people waiting are beginning to get agitated too. One person stands on the edge of the sidewalk, peering in either direction. A couple others who have been waiting in the boarding zone since I got here sit down on one of the benches near me and pull out their phones. One of them taps a few times, reads something, and then groans.
Told you. Delayed. Says it right here.
Guess I owe you a tenner. It say how long?
Nope. Just says delayed due to vehicle issues.
Dread seizes me. With a shaky hand, I tap one of the travelers on the shoulder.
Excuse me. Which bus is it that's delayed?
That be Route 4. You waiting for it too?
My friend's on it. I don't know which, but she was supposed to be here 10 minutes ago.
Aye. Well, probably the same one then. Bad luck, but it does happen every now and then. I hope you weren't in a hurry.
I was, actually. Do you know what they'll do? What'll happen to the people on the bus?
Well, I imagine the city will have to send someone out, figure out what's wrong, fix it, or send a replacement. I'm sure your friend will get here one way or another, but it could be hours. You might want to give them a call and find out where they are. Might be quicker for them to find their own ride home.
I vault God. I vault off the bench before he's even finished speaking, dashing back the way I came.
Hey, good luck.
I barely hear him. Of all the buses to break down, of all the days for it to happen, as I run, I can't help but think about how unfair it is. For anyone else in the world, a couple-hour bus delay would be annoying, but that's it. But for me in Aspen, I don't even want to think about what would happen. I don't even want to think about what it would be like if she forgot me. After getting back to the library in record time, I practically crash through the doors as I head upstairs. For the second day in a row, I knock on Juliet's bedroom door before having to bend over to catch my breath. It's been ages since I've run that long, and it shows. Juliet answers the door quickly.
Miho? What's wrong?
Aspen's bus still isn't here. Someone at the station said one of them broke down on the way. What if it was hers?
Wordlessly, Juliet hurries to retrieve her phone. It looks weirdly out of place in her hands as she navigates through several screens, slower than Aspen would. Her face turns grim after only reading for a moment.
It seems you're right.
The confirmation just tightens the knot in my chest, and I just barely manage to croak out a question.
What do we do?
How long do you have left?
2 hours. A little less.
She shouldn't be too far away. I'll try calling her.
It doesn't even ring, and instead goes straight to a voicemail. I look up at Juliet helplessly, trying to ignore the panic that'll overrun me if I let it.
She did say that she'd have poor reception en route. Here, Miho. Keep trying. I'll be back in a moment.
She hands me the phone and shows me how to use it before hurrying into her bedroom. I hit the button again, staring at the small contact photo of Aspen that Juliet has saved. It's a picture of Aspen at the breakfast table, smiling awkwardly. Her voicemail message starts again, so I cancel and try it again and again and again, but it's the same result every time. I end the call and start another one for what must be the 6th or 7th time.
Juliet, is that...
My thumb is on the end button out of habit, and I barely manage to stop myself from pressing it. So for anyone unfamiliar, Miho has a curse where if someone doesn't see her for 24 hours, they lose their memories of her.
Aspen!
There's a loud burst of static.
You! Aspen! It's me! Where are you?
Juliet comes back out when she hears me, waiting anxiously by my side. Aspen says something again, but it's garbled by the connection.
What? I can't hear you!
King reception! Let me...
Everything goes quiet, and for a terrible moment, I'm afraid that the call has dropped.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Instead, I nearly drop the phone when her voice comes through again, much clearer this time.
Good. I can't move from this spot then. It's the only place I have service.
Where are you?
God, we're so close. I can literally see the city in the distance. Something's wrong with the bus. I don't know what. They said there's another one coming to pick us up, but I'm not sure when it's supposed to be here.
We only have 2 hours before.
I know. Trust me, I know. I was hoping the replacement would be here sooner, but that's not going to happen.
Aspen, you said you're close. Do you know where exactly?
I don't, no, but there's just the one road into the city, and I can see it. That's what I'll do, actually. I'll start walking towards the city, and hopefully I'll see the other bus on the way.
Will that work?
I don't know. I'm going to do it anyway.
Juliet and I look at each other. I wonder if she has the same thought I do.
Okay. I'm coming too.
What? Coming where?
Wherever you are. You said it's just one road, right? I'll meet you on it.
You'll... Okay. I understand.
I'll be there on time. I promise.
From the other end of the line comes the very clear sound of Aspen sniffling.
Okay. I'll see you soon. As soon as I start walking. thinking I'll probably lose reception again. I'll try to call you when I can.
Okay. Okay, I'm on my way.
The line clicks dead and I try to hand Juliet her phone back, but she shakes her head.
Hold on to it. You can bring it back to me after you find her.
I nod. There's no time to talk about anything else.
How do I get there?
Juliet pulls up a map and shows me, pointing out where the library is.
I was going to try to find a taxi. Between traffic and everything else, I'm not sure it would be faster. It's so far away though, Miho. Are you sure you'll be alright?
I will. I have to be.
I immediately make for the stairs, pausing for just a second.
Thanks.
Thank me later. Together.
I nod, and then I transform as I bolt out the front door. Foxes can't run as long as humans can, but they can run faster. As a Gumiho, maybe I can do both. Wind whips past my tails as I rush forward, channeling whatever willpower and determination I can into running. The map Juliet gave me showed me which routes to take to get out of the city, but I don't need roads. I run straight for the edge of town, dodging traffic, pedestrians, and more. Dogs bark as I race through their yards, and shocked people gape as I dash past them without paying any attention. I don't even know how long I run for, I just know that I don't stop. Even when my legs and chest start to ache, I keep going. A little pain now is nothing compared to what losing Aspen would be like. The buildings begin to thin out, even as traffic increases, and finally I find myself out of Wellington. Following the road, I race towards where Aspen must be. Cars and trees fly by, replacing the buildings in street signs. There are hills and forests that I'm sure are as beautiful as everything else I've seen, but I hardly notice them all. The longer I run, the more it starts to take its toll on me. Against my will, I can feel my speed flagging, and each step just taking a little more effort than the last. I've pushed this form to its absolute limit, and eventually it brings me to a halt. I change forms once again, gasping for air as I place my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The running from the station back to the library winded me, and this was many times harder. But I can't stop moving. I have to keep going. I have to. Lungs on fire, and with my legs feeling like lead, I make myself take another step, and then another. Mustering all my strength, I break into a jog, the fastest I can manage. I keep my gaze set on the horizon, hoping for a glimpse of her, anything to set my heart and mind at ease, anything. The sun begins to dip even lower, as if even the sky is reminding me that time is running out. My steps are leaden, and my mind abuzz with wordless fear and worry. At first, I don't believe my eyes when I finally spot someone walking in my direction, far off in the distance. Please let it be her. A steady trot is all I can do by now, and I even let that slow to a normal walking pace. The other figure and I walk towards each other, but the sun shines in my face and obscures them from vision. Raising one hand to shield my eyes, I see a familiar hat, the glint of light on familiar glasses. I see Aspen running towards me. All I can do is stand there, overwhelmed with relief so intense that all I can do is shake. I made it. She's here.
Miho!
So we don't know exactly how the curse works yet, like if hearing her on phone is enough, or if she has to physically see her. As she approaches, she also slows, and then comes to a stop.
Miho!
I don't even know what to say. How can I respond? How can I put all the excitement, the worry, and the relief that she's made me feel in the past 24 hours into words? How do I say it? Silently, I close the distance between us. I can see her eyes searching mine, looking for an answer to the unspoken question. Overhead, the sun dips behind a cloud, done watching us for the day, and throwing a handful of colours into the sky as it leaves. I've struggled to find words before, but this is different. Like Aspen said yesterday, not just any words will do. I stop, just an arm's length from Aspen, close enough to see the glint of tears hiding in her eyes.
I was so worried.
Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can't hear anything else. Looking up into her eyes, I'm surprised to find the answer to my own question, one that I didn't know I wanted to ask until now. One that requires more than words, or maybe less. Let's go, gamers! Hogging out! This is a certified W moment. Remember to drink some water. We are gaming. I take the last step that separates us and lean forward to kiss Aspen. The marks of human affection have always seemed so strange and foreign to me, and maybe even unappealing. As I kiss her, I think I understand. Without hesitation, Aspen's hand rises to touch my face, holding me in place as if I'd want to leave. She moves like she was waiting for this. Maybe she was. It's like unlike anything I've ever felt before. The closeness, the warmth. I place my own hand against her wrist. I think maybe I understand Aspen's fears better now, because I would also be content if this moment lasted forever. Even when we separate, Aspen's hands stay close on my shoulder, keeping me close. Fuck.
I see you thought about what I said.
And practically nothing else.
Pulling me into a hug, Aspen rests her face against mine.
So I wasn't the only one then.
She sighs contentedly.
There's so much more I want to say, but this is hardly the place to say it now, is it?
I'd nearly forgotten where we were. Not far from the side of the road, turning around, I look back at the city, which is starting to light up for the evening.
Oh, right. It's kind of a long way home, you know.
Aspen squeezes my hand.
I have all the time in the world.
We finally finished chapter 3. We're entering chapter 4 of Aspen's Route. I do intend on finishing the game today. The following chapters should be a lot shorter than chapter 3. Chapter 3 is very big. My paws carry me across wet leaves and mud. Fog has crept into the forest as stealthily as me. Glimpses of the sky are rare between the trees and the mist. The wild mountains and the hills are hidden as well, out of sight but not mind. I run, filled by a sense of purpose. It lightens my steps and pulls me in the right direction. Okay, so, like, this is one of... As Kerbal said here, this scene is very much a bummer if you're not romancing her. Glad you went this route. There's 5 chapters in total. So, yeah, yeah, it's a little bit tragic if you don't pursue Aspen's route, and I'm trying to spare you all that. I run, filled with a sense of purpose. It lightens my steps and pulls me in the right direction. I'm going to see someone I care about very much, and who cares about me. Somehow, we found each other. My person. The path to follow is engraved in my body and mind, almost instinctual. A warm smile, a gentle touch, a kind word. These are the things that draw me forward. I slow down as I get closer to my destination, and to the silhouette waiting for me. It's impossibly bright as I approach, my heart pounding in anticipation, like the sun has descended to greet my person too. It matches the feeling in my chest, warming my soul and fur. So bright that when my person turns around, stooping low to greet me, light is all I can see. But I don't need to see, only hear. That voice that I could never forget.
Little fox.
Where is your home?
I awake with a yawn, head on my pillow as the dream fades away. It's been a long time since I've dreamt about the forest. It used to happen a lot, especially when my first travels took me out of Korea, but over time, they stopped. The dreams are always the same. I'm somewhere in the woods, running to the clearing where I'd meet Jong-in there. There, they'd greet me in the same familiar way. Something was different about this time, though. Of course, the first thing on my mind after my dream is Aspen. I have a feeling that's how most of my mornings are going to start from now on. Ah! No, I can't read that! That's too embarrassing, bro! I'm not... skip. Okay. Although the stressful part was over, the rest of the day was equally exhausting. By the time we get back to Aspen's bus to get her stuff, the replacement bus finally showed up and took us back to the city. From there, we dropped off Aspen's things at her apartment, before going back to the library to give Juliet the good news. My legs feel like they were going to fall off, and both Aspen and I agreed to get some rest. Even the anticipation of seeing her today couldn't keep me up, and I feel well rested and excited. Does this play even if you don't pursue Aspen? Nah, none of this plays. It's a completely different story if you pursue Juliet's route. Okay, fine, I'll go back so you guys can read it. Okay, here it is. Okay. Okay. You guys should have read it by now. Return. Okay, we're done. But as I... wait. Even the anticipation of seeing her today couldn't keep me up, and I feel well rested and excited. But as I roll onto my back, I start to notice something weird. It's like an itch, but in my mind. Something irritating and out of reach, and out of me. It takes me a moment, but I realize that it's my bead. I know it's the same way that I know how to run and hunt and dig. Tugging at the baubles around my neck, there's an obvious change. Of all the beads on my necklace, only one is special. Most are just pretty things I collected and stuck on there. Only one has been with me from the moment I became a Gumiho. Became me. Since then, it's stayed exactly the same. No matter how many times I throw or drop or lose it, the necklace comes back to me with the bead unharmed. Not a single scratch or chip or blemish. Until today. Instead of the normal pale white, it started to shine. It's barely brighter than usual, but I notice in an instant. In fact, it's almost as if... I hold my necklace up to be sure.
It's glowing.
Just barely, but it is. I rub my thumb over the familiar surface, but it doesn't feel any different on the outside. I'm not sure what it means, but it has to be related to yesterday. There's no other way it could pick today of all days to change. Maybe Aspen was onto something when she said there's no such thing as a coincidence. Either way, it's magic, and magic I can't control. My bead has always been a part of me, but it's something I can only partially understand, and in that wordless animal way I described to Aspen. When the time comes, whatever it is that's coming, I just have to trust that I'll know what to do. Right now, it doesn't matter, because something much more important is going to happen, and sooner. Aspen will be here. She's probably here already, so I need to get ready. Well, going through my quick morning routine, I feel more energized than ever. For once, I'm not nervous, just excited. I can't believe she wears a lesbian detector. As I open my bedroom door, I can hear the familiar murmur of conversation in the kitchen. Even the short walk downstairs is enough time to let my heart race. I assume Juliet's in the kitchen when I get there, but I only have eyes for Aspen. Well, thank you, WTT, what? Which means what? For the dono. Good game, thanks for streaming it. No problem, I really like this game. It's one of my favourites. She looks over from her seat at the table, and the instant she sees me, her face lights up. It nearly stops me in my tracks. I've seen Aspen smile 1,000 times by now, but never like this. Never for me, and me alone. Oh my god. This is... do you guys remember last time in the previous stream when I said, like, when we get to the roots, it's gonna be too embarrassing for me to read this shit? I can't help but do the same.
Good morning, Miho.
Morning.
It's our usual greeting, but it feels brand new. I wonder if all the little things will.
Did you sleep well, Miho?
Like a rock.
I pull my chair closer to Aspen's than usual as I take my seat and fill my plate.
We were just talking about how tired you must be. I wouldn't have been surprised if you slept until the afternoon.
No way. Then I wouldn't get to see you at breakfast.
She's already got Riz! She's power leveling. Flooded, Aspen doesn't seem to know how to respond. Now that I know the feelings she was hiding, a lot of the other times where that's happened make way more sense. I giggle as she looks torn between being pleased and embarrassed.
That would be quite a shame, yes. But understandable after you ran across half of Wellington yesterday.
Was it really? It didn't feel like it. But maybe that's why I'm so hungry.
Feel free to help yourself to what's left. Aspen and I have already eaten.
We wanted to wait, but...
It's fine. I don't mind.
Around now is usually when Aspen would start to leave for work, but it's Juliet who stands up first.
I must say, I'm rather sleepy myself. Would either of you mind if I retire a bit early today?
Nope. Aspen and I can clean up, right?
If you just got back, so like Aspen and Miho are in a relationship now.
Oh, yes, right. That. I mean, not to
She already said thanks!
I'll wish you both good night then.
Good night.
Bye.
We both watch as Juliet departs before turning to face each other. As soon as our eyes meet, Aspen looks away again, blushing but laughing.
What is it? What's funny?
Nothing. Nothing's funny. It's just. It's hard to believe. I mean, us? You and me? You can't imagine how many times I've sat at this table wishing we were like this. Together.
Ah! How do voice actors do this for a living? That warm fuzzy feeling from before takes over my face. The one that goes with the realization of how special I am to her. How out of everyone in the world, I'm the one she feels this way about.
And now...
Here we are.
Ah! Stop!
Here we are.
Everything is the same, but everything is different now too. It's just as confusing as it is exciting. Now that I'm here alone with her, I'm not sure how to react. Aspen fiddling with her ribbon seems like she's waiting for me to go first. Problem is, I'm not sure what to say. I'm not sure how I should talk to her differently now, or if I even should, or anything, really. We saw the character creator demo for Dragon's Dogma 2, but today is Lesbian Day. We will deal with Dragon's Dogma 2 tomorrow. With just the two of us, I'm suddenly super aware of how out of my depth I am, but I can't let the silence stretch on too long. I have to say something.
So hey!
I think...
Both of us start and stop talking at the same time. I pause waiting for her to keep going, and she does the same thing to me. We both laugh together a moment later, and somehow that breaks the ice. It feels like a reassurance before I can even ask for one.
You go.
No, you first.
If that's what it takes.
I was going to say that, you know, I don't really know much about this whole dating thing. So if there's...
Aspen shakes her head and puts a finger to my lips to shush me. Stop!
That's exactly what I was going to say, Miho. It's all so new to me as well.
She removes her hand, looking at as if she... I'm so... Oh god, I feel like I've just been punched in the gut. Okay. You'll get HD Chonklord tomorrow. She removes her hand, looking at it as if she just now realized what she did. Not that I mind.
So, perhaps we can figure it out together.
Together.
You think I'd be good as an audiobook voice actor, but I don't know. I definitely can't, like, do it perfectly live. I definitely have to do multiple takes. I try out the word for myself. Aspen and me together.
Yeah, I like that. We can both just do what feels right.
I like the sound of that too.
Aspen's sleeves rustle as she takes my hand, her fingers gently intertwining with mine. Let's call to the touch!
Feels right.
Her soft actions make me feel braver.
So does this.
Stop! I feel like I shouldn't be watching. No! No, I feel like I'm invading their privacy. No. Oh, it was fine when this was a story about friendship and grief and mortality, and now it's like, oh god. Okay, wait. Okay. I lean forward and kiss her, just for a moment, because a moment may as well be an hour. I'm not sure it'd ever be enough.
I'd say we're off to a good start.
Ah!
Me too.
Sorry. No! It's too much for me. Just be. Let's get back into character. I am a composed audiobook narrator. Just being near each other feels more meaningful and exciting. Since this is just the beginning, I can't wait to see where things go from here. Of course, I'll have to wait a little bit longer. With her free hand, Aspen checks her phone, and I see her frown in response.
Time to go?
Unfortunately.
She stands up, and I stand with her. Still. Stop holding hands! Sorry. Still linked by our hands, it feels almost unfair that daily life, with all its obligations, still matter right now. Aspen hasn't left yet, but I'm already waiting for her to come back.
I wish I could stay here with you longer, though.
Me too. Maybe I'll just come buy a bunch of drinks at the Bell House, so I can talk to you at the counter.
Perfect. I can tell my boss I was just engaging with the customers, like she wants us to.
Both of us laugh again, and Aspen steps forward to lay her hand on my shoulder. Oh, lay her head on my shoulder. Sorry, I lean my head against hers, surprised by how soft her hair is against my cheek.
I really will be thinking of you all day, counting down the hours.
Stop. Stop.
Same.
If someone mentions the
I couldn't think
DD2
about
character
anything
creator,
else,
I'm going
Even
to
if I wanted to.
cut all my hair and strangle them to death with it. Normally, I'd think twice about saying something so embarrassing, but it actually feels pretty good. Oh god, I can't relate. We walk together to the front door, taking as long as Stop!
See you soon.
Oh my god, they're literally wives. I stand in the doorway as Aspen slowly walks backwards, holding onto my hand until the very end. She looks into my— Stop.
I love you, Miho.
Oh! The tips of her fingers linger against mine, and where they touch it, it feels electric. I think of the sproutling that Juliet used to describe love, and the way it grows. Maybe— can I pin a message about that? How do I pin messages? Okay, 1 second, I'm writing up a message. Pin message. Okay. We're good now. Maybe that word means different things to Aspen and me right now, but I know without a doubt that I want to learn all of them. I want to take a chance with her. I want to try.
I love you too.
Oh! She said it! And I mean it. We stay like that for just a little longer, not needing to say anything else. Then, finally, Aspen turns around and begins to walk down the hill, taking my heart with her. Huh? Just like Aspen, I end up counting down the hours until her shift will be over. Too impatient to make it to the end, I leave early and reach the Bell House around the time that they'll be closing for the night. It's not dark out yet, but even from a distance, the inside of the Bell House looks warm and inviting. As I pass by the front window on my way to the door, I spot Aspen, who doesn't notice me. She's helping one of her co-workers stack the chairs up on the tables, and when they finish with that, she goes to organize the sweetener section. While she's doing that, a different co-worker comes over and shows her 2 different loaves of bread, and she thinks for a moment before pointing at one. In the time it takes for the staff to complete a task, Aspen finishes 3, even with people coming to ask her for questions too. Of course, I have no idea what they're talking about, but even from here on the outside of the store, I can see why they want her to run the new Bell House. Leaning against the wall of the cafe, I wait. Most of Aspen's co-workers leave before she does, and it's several minutes before she finally walks out the door at a brisk pace, going right past me.
Aspen!
Spinning around, she quickly goes from surprise to smiling.
Miho! I was just thinking about you. Although that's been true all day.
I got tired of waiting for you at the library, so I decided to come down here so I could see you even sooner.
That earns me a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Oh, peak rewards. She is gaining. Good for her.
I love you. Have I mentioned that?
Oh my god.
Once or twice, but I don't think I'll get tired of hearing it.
The memory curse is still in effect, everyone. Keep that in mind.
Good, because I don't get tired of saying it.
Aspen links her arm with mine, snuggling against my shoulder. That's so gay! What the fuck? Normally when someone gets so close to me or touches me, my first instinct is to jump away, but not with Aspen. Oh my god. I'm like drained. It's only the first day, but I've surprised myself with just how much I'm enjoying being Aspen's girlfriend. If she hadn't told me her feelings, I probably never would have realized it on my own. But once I opened myself up to the idea, I realized that almost all of my favorite memories are with Aspen. When I'm with her, I just have fun. Being around her cheers me up, even if I was in a good mood to begin with. I wonder if it's the same for her. I hope so, since just being myself has always seemed to make her laugh and smile. Oh my god. I never would have imagined that I'd be able to do that to someone. That they could feel that way about me, or that I could feel it too. I've never been so glad to be wrong.
So, what do you want to do now?
Well, I need to go home to change and take care of the cats. Would you like to come over? I can make us dinner later too, if you haven't eaten yet.
Sure! Even if I had, I'd make room for that.
It's settled then, shall we?
Arm in arm, Aspen proudly leads the way to her apartment. The moment she starts to unlock the door, the sound of meowing and scratching claws up from the other side. From the other side, start up.
They're excited to see you too, huh?
Excited to be fed, more like. Scooch, boys.
The cats run around underfoot as Aspen steps inside, with me following behind. As soon as they notice me, the meowing stops and they both scurry away.
Aw, how rude.
You'd better get used to Miho, you two. You're going to be seeing her around a lot more.
Aspen puts her hands on her hips and talks sternly to the sulking cats. They both meow in frustrated response until Aspen sighs.
Yes, yes, now let's get you fed.
She grabs a jug of cat food from on top of the fridge, the rattling sound making the cats brave enough to run past me and go harass Aspen some more.
Go ahead and make yourself at home, Miho. I'm going to take care of them and then freshen up, so I'll be a minute.
Okay, take your time.
I sit down on the edge of Aspen's bed, doing my best not to disrupt the neatly made sheets. I feel like this moth is from something, but I don't know what. Aspen sets the bowl of cat food on the floor near the door, and the cats position themselves so they can watch me while they eat. Rolling her eyes, Aspen steps over them towards the restroom.
So dramatic. I wonder who they get that from. Anyway, be right back.
It isn't long before the sound of the running shower starts. I look around the apartment, paying closer attention than the last time I was here. Because it's so small, it feels like there's something of Aspen's personality in every corner, from the glittering lights strung across the ceiling to the stuffed animals on the bed beside me. Everyone's saying only one bed, huh? I recognize some of the books on the shelves and desks from the library. I'm sure there's a story behind each and every decoration. I'll probably hear more than a few of them eventually. After the cats finish eating, they skulk into the room and sit down across from me, glaring. I wonder if something about my ears and tail make them mad.
Guess what?
I transform into a fox right in front of them, spreading my tails out like a fan. I don't growl or anything, but I lock eyes with each cat in the room. She's getting pissy at her girlfriend's cats. Immediately, they both yowl and run for the bed, tripping over each other as they rush to hide, fur puffing out like clouds. I cackle to myself as I change back and sit down again. Cats are always fun to tease, so some opportunities are just too good to pass up. Before long, Aspen comes out, looking refreshed. She surveys the room just like I did.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I guess there's not a whole lot to do here, is there?
It's fine. Wasn't that long. I was just being nosy and admiring all your stuff.
Be as nosy as you'd like. I'm going to start on dinner.
Okay. Let me know if you need any help.
Thanks, but just the company is enough. It won't be anything very fancy. I'm much better at making drinks than food.
Don't you make food at the Bell House too?
Not really. We have bakers who come in earlier than I do to prepare most of it. I just have to heat things up and serve them. Unlike our beverages, which I make from scratch.
Yeah, Aspen knows she's a fox. Everyone knows that she's a fox. Everyone can see her ears and tail.
Speaking of which, would you like some coffee or hot cocoa? I'll be making some for myself.
Sure. I'll have whatever you have.
That's easy enough. Now let's see.
Aspen moves around the tiny cooking area. Oops, sorry. Calling it a kitchen would be a scratch, with the same kind of graceful confidence that I've seen her use when working at the Bell House. I guess some of the tasks are the same. She starts to fill a pitcher with water from the sink while scooping coffee grounds into the machine at the same time. When the pitcher's ready, she swaps it out with another pot, this one for cooking. That fills up while... Gex is amazing. Jesus Christ. That fills up while she finishes getting the coffee set up and brewing. Then she starts pulling ingredients out from the few cabinets that line the cooking area.
What are you gonna make?
Wait, what's this song? Bum bum bum. Oh wait, this is Aspen's theme song. I forgot.
I'm
I
not
think.
really sure what it's called. It's a dish Mum used to make. It was one of the first things I learned how to cook, because it's always reminded me of home. And it's easy to make. Is there anything like that for you? A meal that tastes like home?
Nah, not really. Julie asked me that before too. I don't know if I ever had a full meal while I was in Korea, since I just stole what I needed to survive.
Oh, right. I should have remembered that you...
Aspen bites her lip, looking unsure of how to phrase whatever she was going to say.
Lived like that? It's fine. I don't mind talking about it. Especially not with you.
Oh yeah, there was that sketch of Aspen, that's right.
If you're sure, I don't want to bring up anything that's difficult for you to talk about.
Don't worry. You won't. There's nothing like that, honestly. Most of it just blurred together over time, so...
What?
Be as nosy as you want.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
The pile of ingredients Aspen stacks up has a pasta, a few different kinds of vegetables, and a few different cans.
Would you mind giving me a hand, actually? Do you think you could chop up these vegetables for me?
Sure! Just show me how.
Aspen demonstrates how to hold the knife, and then covering my hand with hers, guides me through the motion to cut the veggies.
Don't worry too much about making them all the same size. Close enough is fine.
That's good. Because I think same size might be impossible.
In the time it takes for me to chop up a couple dozen zucchinis and onions... Oh, wait. But in the time it takes me to chop up a couple zucchini and onions, Aspen takes care of everything else.
Are these ready?
As they'll ever be.
I pass the cutting board to Aspen, being careful not to spill it. In the end, most of the chunks didn't even turn out the same shape, much less size, but Aspen tosses them into the hot pan anyway, and before long, a delicious aroma fills the room.
That smells amazing.
Hopefully it'll taste good too.
Remember to breathe, chat? You don't want to die before you see the end of this. I don't have any doubts myself, but I don't think Aspen will be satisfied until the dish is done. Since she seems focused on watching the sauteing veggies and boiling pasta, I don't talk so I don't distract her. A few minutes later, Aspen combines everything into one pan, mixing it all together with a wooden spoon. She dishes out a couple spoonfuls onto a pair of plastic plates and hands me one, along with a fork.
Well, bon appetit. I wish there was a table we could sit at. I usually just eat at my desk. You can have that spot, and I'll take the bed.
That's fine. I can sit on the floor.
The floor?
Yeah, it's where I watch TV in my room too.
I'll join you then.
We both settle down on the ground, setting our plates in our laps. Noticing something, Aspen leans to the side.
Percy? Byron? What are you two doing back there?
I lean over to peek under the bed too. 4 angry green eyes stare at me from the furthest darkest corner. Feigning innocence, I sit back up.
Huh. Wonder what their problem is.
I guess they're just not used to having company. It's been a long time since they've met anyone aside from you and Juliet.
That must be it.
I always eat at my desk, but I make sure my keyboard's away from me. I'm not a gremlin. I don't mention that I might have something to do with it too, but hey, the cat started it. Grabbing my fork, I turn my attention back to dinner. I try to make sure to get a little bit of everything in my first bite. It's still hot off the stove, so I have to blow on it to cool it off. Aspen watches anxiously while I chew, waiting to start eating her own meal.
Well, how is it?
Whoa. This?
No, I need to find a better way to describe it than usual.
It's delicious!
Really? Oh, I'm glad you think so.
Really, really.
The food itself is good, but it tastes even better knowing that Aspen made it. Oh, isn't that so sweet? Isn't that so sweet? I scarf down my whole plate and then get up for seconds. After cleaning my plate the second time, I finally set it aside, along with my fork.
Did you have enough? There's still more if you want.
I'm good. Thanks, though. That was seriously great. Thanks for making it.
I'm just happy to hear you enjoyed it. It's been ages since I've cooked for anyone other than myself.
It's one of the best meals I've ever had.
That just means you need to have more good meals. There are lots of restaurants here in Welly that I've wanted to try, but didn't want to go alone. Maybe we can visit some of those together.
Sure. I'm not sure if I'd like any of them as much as this, though.
Laughing, Aspen puts her plate aside and scoots closer to me, laying her head on my shoulder again. Her hand finds mine on the floor, and she loosely wraps her fingers around my— I can't handle hand
I'm getting
holding!
used to you flattering me, but I still love it every time.
It's true. I'm just saying what I think.
I know. That's one of the things I love about you. One of many, many things. I've never felt anything but ordinary, as much as I'd like to, and as much as I'd like to pretend I wasn't. But you really do make me feel otherwise. I'm so happy I met you, Miho. I hope you don't get tired of hearing that.
Never.
Oh, okay. Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The three of us chit-chat about our lives and mundane things until we finish eating. After pushing her empty plate away, Aspen leans in.
So, Miho, there's something I've been thinking about. And I understand if this is something you wouldn't even want to consider. But have you ever thought about finding a way to stop your magic?
Juliet also turns to look at me, putting me on the spot.
Not that I can remember. That's like asking if you've thought about finding a way to stop your nose from working.
I see. I thought that might be the case.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard of such a thing either. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I was just thinking about the other day and about how dreadful it all was to go through. Of course, I don't want to speak for Miho. I know it's much more complicated than just that. but I thought I might bring up the idea, at least.
You've got a point. Not having to worry about people forgetting me would be a huge relief.
Right, I thought you might agree.
I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion, but she doesn't offer one. It's true that life would be a lot easier without my magic. Well, half true. This life would be easier, but the life I used to lead, I couldn't have survived without it.
Well, it's purely hypothetical right now anyway. For all we know, it might be impossible, so no need to think about it too much.
It's worth thinking about, though.
The only two people who actually remember me are in this room right now. All the other people I've met here in Welly. I couldn't really call them my friends, as much as I've liked spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time, as far as they're concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd even stay in this town or not. Sorry, yawn. But now that I've been here for a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even if there's nothing I can do about my magic, I can at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with others too, not just Aspen and Juliet.
It couldn't hurt to find out, right? It's not like I have to go through with it or anything if I don't want to.
Exactly. Simply being informed is never a bad idea.
So, does that mean you have an idea?
Well, not quite, but I'd be happy to start doing some research on the topic. If we're going to find anything, it's likely to be in a book. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading.
Good luck with that. Let me know what I can do to help.
I'd be glad to lend a hand as well. Perhaps I could find someone who'd be knowledgeable about Gumiho.
Thank you for the $4.99, Alley Cat. Very, very funny message. Hilarious message. Peak comedy.
Myth and folklore are often at odds with reality, so it can be difficult to discern what's true and what isn't.
Someone who'd know about Gumiho, huh?
One person comes to mind, but I'm not sure how willing she'd be to help. I still haven't mentioned the other Gumiho I met to Aspen and Juliet. In my head, I've started calling it Silver. It just feels wrong somehow. If someone had told other people when I was around, I would have been furious with them. It would have made hiding and stealing a whole lot harder too. So as a fellow Gumiho, I've kept Silver's existence a secret from everyone else so far. For all I know, there could be more than just Silver. There could be a whole community of Gumiho here in Wellington, and I'd have no idea. I don't think that's the case though. Besides, Silver seems unhappy enough with one intruder on her territory as it is. Maybe that's something else I can ask her. I don't know when or where, but somehow I know I haven't seen the last of her. For now, I just sit back and listen as Aspen and Juliet discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel like I should be more involved. It's my magic after all. But this is one area where I can't really contribute. I can't stay out of it forever and let them take care of me again though. I have to try something on my own too. I can't just refuse to participate in my own future. As it gets closer to time for Aspen to leave, Juliet checks the clock and then stands up again.
Off to bed?
Not yet, actually. Would you mind staying just a moment longer, Aspen? I have something I'd like to give Miho. It's somewhat related to what we were just talking about.
Oh, no, I don't mind.
For me? What is it?
You'll see. I'll be right back.
Sorry, I can't stop yawning. Disappearing upstairs, I hear Juliet enter her study for a moment before returning with a small, nicely wrapped box.
There's no particular occasion, but still, I felt like wrapping it.
Juliet hands me the package, which I take carefully. It's not heavy, but it's not light either. I turn it over and over, examining, but I've never had a gift before. Clearing her throat, Aspen seems a bit impatient.
Don't just keep us in suspense.
Okay, okay.
I tear off the paper that Juliet so beautifully wrapped the package with, revealing...
Oh, wow.
It's a phone, one that I recognize.
It's the same as Aspen's.
What a coincidence, right?
Yeah!
I consulted Aspen to make sure I got the same one. I thought it would be best if she can help show you how to use it. I'm a little behind the times on things like devices.
As gently as I can, I open the box and take out the phone itself. It's sleek and shiny and cold to the touch. I hold it in both hands to make sure that I don't drop it.
Thank you. Really. This is the nicest thing I've ever owned.
Think nothing of it. As you have more loved ones and responsibilities, it's important that you be able to stay in touch. In fact, that was what gave me the idea in the first place. Like Aspen, I'd also been thinking about your magic and the ways that it might work. So I wonder, would seeing someone in a video call serve to refresh someone's memory of you? Or is it necessary to see each other in person?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I can't believe I never thought to ask that before.
Neither Aspen nor I would want to gamble our memories of Miho, in case it turns out not to work. So we need to find someone else to participate in our little experiment. With that in mind, I'm not sure who to ask. It's a harmless trial, but still a bit much to ask of a total stranger.
Someone willing to try something weird without hesitation. I'll text Lena.
While Aspen does that, I stare at the device in my hands. But something so small really solves so many of my problems. It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would be a lot better than nothing if this works. Even if not, I won't let that change my early decision to find some way to be remembered by the people I've met. Just like researching my magic, I can't leave everything to someone else or hope for an easy way out.
Alright, Lena says she's willing to give it a go. I told her I'd explain more when I saw her. Usually you'd think those would happen in the other order, but this is Lena we're talking about.
Miho, would you like to come down to the Bell House to see her with me now?
Sure. As long as Juliet doesn't mind me leaving the library.
By all means. I'm eager to see if this works as well.
So it's settled then. Shall we be off, Miho?
Lena's waiting for us outside the Bell House when we arrive.
Morning, boss!
Hey, Lena.
So, you're the person with the weird memory thing, right?
Yep, that's me.
I've already introduced myself to Lena more times than I can count. Still, what's one more? This will be a great way to start my new goal of making sure the other people I've gotten to know don't keep forgetting me.
I'm Miho. We've met before, actually. At tennis and at the Bell House and a few other times, too.
Huh, okay, makes sense to me. So how do we do this?
Really? That's it?
What you mean?
I would have thought you'd take more convincing than that. I guess I'm not surprised, but...
Nah, it lines up. I remember doing all those things that Miho mentioned, but I couldn't think of who I was with. Now I can stop trying to remember that and devote that brain power to something else.
Yes, well, I'm sure you'll need it. So, let's see.
I just need to get Miho's number, right? And then video call her tonight?
Right. Any time should be fine as long as it's before this time tomorrow. Miho can come with me again in the morning, and we'll see if you know who she is.
You got it! I'll try extra hard to remember her!
I'm not sure it works like that, unfortunately. I wish it were that simple.
Maybe it is, and you just didn't try hard enough.
Placing a finger on either temple, Lena closes her eyes and hums deeply.
Does that help?
Shh, don't interrupt!
Lena hums for a little longer and then opens her eyes with a wink and a thumbs up.
Okay, got it! Of course it helps. It's my secret technique.
Whoa! If it works, then maybe you can teach Aspen too.
I think I'm alright, actually.
But what if it's really useful?
That's a very big if.
Oh, whatever. You'll see tomorrow when I remember all of this. Anyway, Miho, what's your number?
I pull out the phone Juliet gave me, inspecting it closely.
I'm not sure where it is.
Shouldn't it be written somewhere? I look around the edges, trying to find anything that seems fitting.
Let's do this instead. Miho, may I see your phone?
I hand the device to Aspen, who swipes one finger up and begins to quickly tap through the screens.
Whoa, you're a pro at this. Juliet's a lot slower whenever she uses hers.
I'm not sure that Juliet's the right standard. She still prefers a landline when she can. Okay, here. I saved Lena's number for you, Miho. Now you can call her, so she can save your number.
Right. Okay, let's see.
Taking my phone back, I try to remember how to do that. Lena comes and watches from behind Aspen.
New phone?
New phone? Got any games? Moving away, Aspen brushes imaginary dirt off her shoulder.
You're in my bubble.
Pop? That's the same kind Aspen has, right?
Yup! This is the first phone I've owned.
Wow, really? So then how do you check Triller or Space Face?
Those are some interesting, legally adhering names.
What are those?
Stumbling backwards, Lena seems like she's at a loss for words, which might be a first for her. I guess she does have something in common with Aspen.
Wow, you really do have a lot of catching up to do. I'll help you get set up when I call you. It's like, you can't not have a Triller, even though it's terrible, I hate it, but you have to have it. Space Phase, I don't know about. Everyone you...
I don't have a Triller. I mean, like, I don't use it.
Okay, I think that's enough, Lena.
Triller's a better name than X,
You
yeah.
never let me finish talking!
You never would finish talking if I didn't stop you.
That's not true!
For a second, Lena seems pretty serious, but then she thinks about it for a second.
Well, maybe a little, but just a little. Anyway, it's fine. I'll tell Miho when I talk to her tonight. See you guys later!
I'm going to be in there with you in like 2 minutes.
That's later, isn't it?
Lena flaps her wings proudly as she walks into the Bell House.
You let her win, huh?
Aspen sighs.
Sometimes it's better to just let her go. But I'm glad she said you'd help out. She's a mess, but she sticks to her word at least.
You two seem pretty close.
Do we? We started working here at the same time, so we spent a lot of time together. You've spent more time with her outside the Bell House than I have, though. She can be a lot, but she comes through when it matters. Like with this.
I knew before messaging her that she'd be willing to help out. It's just how she is.
Don't you dare tell her I said that, though.
Stepping towards the Bell House door, Aspen turns to say goodbye to me.
Well, it's my least favorite time of the day. Time to say goodbye.
It's not too late to ditch work and hang out with me instead.
Oh, look at this little Rizzler! This cheeky little Rizzler. I feel like she's learning a bit too fast, in my opinion. She's gonna become too powerful soon enough.
Believe me, it sounds more and more tempting each day.
That just means I have to keep
Stop!
I
Stop!
should probably get back to the library too, though.
Yes, be a good little gay and go back to your library.
Yes, don't let me keep you. As much as I'd like to.
We come together for a quick kiss. I like this new routine of doing that every time we say goodbye.
I'll see you tomorrow then.
Of course. You know where to find me.
Stop! Why does she sound so sus every time she speaks?
I love you.
I love you too. Have a good day at work.
I'll do my best.
Aspen walks inside, and the bells over the door chime like they're happy to see her. I wait until the door fully closes behind her, and she disappears from sight before I head out on my way. It's almost bedtime when my phone finally buzzes, startling me and almost making me drop my phone on my face. Lena's name pops up, and I tap what I hope is the right button.
Hello? Miho? Can you hear me? It's Lena.
Her face fills the screen, making it pretty easy to see who it is. I wiggle the phone around, trying to make it point at my face. Problem is, it's reversed, so I keep confusing myself. How does Aspen use this thing so much?
Hi! I see you! Can you see me?
Yep. Hi!
She waves at the camera with her free hand. I have to sit up to do the same thing.
Thanks for calling. This is gonna be a big help.
No, yeah, no problem. Sorry I've forgotten you so many times. I know I'd be totally upset if people couldn't remember who I was. It's like, hello? How can you forget me?
It's alright. I'm pretty used to it by now.
Yeah, but still, it's gotta suck. I've got an idea, though. I'll just call you like this every night, and that way I won't forget you, right? If this works out, I mean.
Yeah. If it works. I really hope it does. Still, every night...
Even if the phone makes it a lot easier, there's a lot of phone calls to make. Forever. Funny how that word keeps getting in my way.
Yeah, it's no big deal, though. I mean, I'm always on my phone before I go to bed anyway, so I can just make calling you part of my routine, like brushing my teeth and stretching. Ever since I quit ballet, I have more free time, so I can fit it in. That way I won't forget to do it. That would be kind of funny if I did, though. Not like funny, but funny like ironic. I think that's how you use that word. Aspen always tells me I'm wrong, though.
This is the perfect conversation.
Actually, speaking of Aspen...
Am I still live? Oh, I don't know, you tell me. Lena goes on to tell me a story about work today, which turns into a story from work the day before. She goes on like that for a while. I try to smile and laugh when it seems appropriate, but my arm is starting to get sore from holding my phone out like this. Finally, she runs out of steam and yawns, switching into sleepy mode in seconds.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm super tired. You're coming to the Bell House in the morning, right?
Yup. I'll be there with Aspen.
Okay, see you soon then. I hope. Well, I'll see you either way. But I hope I remember you. Sorry if I don't.
That's fine. Thanks for trying. Good night.
I try to figure out how to hang up, my finger hovering over the screen like I'm about to squish a bug. Fortunately, Lena does it first, and that ends the call for the both of us. I lie back down in bed with my phone in my hand. It isn't heavy, but it's definitely a big deal. If this works out with Lena tomorrow, it could change everything for me. I'm not sure if Lena really thought about what she was getting into when she said she'd call me every day. Same goes for Aspen and Juliet, of course. I'm sure all of them mean it when they promise, but those are really hard promises to keep, no matter who's making them, even though they're all willing to go through so much trouble for me. Odds are, at some point, at least one of them will eventually miss a day, and that'll be that. No second chances. Even if we started over, it would never be exactly the same. With my other hand, the one that isn't holding the phone, I reach up and grab my necklace, feeling the warmth of my bead. It's been a big pain lately, but for such a long time, my magic was my most useful tool, my secret weapon. As much hiding and scavenging as I did before, it would have been 10 times worse if any of my crimes had followed me. Are those days really past me now? Permanently? Aspen's idea about stopping my magic is interesting, and I can't get it out of my head. Being able to be remembered by everyone I care about is the number one thing I could ask for right now. But will it always be that way? Say there was a way that I could change things and make it so that people didn't forget me. What if it wasn't possible for me to change my mind later? Sure, it sounds nice at the moment, but... Forever is a long time. I keep being reminded of that. I tug my necklace up so that I can see the bead. It still has a soft white glow to it. I wish I knew what it meant. I wish I knew what any of it meant or how it worked. I wish I didn't have to deal with these questions and problems of all the forms my magic could take. Of all the forms my magic to take... What the fuck? Of all the forms for my magic to take, it had to be this confusing one. Gripping my bead in my fist, I yank my necklace off my neck and hurl it away from me. It clatters and rattles as it hits the wall and then the floor, lying like a snake in the darkness. Closing my eyes, I silently count in my head. 1, 2... There's no flicker or pop as my necklace reappears around my throat, as if it had never left. My bead hasn't changed at all, not that I expected it to. Sighing, I roll over onto my side, not tired enough to sleep, but not feeling like doing much else either. This necklace has felt like a lot of things before. A comfort, a memento, a guide. It's been my one constant since the beginning. Right now, heavy against my pillow, it feels like an anchor. Like always the next morning, I'm cheered up by seeing my friends. After a quick breakfast, Aspen spreads out some sheets of paper on the table, and Juliet and I both crowd in to see.
So I started doing some research on Gumiho. I found plenty of information that I thought was interesting, but I'm not sure how much of it will be useful.
Hey, that does sound just like me.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm just kidding.
Good. As I was saying, it's hard to figure out what's accurate and what isn't. A lot of the specific details would have had to come from the Gumiho themselves, and as far as I can tell, none of them are talking. I couldn't find anything about memory or forgetting. Maybe it's self-explanatory, why not? Beyond that, most of what seemed accurate were things that we already knew, like being able to change into a fox. Have you had any luck, Juliet?
I'm afraid not. I checked what books I could think of, and none of them yielded any more than you said. I'm not aware of anyone else around who might be helpful either, unfortunately. Of course, it's only been a couple of days so far. I'll keep looking. We're bound to learn something eventually.
I'll keep looking too. There was one other thing that came up I thought might be worth mentioning.
Oh?
I read a lot about Gumiho carrying a special bead that has something to do with their magic. You have one of those yourself, right?
I remove my necklace more gently than last night and hold it out for them to see.
Yeah, I've had it my whole life.
May I see it?
You can try.
I pass it to her, and Aspen handles it delicately.
Pardon? What do you mean?
It poofs out of her hand and back around my neck.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I couldn't get rid of it, even if I wanted to.
Am I wrong? Or is it glowing?
Yeah, that part's new. I was in bed when I noticed it a couple days ago. I know it's important, but not how or why.
Your wild instincts inform you.
Juliet says it so matter-of-factly, not like there's something bad or that I should have gotten rid of it. Or that I should have gotten rid of. There's still a part of me. My other self? No, the other part of me hasn't gone away, even as I spent more time away from it. When I first came to Wellington, I still thought of myself as a fox. Now, I'm not sure how I see myself. But my bead and its mysteries are a reminder that I'm something different.
Well, that sounds promising. It means something is happening, even if we're not sure what. Let us know if you notice it changing in any other ways, Miho. The more knowledge we have, the better.
Yeah, I will.
Once again, I think of Silver and her bead, which shone much more than mine. Will mine look like that someday? I wonder what it took to make hers glow so brightly. Maybe even Silver doesn't know how the bead works. If it was instinctual, then shouldn't I understand that too? I guess I'll just have to ask sometime. I wrap my necklace back around my neck, popping the magnetic clasp together.
One way or another, we'll soon know more about Miho's magic from your experiment.
Yes, I think it's just about time for Miho and I to head out. By the time we get there, it'll have been a full day.
I'm ready to go if you are. You know I hate sitting around waiting.
Another thing we have in common. All right then, let's be off.
Good luck, you two. Let me know how it goes.
Will do.
This time, when we get to the Bell House, Lena isn't waiting outside.
There's always a chance she just forgot in the regular way. I should have texted her first.
Guess we'll find out.
For what feels like the 1000th time in the last few weeks, I'm shaky with nervous energy. At least there's not any risk here. In the worst case scenario, nothing changes. I take the lead and open the door for Aspen, then follow her in. Lena's behind the counter.
Hey, boss!
She looks at me.
Who's your friend?
I try to hide the disappointment from my face. Well, it was worth a shot. It's too bad, but at least I was prepared.
Miho, I'm
just messing with you. I remember everything. Told you my secret technique would work. I'll call you again tonight.
Aspen leans against me in relief. Lapses might be a better way to put it. I can tell she's thinking the same thing I am. Dealing with events like her trip home just got a lot easier to deal with.
God, Lena, you nearly gave me a heart attack. But I'm so glad to hear it that I don't even care.
Me too.
A huge weight feels like it's been lifted off my shoulders. Not all of my problems are solved, but at least some of them are. Still at my side, Aspen holds my hand, and Lena's eyes bug out in shock.
Wait, are you two?
After giving me a quick kiss on the cheek, Aspen nods.
Why, yes, we are.
Lena looks like she's seen a ghost.
Oh, no way! You seriously started dating someone before I did? I thought I had that one in the bag!
L. Rip Bozo. This is a certified hetero L.
Like usual, I wasn't aware we were competing,
Fuck.
but I certainly did win in this case.
Got a random, like, fucking call on my phone. I'm not gonna hang up, I'm gonna wait for it to end, because then it makes me look like I'm AFK. That's what I always do. It's like some random fucker. Yeah, anyway, Lena, really putting the L in her name. Shut the fuck up. Common hetero L. Okay, it stopped. Oh my god, look, I got, emails. No, okay, they're all fucking boring.
Well, I guess just this once it's fine, since you two are pretty cute together. But I'll win next time!
He's not wrong, though.
Exactly is next time?
Not sure yet, but I'll figure that out soon. I guess I'll leave you two lovebirds alone for a bit. Talk to you tonight, Miho.
Bye.
Putting her headphones in, Lena disappears into the back of the cafe, leaving the lobby to Aspen and me.
I do only have a bit, unfortunately. Probably better that no customers walk in like this. But I'm really, really glad this worked.
Me too. Now we don't have to worry anymore.
Not nearly as much, at least. I'll be busy this evening, but I'll call you later. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Okay. I should go tell Juliet that our idea worked too.
I'm sure she'll be overjoyed as well. Have a good day at work, and I'll try to message you if I can, alright?
Yeah. I'll try to figure out how to send a response.
Don't worry, I'm sure you'll have lots of practice. Talk to you again soon. But not soon enough.
Oh, isn't that so cute? Isn't that so cute? We give each other a quick hug, and then I head back to the library to deliver the good news. Like we expected, Juliet's also relieved. She gives me a quick lesson in how to send messages, although she's almost as slow as I am. Oh, the podcast. I'm not able to do it right now. I've just got too much going on in my personal life, but I said to him, if he wants to, like, get in touch with me, after Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out, I'll be able to make the time. I've just got, like, a really hectic personal life right now. I spend most of my shift working, I sure hope you do, Texting Aspen when I can, and looking forward to tomorrow. Mr. Kim time! To the waterfront. Now that I can be remembered, I decide to introduce myself to Mr. Kim for what should be the last time. Before the day ends, I head to the waterfront and wait for him to not be busy with someone else.
Hello, miss. Here to fish?
Hi. Actually,
I give him an explanation of my magic, as well as a run-through of the things he's shown me and told me. When I'm done, he rubs his chin, then laughs.
You know, that all makes perfect sense. I could remember some of those things, but not who I was with. I've been thinking it was my memory starting to fail on me. Glad to hear it's just magic. And as for us, mijo, well, I suppose that makes you my new old friend then.
He sticks out his hand, and it takes a second for me to realize I'm supposed to shake it, but I do. We exchange phone numbers, and he promises to keep in touch so that he won't forget about me again.
talk to you later. Good night.
I press the button to end the call on my phone, and then gently set the device down on my windowsill. There's also the fact that, I don't think I'll have much to say in a Dragon's Dogma 2 podcast when the game's not out yet. I feel like I'll have way more to say once I've actually played it. So, that was more secondary. I still wanted to join the podcast. It's just I have so much shit going on right now. It's like, whatever free time I have, I'm putting it towards keeping my channel alive. I press the button to end the call on my phone, and then gently set the device on my windowsill. Getting through the phone calls needed to make sure I'm not forgotten is more work than I expected. I'm glad that the people I've befriended are willing to put in the effort to see me every day. It's still such an inconvenience, though, and such a risk. For their sake, as much as my own, I need to try and find a better solution, whether that means getting rid of my magic entirely or not. I have to at least know what my options are. I can't leave it all for Aspen and Juliet to figure out either. I need to put my own efforts in too. While I'm not nearly as... Sorry, that Jumanji reference. While I'm not nearly as good at reading and researching as they are, there's still that one idea that comes to mind a few times. It's time to finally put it into action. Leaving my phone in my room, I get dressed and slip silently out the front door, making my way to Mount Victoria. At the very edge of the path, I transform. Nose close to the ground, I head for the tree line and the wild part of the mountain. I'm rusty when it comes to tracking, and the sheer number of scents that assault my noses is overwhelming. I have to sift between them in my head while I run, disregarding the ones that I can tell are humans or other fabled or just part of nature. It isn't until I'm far from any roads or homes that I finally catch what I'm looking for, that familiar but unrecognizable presence. Honing in on what I can detect of Silver's trail, I follow it as closely as I can. Sometimes the lead goes cold, but I pick it up again a few meters away, in a different direction. The path is windy and hard to follow. How does anyone live like this? It doesn't feel as if the path is leading anywhere in particular, but I stay on it, keeping my eyes and ears peeled for any other sign of it. Finally, after picking up the trail yet again near the river, I follow it until I reach a familiar spot and transform yet again.
No way.
It's been weeks, but traces of my den are still there. The weather has destroyed a lot of it, but the tunnel is only half caved in. The evidence of the holes where I buried my snacks and supplies remain too. Has Silver been staying here? There aren't any signs of life more recent than mine. Still, her scent ends here, as if she just disappeared. Something rustled from over near the collapsed den. Even with the moonlight, it's hard for me to see, so I change back into a fox, straining all my senses to detect anything. I don't. Nothing but me and the wind. Changing forms yet again, I still get the feeling that I'm not alone.
Hello?
Closing my eyes, I listen for any kind of response. A footstep or a whisper, or even a breath. All I hear is silence.
Pitiful.
The voice is just inches from my ear, and I leap away on pure instinct, spinning around to face Silver.
I gave you so many chances, and you failed every one of them.
I don't even know where she came from, or how I didn't notice her, but she's here, slouching in the moonlight, although I'm sure that's just like me. Although I'm sure that, just like me, she could turn and run at a moment's notice. Or fight. I hope that's not what she wants, because I don't think I'd win.
How'd you do that? Sneak up on me like that, I mean.
I didn't even have to try. I see nothing has changed since last time. If anything, the human pet has only gotten more docile. Tell me, do they feed you scraps from a bowl as well?
It's a plate, usually.
Oh! She hasn't gotten any nicer since last time. But as harsh as she sounds, she remains at a distance, and I let myself relax a little. Now that I've had time to get used to her existence, she doesn't seem as intimidating. Even if I was more scared, I wouldn't want to show it like last time. Maybe it's because she reminds me of myself in some ways. Although her arms are crossed, one of her wrists shines in the moonlight from where her bead hangs on a strap. It's almost like looking in a mirror. We're as different as two people can be, but just by existing, I feel some kind of bond with her, something wild. Being behind her shawl, I can see her eyes narrow.
So you admit it then. Perhaps it's for the best. A dog dreams of nothing more than its master's hand. You can close your eyes, forgetting what made you open them in the first place, and disappear.
Silver spits out her last words. Silver spits out her last words like a challenge, daring me to respond. Her eyes shine like her bead does. I don't respond, unsure how, not because she's made me question myself, but because I don't think she'd believe what I have to say. It feels like it's been ages, but really, it's only been a few months that I've been here in New Zealand. Not even a year ago. Didn't I feel the same way she does? Telling myself that I wasn't missing out on anything by being alone, chasing some dream for decades without even stopping to think about it, just dreaming my way through life. How could I tell her that? What could I say that would change her mind? I already know the answer. There isn't anything. Sometimes there are no right words.
I see you've forgotten how to speak as well. But tell me, if you can, what was it you hoped to achieve by coming here? I could have left you chasing your tail in the dark if I'd wanted to, but you've somehow made me curious. I fail to imagine the desires of a hound.
I unhook my necklace and hold it in one hand. The pearls make a soft sound as they bang against each other, but my bead clatters loudly against its neighbor. It's still glowing, same as this morning.
Because I wanted to ask you something. If there was some way to stop her magic. Stop people from forgetting about us.
My fingers curl over her bead. I don't even have to see her face to know her reaction. She laughs, just once, and it sounds like a bark.
You managed to surprise me again. I didn't think even you would be so shameless as to try and rid yourself of your gifts. Ignore them, perhaps, but to abandon them? You have outdone yourself, dog. Fitting that you wear it around your neck like a collar. As for forgetting, I can only guess at what you must mean. Don't think yourself the same as me. My magic is nothing like yours. It takes a different form in every one of our sisters. My sisters, I should say.
Then what does yours do instead?
I don't see why I should tell you that. A dog need not concern itself with affairs above its head.
This dog thing is getting pretty old, you know.
Then leave. I only chose to acknowledge you to satiate my own curiosity. It won't happen a second time. Goodbye, dog.
Quick as a flash, Silver transforms, the glow from her bead lingering around for a moment in the air. Before her paws have all touched the ground, she's already running away. Soon, even her shining fur disappears into the night. I don't give chase. I never really expected her to answer my question in the first place. Still, I don't think this visit was a waste of time. Before I leave, I take a final look around at my den. When I left here with Juliet months ago, I expected to be back soon, but since I never went back, I never really said goodbye. It wasn't much even then, and it's even less now. Compared to some of the other hideouts I've made, I didn't stay here very long. Still, it's special. I'd have a hard time going back to sleeping in the ground instead of a bed again, even if I had to. Maybe it'll change in the future, but right now, I'm pretty sure that this will be the last den I ever made. Looking around, I'm all alone again, and it's silent. The birds that used to chirp and greet me in the morning are either sleeping or gone. Still,
Night-night, birdies.
I whisper a final farewell before changing forms and dashing back to the library. The next morning, I once again keep my visit with Silver to myself. Breakfast is tasty like usual, and after a good meal, Juliet goes to bed and leaves Aspen and I on our own. I stand up from the table and stretch, expecting Aspen to do the same.
Time to go, huh?
Not today, actually. Regina's having me go back to working a mid-shift on some days, so I don't have to go in until noon. Meaning, I can spend the whole morning with you, if you want.
Oh my god.
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?
She's so sweet.
Oh, no. I didn't mean it like that. Just that... Well, never mind. Sorry, just ignore me. I'm a little out of it.
It's fine. Don't worry. But I can't just ignore you either. What's wrong?
Juliet's a vampire, guys. That's why she goes to bed after breakfast. Aspen sighs and then shrugs.
Let's go sit up front and I'll tell you. You need to open the library soon, right?
Yeah. Wanna help?
I'd love to.
Most of the preparations are already done, but we find things to do. I organize the front desk, taking care of some of the clutter, while Aspen does a quick once-over of the shelves and fixes a few out-of-place books. It reminds me of my first day working here when Aspen helped out. She's a lot quieter this time, although she keeps herself busy. I wait for her to bring up whatever it is that's on her mind, rather than try to nudge it out of her. I'm not joking! Juliet's a vampire! This is like a supernatural alternate Earth world with like animal people and vampires and shit and like magic and whatever. After a while, we sit down behind the desk, where Aspen looks right at home. She casually unpacks her bag, setting aside a small hand mirror and a few notebooks. Then she removes an envelope. It has a fancy logo at the top, but not one that I recognize.
This was waiting for me in the mail yesterday.
The plastic part of the envelope cracks. The plastic part of the envelope crackles as Aspen removes the piece of paper from inside. Frowning as she unfolds it, I watch her eyes move as she reads through it, silently before sighing again.
It says, "Dear Ms. Benoit, we appreciate your manuscript submission and commend you for your success in completing a novel. Unfortunately, we do not find that it fits the criteria we're currently searching for, and as such must respectfully decline."
Juliet doesn't die in sunlight, like outright, but she finds it insanely uncomfortable, so she'd rather just not deal with it.
Respectfully, Purple Penguin Publications.
Slapping her hand with the paper, she clicks her tongue.
That's it. Not even 50 words, including names. I doubt they even read past the first chapter.
Wait, they said no? Why?
As it says, it's not what they're looking for. I wish they would have given more detail than that, but I suppose I'm lucky to hear anything back at all.
They're totally gonna regret it in the future when your books are really popular.
She's so supportive.
I hope you're right. I was prepared for rejections, of course. Even Agatha Christie didn't get published until her second book. Still, I wasn't expecting them to come in so fast.
You sent it to a few different ones, right?
Right, I made a list of my top 15 choices and submitted it to all of them. At first it was going to be my top 10, but I decided maybe I should expand it some. It turns out that was a good idea. So far, 3 of them have already said no. This one stung a bit more because Purple Penguin is one I was hoping would say yes the most.
I'm sorry. I hope your other top choices still work out.
Yes, me too. It's why I wasn't going to tell you and Juliet at first. I wanted to wait until I had good news to share. But I'm not sure that'll be coming. I'll try not to be a downer, though. I knew there was a good chance this would happen. Don't let me distract you from work, either.
Nah, you won't. Here, look at these.
In an effort to cheer her up, I pull out some of the writing practices that I've been working on and show them to Aspen.
Wow, you've improved so much already. This looks great, Miho.
With a genuine smile, Aspen slowly flips through the pages. I know there's not much to see, since there's a lot of repeating the same thing over and over, but she still looks at everyone.
Really, I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
Showing Aspen my attempts to learn how to write feels a little silly compared to her finishing a whole novel, but I can tell that she means every word of praise.
I'm proud of myself, too.
I don't tell her that a big part of my motivation is being able to read what she writes. I want her to be surprised when I get there. From the very start, having Aspen in my life has inspired me to be a better person. Now that we're in love, it makes me want to try at least twice as hard. I want to be able to love her writing too. Even if those penguin people didn't like it, I'm sure I will, because it comes from her heart. I believe in Aspen, even when she doesn't. Just like she's always believed in me, I want to do everything I can to live up to that faith. Aspen sticks around for a while, reading a book from one of the shelves. The greatest struggle for every lesbian battling illiteracy. I keep my nose to the grindstone all morning, using every free minute that I get to practice, only taking a break to say goodbye to Aspen when she leaves. Even when it gets boring, which doesn't take very long, and even after my hand starts to hurt, I keep practicing. One letter at a time, I'll get there. Alright, going to Hentai Park with Lena. Early in the afternoon, my phone buzzes as I get a call. I check it expecting to see Juliet or Aspen, but I'm surprised and not surprised when I see that it's Lena.
Hello?
Miho, I need your help. It's an emergency.
What? What's wrong?
Come to the park. I'll tell you there.
The call ends when Lena hangs up. I have no clue what's going on, but it sounds serious. I put on my shoes and hurry to the park as fast as I can. When I get there, I quickly spot Lena, her bright pink outfit making it easy.
Lena, what's happening?
Oh, Miho, good thing you're here. It's a disaster. Cyrus asked me to be in a play with him.
A play? Wait, that's it?
What do you mean, that's it?
I thought you were hurt or something. You said it was an emergency.
It is. I have to give him my answer soon.
I sigh and force myself to come down to Lena's level. I was expecting to find out someone was hurt, so I'm just relieved that that's not the case.
Okay, I don't get it. Why is that such a bad thing? I thought you wanted to spend time with him.
I do, but that's a lot of responsibility. He wants me to play Siegfried, and he'd be the White Swan.
I don't know the characters, but that seems a little backwards. Are you afraid you can't do it?
Sort of. I'm afraid that if something went wrong, that'd ruin any chance I have.
Seeing Lena be so nervous about something is the total opposite of what I normally expect from her. Even during the other activities we tried, she always gave it her all.
When do you have to give him an answer?
Today! That's why it's an emergency!
Whoa, can't you tell him you need longer to think about it?
Well, it's already been a while. I thought I'd make up my mind by now, but I still haven't. What do you think I should do?
Just then, I noticed Cyrus himself walking up the path towards us.
Oh, there he is.
Lena turns to see him, then looks back to me with fright.
I'm out of time!
She tries to put on a cool face as Cyrus reaches the two of us.
Hi there. Sorry to bug you, Lena, but have you decided yet?
yet. Still thinking about it, sorry.
It's already been a week.
Nuh-uh, not for another 43 minutes. Then it'll have been a week.
Both Cyrus and I just stare at her.
Can you make up your mind in the next 43 minutes?
You bet I can.
Okay. I'll just stand here.
Wait, for real?
Do I look like I'm joking?
I can never really tell.
Cyrus sighs.
Look, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But I need to know so I can ask someone else. I already have someone cast for all the other main roles. It's just Siegfried and a couple extras that are left.
Finally, he looks at me.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation.
It's okay. We were just talking about you.
Wait, you know who I am?
Yeah, we've met before. We were partners at that painting class.
Huh. I was trying to remember who I was paired up with. I have the picture I made, but it didn't really help much.
Yeah, I have this magic where people forget about me after a day if I don't talk to them again.
I've had to explain this so many times by now that it just feels normal to talk about.
Really? I think I have that too, except it's not magic. How do you and Lena know each other then?
We do a vid call every day. I talk about my life and Miho talks about hers.
So far, that's only really half true, but I don't mind.
I see. Say, Miho, right? How would you feel about being a tree?
A tree?
Yeah, in the play, I mean. There's still a couple small parts like that I need to fill.
Oh!
Lena's face lights up with excitement.
If you do it, I'll do it!
Wait.
My immediate reaction is to say no. Being up on stage in front of people is still a lot for me, no matter how much better I've gotten at talking. But it seems like it would be helping Lena out, and Cyrus too.
What would I have to do?
Stand there. Haven't you seen a tree before?
That's it.
That's it?
I sighed the heaviest sigh of my life. I hope I don't regret this.
Fine.
Both of them perk up, and I see an actual smile on Cyrus's face for maybe the first time ever.
Cool. I appreciate it.
We're gonna be great! You're gonna be the best tree in the play!
Rehearsal starts soon. I'll send you both the info. I guess I'll need to talk to you every day too, right?
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to ask me every time.
Oh! Let's make a group chat!
Lena instantly pulls out her phone and starts tapping.
I'm not sure...
Done!
I feel my phone shake in my pocket, and I see Cyrus check his as well.
I guess that works. Anyway, thanks, both of you. See you at rehearsal.
See ya!
Bye.
Cyrus takes off, leaving Lena and I by ourselves.
Thanks as well. I feel a lot better having someone else I know be there.
No prob. Although, I'm not so sure about being in front of a crowd. Plus, all the other actors will forget who I am unless I talk to them too.
Maybe we can make a really big group chat. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine if you're just gonna be an extra. It'd be a bigger problem if you were gonna have a speaking role.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever been in a play before?
Not since I was in school, but I know the story and the part, so it should be okay. Now that I've decided, I'm gonna do my best.
Now she seems more like the Lena I know, fiery and full of energy. That was a surprisingly easy emergency to deal with.
In fact, I'm gonna go start practicing. See you soon!
I wave goodbye as Lena leaves. I'm not entirely sure what I've gotten myself into, but I guess I'll find out soon enough. I've been streaming for 6 fucking hours. I'm still finishing this game. Not long after the sun went down, it started to get pretty cold. Clouds came in out of nowhere, and so did the wind. I find myself sitting in the windowsill, looking out before I go to sleep for the night. It's cozy in here, and I have plenty of extra blankets if I need them. My breath fogs up the window, but the cold stays on the other side. Up on Mount Victoria, though, in the trees and valleys, it must be miserable out there. I wonder where Silver is, and how she deals with the rain. Does she make a hole and burrow underground like I used to? Or maybe she finds somewhere dry to sneak into, like an empty shed or abandoned house. She's rude and abrasive, and hasn't said a single nice thing to me. I hope she's safe anyway. As the only other Gumiho I've met, I can't help but care about her, just a little. I doubt she feels the same way about me, but that's okay. I wouldn't either, in her shoes. Still, I know how bad it feels to be stuck out in the cold with everything turning into mud around you, or shivering under a tree that blocks most but not all the rain. Wherever she is, I hope she's warm and dry. I wonder if that's the first time someone's wished that for her. The next day, the rain has stopped, but it's still gross and wet outside. Dreary, as Aspen puts it. Still, it's as busy a day as I've ever seen at the library. My main job is stopping people at the door and getting them to wipe the mud off their shoes before they go in. I care about it a lot, because my secondary job is cleaning up mud off the carpet. The door swings open and a big Cyclops stomps in, looking around.
Hiya! Welcome to the library. Wipe your feet before you come in.
Pardon? I won't be here long. I don't mean to get in your way. I'm just looking for a friend.
Who's your friend?
Oh, no one. I'm sure he'd said he'll be here, but I don't see him. I'll try again later.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do apologize if I got any dirt on your floor.
Apologizing all the way back out the door, the Cyclops leaves as quickly as he came. The door stays shut, which gives me a minute to find some fresh towels and rags. Mr. Kim is working overtime with these voice roles as extras. Once the entryway is as tidy as I can get it, I sit down behind the desk to work on my reading and writing. It isn't long before the door swings open again, but it shuts before anyone enters and I can hear grumbling from outside.
Come on, Pippa. At least hold the door.
I'm protecting the notebook. You get the door.
Here, let me.
The poor door pops open one more time and 3 kids in matching uniforms trudge in. 2 of them, including one carrying a notebook, who must be Pippa, looks around in awe, while the other girl approaches me.
Hello there, miss. My name's Cello. My friends and I are here in New Zealand for a class trip, and we're supposed to research and put together a project on a special place in Wellington. We were hoping you might have some suggestions for where to start.
Hey, I'm Miho. But, I'm not the best person to ask, really. I've only lived here for a couple months. But I know a couple people who might be able to help. One of them's at work right now. The other one also lives here at the library, but she's asleep right now.
Did you say she lives here?
And did you say also?
Armand, Pippa, please. I'm sorry my 2 friends don't know how to not be so nosy.
It's fine, it's fine. Julie, she's the one who owns this place. And I both live here. I have a room upstairs.
That sounds like it would be too good to be true. Think about it. You'd have all kinds of books around for inspiration.
Or just for reading. It'd be impossible to get bored in a place like this.
You'd be surprised. But you guys aren't the first ones to say that.
Is it alright if we look around?
It is a library, you know. They're meant for looking around.
It's still polite to ask.
Yep, it's fine. Let me know if you need help finding anything.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
The noisy pair head off to browse the books. Although they seem like carefree kids, I can tell that they're handling the books with respect, as Juliet would say. The third girl, Cello, stays by the desk.
Ms. Miho? Since you're new here, would it be alright if I asked you a few questions about your experiences?
The game still has a couple hours left. We're only up to chapter 4 out of 5. She also has a notebook with her, although it's smaller than Pippa's. It reminds me of the one Aspen always carries with her.
Sure, I don't mind. But, like I said, I don't know much about Wellington, or New Zealand at all.
That's okay. It's why I wanted to ask. I also haven't lived in Amarina for very long. I'm not even from the underworld. My family and I just moved there,
so I don't know it the same way Armand and Pippa do. I hope that didn't sound weird.
I know what you mean. Don't worry. I'm not from the underworld either. Go ahead, ask away.
Thank you.
She takes a seat in one of the chairs near me, tail curling around one of the legs.
Is there anything you wish you'd known before you came here?
Looking out the window, I can see my answer.
I wish I'd known how rainy it was going to be. I wasn't prepared for it at first.
Do you not like the rain? I love it. It reminds me of being home in the ocean.
Okay, have fun grabbing a bear, Kenny. She flaps her tail enthusiastically.
I wish it would rain every day. That was one of the hardest things to get used to when my family moved on shore to Amarina. It's so dry, even with the canals. Is there anything that makes this city different from others you've been to? Or anything you miss?
It's hard to say. I've made more friends than I have anywhere else. Maybe it's something about the people. Everyone I've met has been really friendly. So, there's not too much that I don't have here.
Oh, that's good to know. It's not always easy for me to talk to people, so I've been worried about doing this report.
I'm the same way. I think you're doing just fine.
Thanks, Ms. Miho. Did you ever have a project like this when you were in school?
Sorry, nah, I'm like a little hobo fox. I lived the couple hundred years, stealing, living in a dirt hole.
I didn't really go to school, so to speak.
Were you homeschooled?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I just have one more question. Do you have a favorite place in Wellington so far?
My favorite place?
Oh, I can pick. Alright guys, I'll let you pick this one. Let's start a poll. Miho's favorite place. Yeah. Pick. Bell House. Or the library. $50-50. Okay, Bell House is winning. We'll close it at 30 votes. 30 votes will end the poll. 16, 24, 25, 26, 24, 32. Looks like you guys want me to pick the library. We'll go with library then. Aspen will probably like the Bell House because that's where she works. But yeah, library one.
Right here at the library. It's where I can relax, have a meal, or take a nap. Being out in the city is fun, but nothing beats being at home.
That does sound really nice. I think it's hard to feel like you belong somewhere until you find a special place for yourself.
After writing down all my answers, Cello puts down her pen.
Maybe that's the problem. No matter what, it's going to be hard for us to write if we don't see anything for ourselves. Thanks for answering all my questions. We're going to be here all week, so we'll probably come back with more.
Anytime. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. I'll go make sure my friends aren't causing any problems either.
They're not, luckily, and after a while, all three of them leave the library again.
Nice kids.
Clearly fictional children, because real ones don't behave that politely. Ugh, I don't feel like hosting another poll. Doesn't really matter where we go. Guess fucking, I'll make another one. Where we drop in. Bell House. Gay Street. waterfront. Or the bay. We haven't been to the bay for a while. We don't have any side character arcs going on right now. This is just like click on something to get like some flavor text and pass the time. Yeah, when I worked retail, teenage boys were always stealing shit. It's actually fucking awful. Retail felt weirdly dangerous. Okay, we'll close it at 35 votes. 28 votes. 31 votes. "32 votes. Come on, 3 more. Old people. Yeah, some old people can be kind of annoying. Oh my god. One more person! One more person vote. Is it Gay Street or Bell House? There we go. End poll. 35. Gay Street it is. A bakery on this street is giving away free samples today, so of course I'm sneaking by it as many times as I possibly can and filling my pockets with goodies. She's reverting back to her hobo life. I just really need to sample it and make sure I like it. Once my pockets are practically stuffed with little puffs of bread, I slide off into an alleyway to sample my spoils in peace. Uh-oh. I hadn't realized these were cream-filled and squishable, and now my pockets are a mess. Idiot. I popped the one still in my hand into my mouth at least. Luckily, it's really good. Washing my jacket out in the river is probably going to be a little less good.
Whole day to ourselves, finally! This has been one of the busiest weeks of my life.
Mine too. But in a good way.
Of course. The best way.
Alone with just each other in the library, Aspen slides her chair closer so she can kiss my cheek.
What do you want to do today? The world is our oyster.
Oysters. Wanna get lunch?
We just finished breakfast.
It's never too early to start thinking about lunch.
Laughing, Aspen stands up and offers me her hand.
It's a little early for that, but I could do with some fresh air.
Care to join me for a walk?
Sure. I'll go anywhere you want.
Her hand squeezes mine as we step outside into the daylight. Everything feels different and new when I'm with Aspen now. Something as simple as walking down the hill from the library, something I've done almost every day for months now, feels more special with her next to me. I'd have been expecting falling in love to be harder, or something I have to push myself to do. I've been surprised by how easy it is. Like a dam that had been holding back a river, since I let myself open up to the possibility of being in love, the rest has come naturally. Simply existing around her feels nice. I mean it when I say I'd go anywhere she wanted.
It's been a while since I've seen the ocean. How about a walk to the waterfront?
Sounds good. That's where the oysters are, after all.
Not quite what I was thinking, but close enough.
Let's see if I can remember how to get there.
Oh, I know the way. Want me to lead?
By all means.
I take us towards Mount Victoria and the beach. Other people smile or nod or wave as we pass them by, sometimes with a word of greeting too.
I can't believe you've only been here a fraction of the time I have, but you already know your way around so much better than I do.
I used a lot of that time to learn. Besides, navigating is second nature for me. I can do it without trying.
I remember when I played Outward with my partner, I never used the map. But I was still the one who would lead us to our destinations. Like I remember him asking, like, how do you know where we're going? And I'm like, oh, I just know. Like, I never played the game before, but for some reason I just never needed a map when I played Outward.
I'm glad, because I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned, but I'm terrible with directions myself. It's a good thing you offered to lead, because I was about to take us in the other direction.
That would have been fun too. Would have been a surprise for both of us.
Yes, and for whatever poor person whose yard we wander into.
Don't worry. That's something else I'm good at. Not getting caught in people's yards.
Didn't she jump into, like, everyone's backyards?
Maybe I'd be better at it than navigating, at least. Do you ever miss it? That life, I mean.
Nah.
Nah. She glances at me in surprise.
That was awfully quick. You didn't even have to think about it.
I've thought about it a lot, actually. Almost all the time for a while. But even though there are things that I miss, there are too many things that I have now that I couldn't give up. Like this.
I stop walking for a second so that I can kiss her cheek, like she did to me this morning. Good thing they're on Gay Street right now.
Very true. You better not give that up. Still, you've got to avoid things like going to work or paying bills and all the other little things that most people wish they could run away from.
People like you?
Absolutely people like me. I first fell in love with reading because it was an escape from the real world. A distraction from being alone, or sad, or anything else. Even if I couldn't live an exciting life, at least I could experience one through someone else's eyes and words. In those stories, there were often characters who remind me of you. Going wherever they please, doing whatever their hearts tell them to. Having wished so desperately to go from my normal, boring life to one of adventure. I would certainly understand if you ever wanted to go back to it.
Thank you, Timberwolf, for the $4.99. Excited to see you create characters tomorrow. Kudos to you trucking on with the stream still. Yeah, I'm getting through with it. I'm gonna beat the game today. I shake my head.
You've got it all wrong. What you just said about going where I want or following my heart, I'm doing both of those things right now.
We're not too far from the water, but we're even closer to Mount Victoria. Looking up towards its top, I have an idea.
Do you mind if we go up the mountain a little bit? I want to show you something.
The mountain? I'm not exactly dressed for hiking, or built for it.
That's fine. It's not a hike. It's pretty easy to get to.
Alright, well, I'm up for it. Lead the way. Again.
We take the regular trail up towards the top, but before we reach the summit, I lead us off the path.
This way.
I can see the curiosity on Aspen's face, but she doesn't question me. It'll be easy to just show her anyway. Monolingual, you guessed that completely right. She's showing her hole. It's slower as a human than as a fox, but it doesn't take us long to reach our destination.
Ta-da! Here we are.
And this is... where?
Home sweet home. Or at least it was.
My den is in even worse condition now than it was last time I came. I actually have to spend a moment looking for the exact spot. Once I find it, I move aside some of the brush that's built up over the heap of mud.
This was my den. I lived here until Juliet let me move into the library. I buried food that I stole in the ground to save it for later, so everything was at least a little dirty. And when it rained, my ceiling would turn into my floor. Still, it was one of the nicer dens I've made, if I do say so myself. And I've made a lot of dens. But now that I've had my own bed, pillows and stuff, it'd be hard to sleep in a hole in the ground again.
Looking around, Aspen nods. She picks up a branch that's fallen halfway into the collapsed burrow.
I do love what you've done with the place, though. Ceiling on the floor, or not.
Well, if you ever need a break from your apartment...
We both laugh, and I hope that Aspen believes me. The same way that she feels about me, I feel about her. She paces around a little bit, exploring the area, not that there's much to see. Eventually, she returns to my side.
Thank you for showing me all the same. Even if it's better, I know it can't be easy to just turn your life around 100%.
There are things I miss sometimes, but trust me, I like what I have now way more. If I didn't want to be with you, I wouldn't be. I'm really good at running away from things I don't like. I'm not going anywhere.
I have seen that for myself. It's true.
Exactly. So I mean everything I say to you. Everything.
I don't mind at all, but standing with her next to what used to be my den, it feels like a strange collision of my past and present. It's taken some getting used to, and there are still things that surprise me, or that are tough to deal with in my everyday life. When I dug this hole, I never would have guessed it would be the last time. Before Aspen and before Wellington, I never had anything else to go back to. But being here, and seeing what I did leave behind, I don't regret that life, but I don't miss it. Every day is better with Aspen in it, and Juliet as well. I just have to do my best to make sure that's true for them too. Judging by the way Aspen holds my hand as we go back down the mountain, and the way she laughs at all my dumb jokes, I feel like I'm doing an okay job so far. Oh, golly goodness. Waterfront time with Mr. Kim. As evening rolls around, I walk down to the waterfront for a special treat. Both days so far that I've checked in with Mr. Kim, he's been enjoying some kind of delicious-looking meal that his wife prepared. When I mentioned how often I miss Korean food, he promised to treat me to dinner tonight. Most of the times that I've gone to a fishing spot, it was the spot with food on my mind. Most of the times that I've gone to the fishing spot, it was with food on my mind. I wouldn't have expected this to be the first meal I actually get out of it. The pier is mostly empty when I get there, aside from Mr. Kim himself. He waves merrily as I approach.
Oh, miho! 안녕!
Being greeted in Korean surprises me, and it takes me a second to respond properly.
안녕하세요.
I'm a little more than rusty when it comes to speaking Korean, but I think I managed to sound okay. Still, using the common language is a lot easier at this point.
Glad you could join me. I've brought us a feast.
Sure enough, he has a few bags full of plastic containers sitting by his chair.
Ooh, thanks. I've been looking forward to this for hours.
Me too. There's nothing like a home-cooked meal to wrap up the day. Go ahead and have a seat.
He gestures to another chair, as well as a small folding table with a cloth draped over it.
Don't mind if I do.
Mr. Kim hands me a plate and a small bowl, and then starts stacking the food on the table. I watch as he lifts box after box from the bags. I'm reminded a little bit of Juliet, back when I first got here. Although Mr. Kim accepted my explanation about my magic pretty easily, it's still awfully generous of him to do all this for my sake. I'm definitely not complaining though. I can see the kimchi and rice, plus a couple of other things that I don't recognize or don't remember the names of.
The song looks delicious. Thanks for bringing it.
I'll tell my wife. She's the one who did the cooking, and she says she hopes that it reminds you of home. When was the last time you visited Korea?
It's been a really long time. I don't even know how many years.
No family back there?
Nah, I don't have any. I didn't have any friends until I came to Wellington either.
Ah, of course. But you do now, at least. We may go at different speeds, but eventually we all end up where we're meant to be.
Yeah, I never tried that hard before either. Now that I have a phone and stuff, it's a lot easier.
Well, here's to new old friends then.
He pours two cups. He pours 2 cups of cold barley tea and hands me one. Then he retrieves an even bigger thermos and carefully fills 2 bowls with its contents. The aroma of chicken and garlic hits my nose the moment he takes off the lid. It's been years since I've had it, but I still recognize that smell immediately.
Is that samgyetang?
It sure is. The nose knows, doesn't it?
I don't know when the last time I had this was.
The soup is made from boiling a chicken with ginseng and there's sticky rice stuffed into the chicken. The last time I was in Korea, it was a special occasion whenever I was able to enjoy a bowl. It was a lot harder to steal compared to solid foods, so the only times I could have it were when I actually spent money to buy some. Stealing soup is difficult! Modern day Korea is very different from the Korea that I come from, but I still have some good memories from my time there. Finally, after pouring the soup, Mr. Kim hands me a spoon and a pair of chopsticks.
Let's dig in.
I have to carefully arrange all my dishes on the table and on my lap to make everything fit. He pops the tops off various sides and serves me a bit of each. Tactical Pitbull. Did you like... Are you trolling? Because I did leave a pinned message. It's been a long time since I've used chopsticks either, but my hands remember how to hold them. All the food tastes even better than it looks, and it looks pretty good to begin with. From the spicy tang of the kimchi to the rich broth of the soup, everything is amazing. The barley tea is the perfect addition to wash everything down.
Go ahead and eat up. I can always have more at home.
He leaves most of the food for me, only nibbling on a few things. When all the containers are finally empty, I dig my chopsticks around to scrape up the last few bits and pieces.
That was so good. Thanks again.
Of course, of course. It's always a pleasure to share dinner with a friend.
Do you ever eat the fish that you catch?
Sometimes. Or sometimes I'll go purchase some from the market. Next time, I'll have to bring you some meontang.
Yes, please.
Mr. Kim chuckles, then slaps his knees and stands up.
Well, it's about time for me to be heading home. Thanks for the company.
Thanks for the meal.
I help Mr. Kim bag up all the empty containers. He loads those onto a basket on a bicycle, and then, with one last wave, sets off on his ride. For a little bit longer, I stay on the pier and admire the sea, enjoying how pleasantly full I am. Then, I start walking home as well. Alright. Hentai Park. Only a few days after I agreed to be in a play with Lena and Cyrus, it's time for the first rehearsal. Even though I'm not going to be as involved in it as they are, I still want to see what everything is like. I head to the park and find the area that's been set up to practice. When I get there, I find a bunch of people waiting, more than that of any other activities I've tried with Lena. Most of them are reading through thick packets of paper, standing alone or in small groups. Lena's one of the people on her own until I go and join her.
Hey, Miho! Ready to be a tree?
As ready as I'll ever be. What about you? Are you nervous?
Me? Nervous? No way!
So that only happens when it comes to Cyrus, huh?
Maybe just a little. That's different, though. Hey, you should go find him and get a copy of the script, too.
It isn't hard to locate Cyrus. He's surrounded by a few boxes of props, snacks, and other supplies. Like Lena promised, or maybe threatened, he's been included in our check-in calls to make sure he remembers me. He nods when he sees me approaching.
Oh, it's my favorite tree.
Hey! Lena said I should get a copy of the script.
That's a pretty good idea. Let me find yours.
He digs through a bunch of copies of the script until he finds one with my name on it.
Here you go. I marked all the parts where you'll be on stage.
I flip through the pages. A few sections are circled in red pen. I'm glad he did that because it would take me a long time to read through the whole thing on my own.
Feel free to relax for today. We'll do some dry reads and not much else.
Oh my god, my dog wants to join in. Let me grab her. Got it. Carly would like to join the Yuri stream. I'll give her a pat. let's keep going.
Okay, I can do that.
I wander back to Lena, who's boldly speaking to no one.
But Mother, today is my birthday. It's not necessary to...
She stops, shaking her head.
Maybe a bit more whiny. Oh, Miho! Tell me which one you think sounds better.
Carly, you smell. She repeats the line she was practicing twice. Just like when she made a drink to compete with Aspen, I have a hard time telling the difference.
The second one.
Okay, I thought so too.
Show dog? I've already showed my dog before, but I'll grab some more images, I guess. Give me one moment, I need to grab the images. Here is an image of my dog. She's now licking her foot. She used to be, like, pure black, but she's aged, so she started, like, graying a lot, and she gets, like, rust-colored fur and all that. Yeah, so she's 14, turning 15 this year, I think. So she's an older girl.
In ballet, you don't have to worry about talking or sounding good. This is harder than I thought.
Have you done the ballet version before?
Nah, but I've seen others perform it a million times. I'm sure I'd end up doing it someday if I'd stuck with ballet.
Maybe something's... I don't know. Oh, yeah, my dog does have allergies at the moment, but we've been, like, giving her medication for it. I think she's just still getting over it.
Why'd you quit? I never really got the chance to ask before.
Lena looks off into the distance, seeming unusually serious. Her wings sag and she bites her lip.
It's kind of complicated. Mostly because my parents really wanted me to do it. Like, really wanted. Ballet or dancing or anything like that. But I'm just like, hello? Can you get any more cliche than a swan girl doing ballet? Or any of that stuff? It's one of the reasons I wasn't sure about saying yes to Cyrus.
I don't get it. What's so bad about that?
They're always like, do this, do that, it's tradition, it's expected, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to live my life like that, you know? I want to do my own thing.
So you quit ballet because you don't like it?
I do like ballet, and I'm good at it too. But if I kept doing it, it wouldn't be for myself. Does that make sense?
I think so.
It reminds me of some of the conversations I've had with Aspen and Juliet, where they encourage me to do things for myself. Lena's in the same situation, but from a different angle.
Anyway, now that I've said yes to doing this, I'll do my best. I've got to be the best actor in the whole performance!
That sounds more like the Lena I know. I let her practice her lines to me, sometimes saying the lines for other characters if she asks for it. Eventually, Cyrus calls everyone together to do some parts as a group. I sit on the sidelines and watch. Both Lena and Cyrus give it their all, just like Lena promised. Some of the other actors sound a little bored or unsure of themselves, but those two don't have any issues. After a while, Cyrus calls an end to the rehearsal, and we all go our separate ways until the next time. The first guests of the day are the school kids from last Friday. They enter one at a time, not struggling with the door this time. The girl I talked to before, Cello, comes over to the desk.
Good morning, Ms. Miho.
Morning! How'd your project go?
We're still working on it.
Some of us are. Some of us just want to wander around.
It's not wandering if you have a destination.
Around isn't a destination.
They remind me of Lena and Aspen. Cello sighs and rubs her face. She must have to put up with this a lot.
Well, that's why I wanted to come ask for Ms. Miho's advice again.
Again?
Yeah, have you met her before?
What? She helped us just a couple days ago.
Pippa and Armand look at each other, confused. Even with her back to me, I can tell Cello is too. I've gotten so used to my friends remembering me that I didn't even think of how weird it was for Cello to remember me. As strange as it is, it just feels like another mystery instead of a life-changing event. Another question that I can't answer. In other words, not worth dwelling on. Are you sure? I just shrug at Cello and smile, the same way I've seen Aspen do sometimes.
It's fine. It's just a thing that happens.
The young mermaid doesn't look totally convinced, but she nods all the same. I've also seen Aspen do that plenty of times too.
Well, if it's fine with you, I had another question to ask.
Ask away!
Last time, you told me about your favorite place. Are there any other spots in Wellington that you like?
She looks back at her friends, who are both distracted by some of the library decorations.
We're having trouble settling on a topic.
Oh, I know!
The girl, Pippa, hurries over to the desk. I didn't even think she was listening.
Do you think you could show us around town?
Pippa?
That's a lot to ask, don't you think?
Now all three of them are at my desk.
She can say no.
She's working. She can't just get up and leave.
Actually...
There still aren't any patrons yet. I don't think Juliet would mind as long as I come back.
I can't spend all day, but I can show you a couple places.
Really? Are you sure?
Yep.
All three of them look at each other again, then grin in unison. The first place I take them is to the top, Mount Victoria.
This was one of the first places I went to when I came to Wellington.
It's so beautiful.
Cello and Armand both stand at the railing, looking out at the city the same way I first did. I'm assuming you heard that sneeze. Someone was asking to hear my dog's bodily functions, so that was a sneeze. I wonder if they're feeling any of the same things I did. Pippa is right behind them with a notebook in one hand and a pencil in the other. At first, I think she's writing like Aspen would be, but when I walk a bit closer, I see that she's drawing instead. In a few quick strokes, she sketches out the shape of the railing and the slope of the mountain. A few scribbled boxes turn into buildings and houses.
Ooh, you're really good.
Pippa's head jerks up, surprised.
Thanks!
Despite saying that, her face turns red and she snaps the book shut.
Oh, look at this!
You want to head out? Yeah, she wants to head out once again. There we go. Both Pippa and I turn to see Armand and Cello standing by the binoculars. Cello puts her eyes to them, but then pulls back, frowning.
I can't see anything.
Oh, here.
I fish around in my pockets until I find a couple of coins, and then hand them to Armand.
Thanks.
He feeds them into the machine, and Cello's able to look around.
Whoa.
She pans slowly from side to side before letting Armand have a turn.
Do you want to try?
He looks all over, bouncing the lens up and down, sorry. For a second, she considers it, but then Pippa shakes her head.
It's fine. Let's see something else.
Next, we walk down to the waterfront where the market is. The sea is as blue as I've ever seen it.
Oh, it would be nice to go for a swim.
Maybe for some of us.
Is there an ocean near where you guys are from?
Oh no, but there's a giant lake and tons of canals. Cello spends basically all of her time in them.
I'd rather take a boat than an airship when possible, even if it's slower.
You would have swam all the way here if you could.
So, there's just something about being on your own with the ocean. When you feel like you belong. What if we did our project about this beach?
I definitely don't belong in the ocean. Can we pick something else?
I'm with Armand on this one. It's the same as any other ocean.
You guys just can't see it, I guess.
Although she looks a little disappointed, Cello keeps going with a shrug and a smile. We take my usual path and end up at Cuba Street. Like always, it's alive with all sorts of people doing all sorts of things. As we're walking, Armand suddenly stops dead in his tracks and points.
Are those movie cameras? Are they filming something?
Without waiting for an answer, he runs off towards a corner of the street that's fenced off.
Huh. That fence wasn't here before.
Armand comes to a stop against the fence and wraps his finger around one of the links. Sure enough, there's a whole crew of people operating cameras and other gear.
Whoa! They really are making a movie.
What do you think it'll be about?
A few people sitting on a bench across the street are dressed in costumes, although it looks like they're taking a break. One of them carries a big staff, and another one is messing with a necklace that he's wearing. Most of them have swords at their sides. Wow! Wow, Lord of the Rings reference. Get it? Because they're in New Zealand. They're in Wellington, New Zealand. Lord of the Rings. Or Hobbit. One of them.
Documentary, maybe?
Maybe.
A burly man with a short mustache notices us and stomps in our direction.
Hey, you kids, scram! Get out of here!
But we were just...
Yeah, I don't care what you were just doing. Move it!
Disappointed, all four of us head back to a more crowded part of the street. I glance over my shoulder to see if the guy who yelled at us is still watching. He is, and he makes a grumpy gesture at me, and I turn back around. Sometimes, I remember why I used to not like humans.
What a jerk.
Yeah, sorry, Armand.
Oh, it's okay. I got to see a little bit at least.
His voice comes out kind of shaky, like maybe it isn't okay, but I don't think he'd want us to point that out. I might know a way to cheer them all up.
Okay, one more stop.
The familiar ring of the Bell House's door greets us as we walk in. I hold the door for the three kids who all trail in.
Hello, and welcome to... Miho?
Welcome to the rest of them too.
Oh yes, of course. Welcome to the Bell House.
Pippa looks from Aspen to me, and then back.
Are you two dating?
Huh?
Huh? How could you tell?
Pippa shrugs.
Just can.
What the fuck? How did... Huh? Did she read the script? How does she know? They like said one word to each other.
Well, yes we are. That's why I was rather surprised to see my girlfriend. You must be the students here from out of town, right?
Yes, that's right.
You already knew about us?
I heard a bit from Miho. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. What would you like to drink? It'll be on the house.
That means it's free.
Pippa had a gator. Super accurate gator. Pippa gives me a strange look.
I know what it means.
Aspen bites her lip to keep her from laughing, but I can see it in her eyes. I smile too. The three kids place their orders, and then we go sit down, while I stay at the counter.
Babysitter for a day?
They wanted me to show them around town a little bit. I need to get back to the library soon, though.
A guided tour of Wellington from Miho? Huh, how can I sign up?
Just ask. Although, your boss might not be as happy about you skipping work as mine.
True. Maybe I should take that store position after all, so I can make my own hours.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. Are you still thinking about whether or not to do it?
Yes, it's practically all I can think about when I'm here. I have to give Regina an answer by next month, though. I'll talk to you about it later, though. What would you like to drink?
Surprise me?
Alright. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. See you soon.
While she goes into the back, I sit down at the table in the corner with the 3 students. The cafe is fairly busy, with many of the tables populated by humans and fabled alike. Our area is relatively empty though. Pippa has her notebook in her lap and looks to be drawing again, although she angles the book so no one can see it. She's literally just, like, that's how all artists act. You guys all fucking do that shit.
Thanks for taking us around today, Miss Miho.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure we should be able to settle on a topic after this, right?
Armand nods under Cello's withering glare.
Right.
Pippa, on the other hand, doesn't seem to notice. She's fully absorbed in whatever she's working on.
Pippa? Did you have any ideas?
No response. Sighing, Cello just rests her head on the table instead of trying to get Pippa's attention again.
I still think we should just make it about the ocean.
Pippa's kind of right, though. It's hard to make the ocean seem special. What about the movie crew? Just without that guy at the end.
But would that really be showing Wellington itself?
Maybe not.
For a moment, everything is silent in our corner, other than the scratch of Pippa's pencil. Then she smacks that down onto the table and turns her notebook around for us to see.
Look!
Even as a sketch, it's easy to identify the Bell House. There are a few changes, like the plants and decorations, but it's still unmistakable. She's drawn it from the outside, with an overhead view right beside it. In there are tables populated by people that I hope aren't supposed to be us.
Wow, Pippa!
May I see it?
Pippa reluctantly hands the notebook to Cello, who holds it so I can see it better too. The Bell House isn't the only thing she drew though. Part of the street outside is shown, including some sketches of statues and storefronts that we walked past. Across from her, Pippa waits anxiously.
I thought that a coffee shop might show it best. How all the different kinds of people exist here. It's a place that everyone loves, no matter where you came from. At least, that's what I was thinking.
My dog... My dog just fucking... Okay, she wants to come back inside now. Charlie, in, Carly, in. I'm gonna stand by the door. Oh, she wants pets now. Come over here. Charlie, come over here. Come on, good girl.
I think that's beautiful.
Good girl. Aspen's shoes click against the floor as she approaches us, with the tray balanced on her hands. Stopping at our table, she picks up the first 3 drinks and hands it to Pippa.
Sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. But I often think of the Bell House the same way. It's something I love about this place.
Okay, she's finally down.
In fact, I first met Miho here.
Yeah, I haven't cried yet because I've already played through this game, so I think it's like I already know what's coming, and I can brace myself for it. I did pet my dog.
Destiny?
Destiny?
Same.
Cello sets the notebook down on the table before taking a sip of her drink. Her eyes light up when she does.
Whoa, this is really good!
Okay, she wants to leave now. She's already done. Don't scratch the wall. I have to keep my door closed because I've got the aircon on. Armand nods vigorously in agreement.
I'm so glad you like them.
We still need to know what Aspen wrote in her own journal when she first saw Miho. I think we have a good idea. If not, the fanfiction writers already know.
Miho, I forgot your drink at the bar. Would you like to come get it?
Yeah, so sus.
Oh, sure.
Behind me, I'm pretty sure all 3 of the kids snicker amusedly. At the counter, Aspen hands me a steaming cup. I breathe in the scent and try to identify it, but I can't.
What's in it?
Carly is like a cunning, manipulative, gluttonous dog. She's like... She always tries to find loopholes in everything, and she's so willing to annoy you. Like, she's totally fine being a pain in the ass. She feels no remorse for anything. But she's like, she's a good girl. She's still a good girl. And she's healthy for her age. She's 14, but she can still get up on her own. Her sister, who's also the same age as her, is completely different. We have to always... She can't really get up by herself anymore. Sometimes she can. But there are times where she's just stuck on the ground and we have to pick her up. And she can very rarely climb stairs by herself anymore, so I'm not really sure what's gonna happen to her.
A surprise, remember? Tell me what you think.
I take a small sip, being careful not to burn my mouth. At once, a variety of flavours meld together. There's chocolate for sure, but not overly sweet chocolate. And there's also coffee, but it's not too bitter. On top of all that, there's another taste, one that I recognise but can't place.
I love it!
Phew, I was afraid I may have used too much chocolate.
Nah, everything was perfect. But what's in it besides coffee and cocoa?
Not cocoa, real melted dark chocolate. We usually only put shaving on drinks, but this was a special one. The other flavour is lavender. Sometimes people don't like the flowery taste, but I thought you might enjoy it.
Definitely. What's it called? I'll order it again for sure.
It doesn't have a name yet, actually. I'll try to think of one. In the meantime, I'll write down the recipe so I don't forget.
I take another sip, as good as the first.
May I try it?
Carly's the only one that comes into my room. I don't think Sally really cares to, like... Yeah, Sally kind of just stays in the living room. She doesn't really wander around the house and barge into people's rooms like Carly does.
Of course.
I pass the cup to Aspen, who stares at it just a moment before pressing it to her lips.
Wow, that is perfect. If I do say so myself.
She takes another sip.
Hey! Don't drink it all!
Chuckling, Aspen returns the beverage.
Sorry. I'll make my own on my break.
Is that soon?
Unfortunately not. In fact, I should get back to work before too long. If Lena catches me, I'll never hear the end of it. Literally.
Alright. I won't keep distracting you then. I should get back to the library. Although...
I look back at the kids, who are all hovering over Pippa's notebook as she sketches more.
It's fine, they can stay here. I don't think there'll be any trouble, and I'm sure it'll be easier for them to get back to their class.
You sure? Thanks.
Of course. Talk to you later?
Of course.
Where we dropping, boys? Another poll. So bay. We haven't been to the bay in a while. We've been to the waterfront pretty often. Garden. Been to Cuba Street a lot. Mount Vic. And, fuck. Stop hole. I wasn't expecting the stream to take this long. This is probably how long I've been streaming. 7 hours. Chances are this will be more than a 10-hour stream. Is this route pure good ending or is it bitter black sweet? So every single ending in the game is good in a different way. There's like... the game has this concept called a comfy ending and a wild ending. So all of them are good. Like there's 4 endings, all of them are good. There's just 2 comfy, 2 wild endings. I'll let you guys pick whether we get a comfy or wild ending whenever there's a choice. Okay, a lot of you guys are saying the bay, so we're gonna go with the bay. I've seen people picnic on the beach before, so I got a little curious and wanted to try it myself. Today's solo picnic consists of pre-packaged peanut butter and jelly and a jelly sandwich, a small bag of chips, and a juice pouch. Not bad for a girl with limited pocket space and only 2 hands. I hunker down in the sand to eat my meal, enjoying the ambience of the ocean for a bit. Is it just me, or is this way tastier than usual? Is this the magic of eating on the beach? What could it be? Is it the salty air? Does the salt make everything taste better? I'll have to remember this. More salt on my food. Yum! We should drop in Tomato Town, Aspen. That night, as I'm laying in bed watching TV, my phone buzzes in the windowsill, startling me. It's Aspen.
Hello?
Miho, I didn't wake you, did I?
Nah, I was still up.
Doesn't fucking sound like you lying bitch.
But I thought you went to bed hours ago. Is everything okay?
I did, yes, and I'm fine. I woke up to get some water and saw that I had an email. And after I read it, I couldn't wait to tell you. Are you ready?
Sure.
She clears her throat and gulps down some water before she starts.
Dear Ms. Benoit, we've read your draft and we're very impressed with what we've seen so far. At the moment, it's a couple steps away from being what we're looking for, but we'd like to fix that. One of our representatives will be in the Wellington area this Friday. Would you be available for dinner to discuss more? Best.
I bolt upright in bed, as if Aspen were here telling me in person.
Whoa! So they're gonna do it? They're gonna publish your book?
Well, it sounds like there are still some details to be worked out, but...
Congratulations!
It's a good thing Juliet doesn't sleep during the night. I can hear her laugh through the phone, and can't keep a grin off my own face.
Thank you. Wait a moment, I'm not dreaming, am I?
Nope.
Good. Lately I keep thinking that my life has been going far too well, and surely I'll have to wake up soon and find that none of it was real.
No way. Although, it sounds like maybe you should go back to bed.
Probably. I'm not sure I'll be able to fall asleep again, though.
Wanna come over? Juliet's awake too.
She laughs again.
Tempting, but I shouldn't. Tomorrow, though, after I get off work.
We're gonna celebrate?
Damn right we are. Let's go somewhere, just the 2 of us.
Oh my god.
Sure.
Daytime.
Like where?
Dunno. Figure it out when we get there.
Space Pirate Lord. We'll get there. We'll get there, okay?
Of course. See you at breakfast then?
Aspen yawns, causing me to yawn too.
All right, I get the message. Good night, Miho. I love you.
I love you too. Good night.
I love you too. Sorry, I just felt like joining in. Settling back down into bed, I can't keep a smile off my face, even as my eyes get heavier. If anyone deserves some good news, it's Aspen. I'm so glad she can stop worrying so much now. Oh my god, stop making me do fucking YouTube polls. I'm picking a random one, I don't give a shit. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he squeals, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Gay Street it is. As I'm lost in thought on a walk, a girl standing outside a store calls out and startles me. Normally I'd ignore her or make a run for it, but instead I freeze up, which gives her time to talk. Hello, please take a coupon. She holds a flimsy piece of colourful paper out at me. Still a little stunned, I accept it. Maybe she can tell I'm confused because she prattles on. We're having a buy one, get one free deal right now. Buy one what? Anything on our menu. If you buy one thing, you'll get another one for free, while the offer lasts. For free? But how? If you give something away for free, people will wonder why they're charging for the first one to begin with, right? Well, it's like a gift or a bonus. I squint down at the coupon as if it will make this make any more sense. Can I use this anywhere? No, just at our store. Oh, no thanks then. I hand the coupon back to her and continue on my way. What a confusing girl. Jesus.
It's even more gorgeous than I remember.
The grand entrance at the Botanic Gardens is pretty impressive. Decorated with flowers and trees and more, it's even closer to the wilds I remember than Mount Victoria's forests are.
Of course, last time I was rather distracted by the circumstances.
Is that why you want to come back?
Yes, this time. I intend to enjoy it to its fullest.
After meeting up with Aspen at the Bell House, we took a bus to get here. It dropped us off at the same gate that Juliet and I arrived last time. Hand in hand like always, we drift like bumblebees from flower patch to flower patch. Aspen stops to admire the plants, and I admire Bro, you mean like, the tree because you're in the botanical garden? Getting that email really seems to have cheered her up. There's a bounce in every step we take together.
What kind of flowers are those?
I have no idea. They're pretty though, aren't they?
They sure are.
Like a flower, when I saw Aspen for the first time all those months ago, I thought she was pretty. But the colourful petals at our feet can't actually compare to— sorry, that was like— oh god, that's so cheesy. Like, normally I eat that shit up. That rainy day in the library, she didn't even know I was there. I never could have imagined how our lives would intertwine from then on. But it's everything we've been through since then, all the things I've come to learn and know about her that make her beautiful. We both talked about that day, and everything after, a lot. Still, I don't get tired of thinking or hearing about it. Every day just makes me appreciate her more. Turning away from the flowers, Aspen sees me looking at her and tilts her head.
What are you smiling about all of a sudden?
Nothing.
You!
Oh, okay, she was honest. Earning myself a kiss on the cheek, we resume our journey through the gardens. The winding road takes us past more flowers, through forests and across ponds. Everywhere you look, there's something new to see. For the most part, I let Aspen lead us, content to see whatever she wants to see, even when that means standing around for a couple minutes while she reads the tiny words on a big sign. The sun begins to set, our walk gradually getting darker, but neither of us are in a rush to leave. When we round another corner, we reach a new area of the park that we haven't seen before. A small river runs along the path, and on one side is a large embankment. Trees with long, saggy branches run along the top, making a curtain along it. We got a kiss when they first confessed to each other. Or like when they reunited after the bus incident. Some of the branches glisten with water, but some sparkle with something else. I point to one, getting Aspen's attention.
Hey, what's that?
What's what?
She follows my line of sight, and then her eyes light up when she sees it.
Oh!
We both hurry over to where something small and blue hangs from one of the branches, glowing like a firefly. There are silky threads hanging from the trees too. They kind of look like spider webs, but softer.
Is it a fairy?
Not quite. They're glowworms.
She reaches up a hand, cupping the bright orb without touching it.
Oh, worms?
Yes, look.
I look. Sure enough, there's a bug attached to the light. Maybe it's the other way around.
It's almost as pretty as the flowers. Are they magical?
No, just unique. Wellington is somewhat famous for them, in fact. There should be more nearby. Shall we look for them?
Sure. Let's go.
We follow the embankment, peering among the trees and dirt for another glimpse of light. There are other people around inspecting the same area as we are. We spot a couple isolated bugs, all alone like the first one we encountered, but for a while, that seems to be it. However, as the night begins to set in and the sun disappears behind the hills, that starts to change. Before our eyes, light gradually appears as more and more glowworms take their places, like candles being lit in the dark. The blue-green webbing almost seems to hover in midair at parts, since we can't see the trees themselves as easily. Finally, we come to a part of the ridge that brings us both to a halt. A big willow tree droops down, making a web of its own out of the branches that even pass the other nearby trees. Glowworms hang from them like holiday lights. There are more here than we saw on the way combined. When we first arrived at the gardens, Aspen remarked on how gorgeous it was. Now she's speechless. She takes a step forward, and then another, drawn like a moth to a flame. I stay at her side, impressed by the glowworms, but unable to take my eyes off Aspen again. Her eyes wide and mouth agape, she is the most easy-to-read person I've ever met. The simple way she wears her aura on her face and her heart on her sleeve, even when she tries to hide her feelings. To me, that's another part to love about her. I've already seen it happen a few times. Aspen, who always tries to have the perfect words, finds herself at a loss for them so often. Everything she feels so much. As scary as that may seem at one time, as we became friends, and then became more than friends, it's something I've come to admire. She says that meeting me was destiny, or that maybe she just got lucky. I don't know a thing about destiny, but I know the second part is wrong, or at least only half true. I'm the lucky one here.
Hey, Aspen?
Oh damn, bro! She's sending it! She went in for the kill! Time for some hydration. Still entranced, she turns her head to face me, and I lean forward to kiss her. There we go. Sorry, I need to keep drinking. These fucking gay people keep dehydrating me. She's sending it! I'm used to not having the right words, or any words at all, so I hope I can say everything I want to with a kiss. Her eyes flutter shut behind her glasses. She smells faintly of coffee and flour. Her lips taste like love. Oh god! Sorry, that was too much for me. I hope she knows just how much she's made my life better, just by existing, just by being her. We part, but just barely. Our foreheads still together. She smiles, the light in her eyes brighter than the one around us.
What was that for? Not that I mind, of course.
Just because. I was thinking about how lucky I am to be able to do that.
I see. In that case...
She kisses me again.
Just because?
Because I love you. And so you'll keep doing that?
That's the easiest promise I've ever made.
Eventually, we walk away, letting some of the other searchers enjoy that spot. We follow the winding path through the garden some more, taking our time and stopping to admire anything that catches our eyes. There are plenty of those, not just the flowers and trees, but the lamp-lit pathways and streams too. At the end, we leave for the gate we entered through, taking a shuttle back into town. I walk with Aspen to her apartment before we part ways for the night. Holding my hand outside her door, she gives me one last kiss.
Thank you for a perfect evening, Miho.
It was your idea to go there. So, thank you.
It was only perfect because we were together, though. Just take the compliment, silly.
Fine, fine.
Smiling, Aspen steps forward and hugs me, enveloping me in that coffee and flower scent.
Well, shall I see you tomorrow, then?
I'd be giga-depressed if I smelled like my workplace.
Yeah. I already can't wait.
Me either. Good night, Miho.
Good night.
With a final wave, Aspen disappears into her apartment. I make my way back to the library, feeling lighter than air. Oh boy! That was a lot for me. Jesus. I've only been home for a little bit when I decide to step out into the night again. My last encounter with Silver didn't go so well, but it hasn't made me any less determined to talk to her. It's not just because of my magic and what she might be able to tell me about it, it's because I also want to help her. I know that I can't tell her that outright, but every passing day that I spend with Aspen, or with Juliet, makes me more confident in my decision to stay around Wellington. Yeah, I'm gonna finish the whole game tonight, and I understand that it's probably gonna be hard for a lot of you guys to stay up, but just know that the VOD will be there. This will be archived, so you can always just like click to where you fell asleep or like had to leave the stream at. I know that I can't tell her outright, but every passing day that I spend with Aspen or with Juliet makes me more confident in my decision to stay around Wellington. While I don't expect things to go exactly the same way for Silver as they did for me, I hope that maybe someday she'll want to change too. Making my way to Mount Victoria doesn't take very long. Just like last time, I change forms and search for Silver's scent, locking on and following it through the forest. I eventually find her in her two-legged form, sitting on a log with her back to me. For some reason, I'm surprised. I just assumed she spent most of her time as a fox. I change forms myself. Somehow, I don't think she's noticed me yet. I'm not sure if I should call out to her to get her attention or what. I don't think she'd like being surprised, but there probably isn't any chance she'd be excited to see me regardless. Taking a step, I have my decision made for me. The snap of a branch under my foot gives me away.
Damn it.
Sure enough, Silver spins around, her eyes going from shock to annoyance when she sees me. She leaps to her feet in a fluid motion, while I hold up my empty hands to show I'm not a threat.
Stupid dog. Learn to obey when you're given a command. I told you not to come back here.
Oops. Guess I must not have heard that part.
I didn't bother to make a plan for how to convince her to talk to me, since she has a tendency to mess up any plans I try. She snorts in derision and then transforms as she turns back away from me. In a flash, she's taken off.
Not this time.
I change forms and run off after her. She's tricky, not just fast. She also darts back and forth, weaving around trees as she tries to get away. I don't let her, instead keeping her in my sights even though she manages to stay ahead. The forested area isn't very big, but she backtracks so much that it feels huge. If we were in our other forms, I'm sure she'd be shouting taunts at me, or obscenities. Instead, it's gravely silent, other than the soft sound of our paws on the leaves and moss. Silver eventually gives up on trying to confuse me, and instead puts on a burst of speed, pulling further and further away from me. Why is she so determined to run away? And why am I so determined to catch her? The first part isn't tough to answer, because running away is easy. I understand, because until recently, that was exactly what I would have done too. But the second part, that's harder to say. I push myself as well, trying to run faster like Silver. It's hard though, and my legs are already aching. I have to start relying on my ears and nose, and not just eyes, to track her. Suddenly, I see her again, not just far out of reach. When she spots me, I can see her trying to dash again. Only this time, she doesn't seem to be able to pull it off either. That's when I notice her limp. It's subtle, enough that I can only tell when I'm close up to her like this, but one of her back legs is definitely giving her trouble and is starting to slow her down. When it becomes clear I'm going to catch her, she abruptly halts, transforming back in a flash. I scramble to bring myself to a stop and then change too, almost collapsing backwards onto the ground. My lungs feel like they're on fire, but I stay on my feet. Silver doesn't move, her back still to me, even as I see her chest heave while she catches her breath. She clenches a fist, illuminated by the light from her bead.
Why? Why won't you leave me alone? I've told you to stay away. Aren't dogs supposed to be good at listening?
Carly isn't. I ignore her. I couldn't give her an answer she'd accept anyway.
Why are you limping? Did you hurt your leg?
Silence. Not that I was expecting an answer myself. But then slowly, her fingers uncurl.
No, someone else did. Why do you care?
For the first time, there's less of a sharp edge to her words. For once, it sounds like a genuine question.
Because you exist, I guess. I've never met another Gumiho. but I feel like I know you. At least a little bit. We probably have more in common than you think. Or admit.
Pathetic.
I don't know if she's talking about me or not. Finally, she looks up and glares at me, staring right into my eyes. I'm not sure how I want to come across to her. Friendly, trustworthy, brave. Whatever we do have in common, she's also a total mystery. Even at my most alone, I was never as wild as she is.
Fine then, I'll tell you. Listen well, dog. I won't repeat myself.
Folding her arms, Silver turns her back on me and looks up at the stars.
The forest I called home belonged to man, as all forests do in their minds. Every day, to live was to be in fear of their cruel weapons that could tear you apart before you ever saw them. All creatures of the forest are prey to sate man's hunger for violence. I learned to run, for there was no other choice but death. To hide from their stinking horses and craven hounds. Survive. Yet, for all my running and for all my fear, one day, I too found myself fleeing for my life, slabbering beasts at my heels. There was a crack as one of their weapons rang out, finding its mark in my leg. Despite the pain, I kept running for as long as I could, before collapsing into the bush. I knew I was going to die, and there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing but quiver and dread, useless and pathetic. I thought I would choke on the fear. Instead, as the first of the hunters arrived, sadistic pleasure in their eyes, the pain in my throat became something else. In that moment, it transformed me. I was more than a pitiful fox. I became something greater, something powerful. In a flash, the fear came for them instead. They screamed the same way we foxes do, in agony and terror. The pain I felt was nothing compared to the euphoria of strength. It served me greater than fear had. And it was not only my blood that nurtured the forest that day. I knew that my wounds would heal in time, but that power would never leave me. They did, and it hasn't. Never again will I suffer a human to harm me, or anyone else.
Spinning back around, her eyes shine in the moonlight.
Never again. I told you before that we are nothing alike.
She's wrong. I can see myself reflected in her harsh gaze. I could have been her so easily.
Well, what is it, dog? Have you finally learned to hold your tongue?
Something about her finally clicks. Something in her words makes sense. The way she tells me so much even as she tells me to leave. The way she keeps asking for my thoughts. She desperately wants me to respond.
I'm sorry. All of that stuff that happened to you is terrible. I can see why you hate humans so much.
Her eyes widen, then instantly narrow.
Oh, has a thought dared to enter that empty head of yours?
Yeah, I'd probably hate humans too if I'd gone through what you did. Even though I didn't, I still spent most of my life trying to avoid them. And everyone else. Everyone but one person.
A pause, waiting for her to interrupt me, but she doesn't. That's a good sign, right?
I also got my leg hurt by humans back then. Back when I was a fox, I stepped on one of their traps and couldn't get out. I also thought I was gonna die. But instead, my person set me free. Even though they weren't my person yet. And they put a bandage on my leg and helped it get better. I'd probably still have a limp today if they hadn't.
Silver scoffs, but doesn't interject.
Until I came here and met Aspen and Juliet, I thought my person was the only one worth knowing, human or not. I didn't want them to talk to me either. But now, I'm glad they did.
I search her face, trying to get a glimpse of what she might be thinking or feeling, but her expression is as stony as ever. I could keep going, but I'm not sure if it would be a good idea or not. I'm probably already wearing on her patience. Alright, I think one of these options influences the ending you get. We're gonna hold a poll. The choice. Okay, putting up a poll. Decide. We'll stop it at 20 votes. 14, 15, 14. 16, 17, 16, 19, 20. You guys want to keep going? We'll keep going. Since she still hasn't cut me off, I decided to keep talking. Who knows when I'll have another chance.
You could try that too, you know. I could even introduce you to my friends. I haven't told them about you yet. They don't have any idea you exist. But I'm sure they'd be just as nice to you as they were to me. Not all people are bad, humans or fabled. There are good ones too. Just like there are probably good and bad Gumiho.
All I get in response is a cold stare. Well, it's not like I really expected her to say yes, at least I tried. From the way she fidgets, I can tell we're getting near the point where Silver is going to decide she's had enough and run away. Before she can do that, there's something I have to know.
Hey. What?
I never asked before. But what's your name?
She sneers, looking glad to have a reason to be disdainful again.
I have no need for one. If I wished to be known by anyone, they wouldn't use a name.
Yeah. I used to be like that too. It's how I ended up calling myself Miho.
How clever.
Which is why I've been calling you Silver in my head, so I'll just keep doing that.
Pick something else.
Huh?
Her response is immediate. I'd been expecting a do as you wish or I don't care what a dog thinks of me, but I didn't expect her to have an opinion of my choice. Even Silver looks a bit surprised with herself, like she answered without thinking. She quickly forces back a stoic expression.
I mean, do as you wish.
She broke character.
If you tell me something else to call you, I will.
I don't care what a dog thinks
Jesus
of me.
Christ, she did all of it. Oh my god. Nose in the air, she turns away from me and transforms, bounding off into the shadows like always. This time, I don't try to follow her. She always has to make a show of how little she cares. It took me until tonight to understand that means she cares a lot. For as detached and as disinterested as she tries to appear, there are still weaknesses in her armor. Once again, I didn't really learn much about myself or my magic from this visit with Silver, but still, I don't think it was a waste of time. At breakfast the next morning, I'm still thinking about Silver and her story, and about how much it has in common with mine. I only half listen as Juliet and Aspen talk about the book they've both been reading. Instead, it's just nice to watch them both enjoy being around each other. It's so easy to miss that when you're not looking for it. Of course, you can still miss out on some other things. It takes me a moment to realize that Aspen is trying to get my attention.
Miho! Miho!
Shaking my head, I bring my attention back.
Mr. Miho, anyone home?
There is now. Just stepped out for a minute, you know.
Believe me, I know. I was just asking if something had happened to your bead. It looks brighter again.
It does?
Oh man, that'd be embarrassing if Aspen noticed a change before I did. I tug my necklace away from me so I can see it. Sure enough, the glow is stronger than before. Still not as strong as Silver's though.
I swear it wasn't like that when I went to sleep.
Maybe it changed overnight. Like your body, perhaps it needs time to process. Actually, I believe I learned something useful in that regard. I was able to get in touch with one of the curators from the exhibition you saw at Topapa. I mentioned the painting of a Gumio and asked if he knew anything about them, and he told me a very interesting myth. It says that not only is Gumio's bead the source of her magic, but it also requires more magic to sustain itself. Most Fable take their magic from the underworld's source, but for those who don't come from the underworld, such as Miho,
it has to come from somewhere else.
Right.
We're all quiet for a moment, as we all come to what I'm sure is the same conclusion.
The memories.
Yes, I believe so. Every time someone forgets about you, I believe your bead retains that memory as a sort of power. There was a second part to the myth as well. Once it's accumulated enough, Gumio can take that magic and make it her own, becoming something even more than a Gumio.
Something more? In what way?
A Chunho.
Both of them look at me.
Pardon?
Chunho. I know the word, but I don't know how I know it. As if Juliet's explanation unlocked a forgotten memory of my own.
That's what I'd be. If I swallowed the bean when it was ready. Tunnel. A sky fox.
I don't know what it means, but I know it's the next step in my existence, more than a Gumiho.
If you swallowed it, I suppose that makes sense, but it hardly sounds pleasant.
It isn't.
Removing my necklace, I inspect the bead yet again. The glow must be related to what Juliet was saying. That it's getting closer to being ready. I don't know if the rest of me is, though.
But why now? I don't think that many people have forgotten me recently, but it started changing so fast.
It's magic. Even as a boring old human, I can tell you that magic never works how you think it should.
Not just magic, but also myth. Myths tend to have some roots in truth, but are incomplete or warped by retelling. Trust your eyes and your heart, not just what Aspen and I find.
Right. Besides, who knows how much farther it has to go? It could keep getting brighter and brighter for a long time. I've seen... I'll see if it looks any different this time next week.
I was about to mention Silver, but managed to catch myself. I want to tell Aspen and Juliet about her, but not yet. Not until I know her better myself. Not until I can convince her to meet them. And it could take even longer for Silver to change her mind than for my bead. Although now that I think about it, what does the brightness of hers mean? That her beard has stored even more magic than mine? Something about that doesn't feel right. Can't just be an amount. There has to be something more. I wonder if she even knows what it is. There's one more question too. One more big what if.
If I do that, would it mean people stop forgetting about me? If my bead isn't there to steal the memories?
That would be very nice if so.
Indeed. I couldn't say, but I share Aspen's feelings, as I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, I do.
I lock the necklace back around my neck. The more I learn about my powers, the more conflicted I feel. I know Aspen and Juliet mean well, but it's not something that they can understand. Even though Juliet has magic of her own, it's entirely different from mine. The conversation changes to recent events at the library and the Bell House, and none of us mention anything else about magic or Gumiho for the rest of the morning. Whatever is going on with my bead, I have to figure it out myself. It's been almost a week since the last time I went to the waterfront, so I decided to head down and visit Mr. Kim. It's been even longer since I've actually done any fishing, so this might be a good time to change that. When I get to the waterfront there are plenty of other people there fishing, unlike the last couple of times. However, it doesn't look like Mr. Kim is one of them. His assistant, Young Min, is there helping out like always, but Mr. Kim himself is nowhere to be seen. When I go ask Young Min, he tells me that Mr. Kim went to the marketplace, but that he should be back by now. I volunteer to go see if I can track him down. I've only ever seen the market from a distance, but up close it's a lot more lively than I gave it credit for. The noisy fishermen that I always hear from far away laugh. and shout with each other, displaying their catches on beds of ice. There are other vendors and stalls selling snacks and drinks, as well as things like jewelry and souvenirs. I walk around searching for Mr. Kim and finally find him near the edge of the pier. He's looking intently at a number of fishing poles for sale, one hand stroking his chin.
Hello, mijo! Fancy seeing you here.
Youngmin told me where you were. I was surprised you weren't at the fishing spot.
Oopsie, I might be taking a little longer than I said I would, but I just can't decide.
I ain't telling you anything about the endings, Space Pirate Lord, especially because I don't remember the exact combination to get specific endings, so I'll kind of be like, okay, we just got that ending. I go over and inspect the fishing poles too. Most of them are fancier than the ones I've used, with extra pieces and parts. I don't really know what any of them do though.
Are you getting a new rod?
If I can settle on one, yes. I've narrowed it down to this one.
He points at one of the complicated, fancy-looking poles.
And this one.
The other option is a simpler, sleeker design.
What's the difference?
The first one here has everything you could ever want. It's made for comfort and for power. The other one I'm looking at is more basic, as you can see.
Mr. Kim and Miho FaceTime every night, so that's why he's able to remember her.
That sounds pretty easy. Why wouldn't you get the nicer one?
I guess there's just something about a simple, traditional design that appeals to an old geezer like me. It's hard to say no to the luxury of the other one, but...
He frowns, still thinking deeply.
Sounds like you've already decided then.
I think it was about a week ago that they discovered that if Miho FaceTimes someone, they'll remember her.
Oh?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you want the basic one, even though the other one is nicer.
Slowly, he nods.
You might just be right. I'll take this one.
The person running the booth packages up the rods and hands it to Mr. Kim, once he's finished paying. Then the two of us start heading back to the fishing spot.
You know, you picked a good time to show up.
Why's that?
I'll show you once the lessons are over.
That turns out to be shortly after we get there. Mr. Kim goes to apologize to Young Min for taking so long, and I watch some of the other people fishing while we wait, since all the spare rods are taken. Once almost everyone else leaves at the end of the hour, Mr. Kim beckons me over.
How's the new rod?
Works like a dream so far. It's the old one I wanted to talk to you about, though.
Mr. Kim holds his old fishing pole in one hand, examining it with a small smile. I can see a wistful look in his eyes, like he's recalling old memories. Then he holds it out to me.
Here. I want you to have it.
Me? Why?
Better it go to someone who'll use it than just sit around collecting dust in the garage. Besides, you're going to need something reliable if you're gonna have a chance with the king!
Yeah, Silver can remember Miho because they're the same species, so they're kind of like immune to each other's magic. I carefully take the rod, holding it gently like it could fall apart. It's got nicks and grooves on it, and the grip is worn down in places, signs of how loved and appreciated it was.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure, as long as you promise to give it a good home.
I do. Thanks.
You're welcome. Now, let's make sure we catch the king this year, hmm?
Standing at the edge, I cast out my line to get a feel for the rod. Even though it's been well used, it's more comfortable and handles better than the ones I usually borrow. I managed to land a couple fish, although I let them all go. When it's finally time for me to go home, I carry the fishing pole carefully, making sure Mr. Kim's trust in me wasn't misplaced. I'm not surprised when Aspen doesn't show up for breakfast. Before I fell asleep, she mentioned that she was feeling nervous about her meeting and expected to be up for a while, and that she'd probably sleep in. I offered to stay up with her, but she declined, saying she'd rather use the time to prepare. Her spot at the table is conspicuously empty as Juliet and I eat together, but I'm sure she'll show up eventually. I keep an eye on my phone for any messages from her, even as Juliet and I clean up and start our days, but I don't hear anything from Aspen. The library gradually gets livelier, and I have my hands full restocking shelves and filling out papers. Oh, sorry, I'm getting retail PTSD. Finally, some familiar faces arrive, although Aspen isn't one of them.
Be careful. If you drop it, we'll have to start all over.
I'm not going to drop it. You carry it if you're so worried.
I can carry it if you'd like, Pippa.
It's fine.
I can hear the three kids before I can see them, their voice only getting louder when Armand pushes the front door open and holds it for the other two. Cello enters first, followed by Pippa, who has arms wrapped tightly around a box. They've come in every day since we visited the Bell House, so Pippa and Armand still remember me. I didn't explain my magic to them. They just chose to work up here.
Good morning, Ms. Miho.
Literally me for real. Oh, time for me to yawn too. Cello can't help but yawn as she greets me.
Morning. Wow, you guys look exhausted.
Ugh. We are.
Cello and I stayed up all night finishing our project. Armand was only awake for like half of it.
You wouldn't let me touch the models, so why should I have to stay up?
You two, please.
Even Cello seems too tired to put up with her friends bickering today. They both huff but stop arguing.
It was a long night, but we managed to get done. Since we're going back home tomorrow, we wanted to come show you and Ms. Aspen the final version.
She gave us a lot of advice at the Bell House.
And a lot of free refills.
Yeah, Ms. Aspen was super nice to us. Is she around?
Nope. I haven't seen her yet today. I think she had a late night too. I'll try calling her.
I'm going to go put this down somewhere.
Oh, good idea.
All three of them go to find a table where they can set up, and I pull out my phone to give Aspen a call. It rings for a long time, and I'm about to hang up when I finally hear the line click.
Hello?
Her voice is so groggy that she clearly was still asleep.
Hi, Aspen. Sorry to wake you up.
Miho? It's fine. Why are you calling so early, though? Is something wrong?
Early? It's almost lunchtime.
Huh?
There's a rustling sound, and I can hear her groan.
Oh, I was up so late last night.
I remember. Did you get a lot done?
I got a lot of worrying done, at least. That's about it. But I'll be ready for this evening. I didn't mean to sleep through breakfast.
It's alright. Cello and the others are here, though. They finished their project and wanted to show you. But if you're too tired, I can just send you a picture or something.
No, it's alright. I'll come over. I just need a bit to get ready.
Okay. See you soon, then.
See you.
I hang up and then go let the students know what's going on. They wander around the library to entertain themselves while we wait. Finally, the library door opens and Aspen enters, still looking half asleep. She manages to stumble in my direction, and I greet her with a big hug.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon.
Don't remind me. I'm glad to see you, though.
Same.
Miss Aspen, over here!
From the chosen spot, the three kids wave at Aspen.
Miss Aspen makes me sound so old.
I was about to say. She grumbles quietly enough that only I can hear her, but she puts on a smile as we go over to the table.
Thank you for coming to see us. Were you up late working too?
Something like that, yes. But not as hard as you were, it seems. Congratulations on finishing your project.
Despite her exhaustion, Aspen manages to use her customer service voice and seems genuinely excited for them.
Thanks.
Me and Cello worked really hard on it. I guess Armand helped too.
It was something the three of us all made together. But we wouldn't have been able to do that without visiting the Bell House.
I'm very excited to see. Is it in the box?
Pippa nods. Armand reaches for it, but Pippa pulls the box out of his way.
Here we go.
She carefully unfolds the flaps and reaches in, lifting out their project. Both Aspen and I gasp when we see it. It's a tiny version of the Bell House, about the size of a shoebox. The walls look like they're made of cardboard or some other material, and the tables and chairs inside are made of clay. Even the stretch of road outside the cafe is included, with the benches and flags and everything else. The smell of fresh paint emanates from the display, along with glue and other craft supplies.
It's incredible. Wow.
Yeah, this is amazing. Thanks.
Although Pippa sounds gruff as always, I can see her blush before she tries to hide her face. Aspen kneels down to get a better look, inspecting all the little details.
You even got the bell above the door. How cute.
It wouldn't be the Bell House without a bell.
The plants, too. Great job, everybody.
Cello and Armand beam at the praise, and even Pippa manages a small smile.
Thanks for letting us spend time there.
And for all the coffee.
Of course. I remember the stress of homework and group projects very well. At least your group actually works together, instead of leaving it all for one person.
That's right.
Cello hastily answers, shooting Pippa a look before she can say anything to challenge it.
Thank you as well, Ms. Miho. I would have never found out about the Bell House if you didn't take us there.
No prob. I'll take any excuse I can to go there.
It's true. I speak from experience.
Hey, you're one of those excuses too.
Not in front of the children, please.
Oh, I'm the excuse, am I? So it's the free drinks you're really visiting for?
Only sometimes. Sometimes you still make me pay.
Sounds like it should be always from here on out.
We both stare at each other for a second before slipping into laughter, manages to push some of the tiredness out of Aspen's eyes. We chat with the kids for a while longer, swapping stories about Wellington and Amarina, until finally it's time for them to pack up and get going. Aspen helps Pippa carefully return their projects to its box and close it up. Then all five of us head outside.
Thanks again for all your help.
Yeah, it was really nice meeting you. I hope we can come back to Wellington again sometime. Me too.
It's bittersweet to think that after all this time tomorrow, those two will have forgotten about me. I'm glad they'll remember Aspen though, and the Bell House of course.
Yes. I wish we could stay longer, but I also miss home. It's kind of funny. I wasn't sure if I'd miss Amarina or not before we left, but now I definitely do.
Funny how fast that happens, right?
Yes.
Take care, all of you. You're always welcome at the Bell House again.
We'll definitely come back if we can.
Her two friends nod. Armand stoops down to pick up the box. I notice Pippa tense up, but she doesn't stop him.
Be careful.
I will.
Okay. Time to go. Goodbye, and thank you again.
Goodbye.
Bye.
With a final wave, we see them off until they've gone down the path and disappeared from sight. Once they're gone, Aspen slouches, sighing and yawning.
That was nice. I hope they get a good grade on their project.
They better. It looks really good. Are you gonna be alright, though? You seem like you're about to fall over.
I'm fine. It was nice to have the distraction for a bit. Now all I have left to do is wait for this evening.
Wanna go in? Or are you gonna wait at home?
I'd rather wait with you, if that's okay.
Of course. I was hoping you'd say that.
Aspen holds out our hand and I take it. Together, we step back into the library and wait for the appointed hour to arrive. I sit on a bench with a book in my lap, pretending to read. In reality, I'm not even trying. I'm watching the plaza across from me, where Aspen sits at a table alone. I offered to sit with her, but she declined, saying this was something she needed to do alone. Still, she knows I'm watching, even if I'm too far to hear. Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I slowly type a message, wishing Aspen good luck, and send it. From a distance, I see her check her phone, and an instant later, receive a few heart emojis in response. Just then, a stranger approaches her, and the two of them talk for a second before Aspen jumps up to shake their hand. Then they both sit back down, and Aspen scoots her chair in closer. They chat for a long while, enough for the waitress to come out and refill their drinks several times. From what I can tell, it looks like the agent is doing most of the talking, and Aspen is mostly listening. Even from behind, I can tell when she's saying something, because of the way she sits up and starts to move about animatedly. After a while, the agent opens the briefcase and passes some papers to Aspen, who stares at them. The agent stands, and a few seconds later, Aspen does too. They shake hands a second time before the agent pays their bill and leaves, Aspen lingering at the table. When a couple more minutes pass by and she still doesn't move, I get up and go to her instead.
Hey, you.
Startled, Aspen looks around before looking up to see me.
Oh, Miho! Sorry to keep you waiting, I was just...
It's alright. I don't mind. How'd it go?
The fact that I have to ask means that I already know the answer. If it had gone as hoped, then I'm sure Aspen would be out of her seat jumping for joy.
It went... fine, I think.
You think?
Yeah. Shall we head back to the library? It's rather hot, isn't it?
Sure. Let's go.
It's not hot at all. In fact, it's downright pleasant, but I'm sure that's not the real reason she wants to get out of here. I lead the way, and although Aspen never lets go of my hand, she doesn't say anything either. I'm sorry, ma'am, but there is just too much Yuri in your novel. Honestly, fuck any editor who says that shit. Hell nah. Self-publish instead. The library still has a few guests in it when we get there, but we pass them by and head to the dining room instead, only to find it's already occupied.
Oh, hello.
Juliet has papers of her own spread out on the table, but she sweeps them together and tucks them away as she greets us.
Hey!
Still silent, Aspen distractedly sits down, already pulling out the packet the agent gave her to examine. Juliet gives me a questioning look, and I offer a tiny shrug in response. I assume we're going to find out what's on Aspen's mind soon. There are two parts to the packet. The first one is huge, almost as thick as a book. It must be the copy of the manuscript Aspen sent in. The second one is much smaller, but still lengthy. That's the one Aspen focuses on. She reads over the document, which has to be at least a dozen pages long, if not more. Even worse, the printed words are all really tiny. Finally, she puts both bundles into her bag, chewing her lip before speaking.
I think I can do this.
Do what?
Aspen snaps her attention to me, like she just noticed she's not alone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I spaced out.
Yeah, we could tell.
It's quite all right. It's clear you have a lot to think about.
Yes, well, hopefully I've got most of the thinking out of the way.
She slumps back, shoulders rising and falling as she sighs.
They said it needs a lot of work, which is understandable. I already knew that from all the rejection notices. I hadn't realised the scope of the issues, but fortunately they did. When I saw all the markups, I was taken aback at first. It made sense when I thought about it, though. They're a publisher for a reason, and as a first-time author, I want a publisher for a reason. So it needs a lot of work. A lot of rewriting, really. But they encouraged me to fix it up and then resubmit. They asked me to make my decision by Halloween, so I have a few weeks to think it over. But I think I'd be a fool not to do it, right?
Aspen looks at Juliet and me in turn, and from her knitted brows and small frown, I can tell Juliet is thinking the same thing I am.
You don't sound convinced.
It's a big decision. Surely you don't need to make it right away. Why not take advantage of the time they gave you to think about it?
I don't have to decide right now. But if I just let myself think about it too long, I'll never do anything. I've learned that the hard way. Besides,
Her voice drops and her face falls.
there may not be another chance.
I follow her gaze, tucked into her bag near where the papers from the agent. Tucked into her bag near where the papers from the agent were stuffed, I can see the corners of several more empty envelopes. More for Aspen's collection. I don't know, someone just knocked on my door. She catches me looking and nudges the bag shut with her foot.
I suppose you're right, though. I should give it a bit more thought. It can wait until after the weekend, at least.
Relieved, Juliet nods.
I think that's a wise idea.
We spend the rest of the evening together, chatting and having a good time. None of us mention writing or Aspen's book again, including her. Still, there's something in the way she talks and laughs, like she's only half listening. I hope that her meeting would make Aspen feel better and relax again, the way she was on our date at the gardens. Instead, it seems like it's done the opposite. It's hard to see her struggle, and I wish there was something I could do, but I'm the least qualified person to give Aspen advice on something like this. I don't know anything about books, or writing, or publishers. I do know how important writing is to her, and how many of her dreams revolve around it. I know how hard she's worked, and will keep working. No matter what, I also know that it's something she'll have to decide for herself, with or without advice from Juliet or me. Of course, I'll support Aspen no matter what she chooses. I just hope that whatever decision she makes, she won't end up regretting it later. By the time Aspen has to head home, she's perked up a little bit, but not enough to make me stop worrying about her. Still, she says goodbye with a kiss and a smile, and a promise to come by in the morning. Right now, that'll have to be good enough for me. On Saturday morning, I wake up around my usual time, but linger in bed for a while. I can hear the distant sound of Aspen and Juliet having an animated conversation. Aspen laughs, then Juliet laughs. I don't know what they're laughing about, but I smile too. I just like hearing my girlfriend laugh after all, no matter what kind of troubles are weighing on our minds. If she's able to laugh despite everything, then that's a win in my book. Aside from a couple hasty meals, it's been a while since the two of them have really gotten to spend so much time together. Sometimes it's easy to forget that they've known each other longer than they've known me. Outside, it's shaping up to be another beautiful day. There are clouds, but none of them are rain clouds. The trees and grass sway in a gentle breeze beyond my window. I've had more beautiful days here than I can count. Even Wellington weather at its worst isn't so bad from indoors. I open my window, enjoying the morning air as I freshen myself up too. Making my way silently to the kitchen, I pause just out of sight and listen.
I've given it lots of thought.
I have, but I still can't decide. Regina really wants me to take it, of course, but...
But there are good and bad parts of both.
Exactly. I feel like... I'm not sure who to compare it to.
No need to compare. I understand what you mean.
For a little while longer, I stay where I am unseen, not because I want to eavesdrop or spy on Aspen and Juliet, but because I don't want to interrupt them. I just want to let them talk. Maybe I'll just do that instead. Hearing Aspen express some of her worries and hearing Juliet offer words of encouragement reminds me of some of my earliest days here. Both of them changed their lives to include me, which is something I'll always be grateful for. Still, I should give them a chance to spend some time with just each other, not because I feel unwelcome, but because that hasn't really happened since I arrived. Eventually, there's a moment of silence, followed by the sounds of a cup being set on the table. I choose this time to make my entrance.
Ah, there you are.
Good morning, Miho.
Good morning!
I go into the kitchen and grab a piece of toast and an apple, but I don't sit down.
Sleep well.
Sure did. Now that I'm up, though, I think I'm gonna go for a walk.
This early? Well, it was quite nice on my way up here.
Yeah, I used to go for morning walks all the time, but it's been a while.
You couldn't have picked a better day, it seems. Enjoy yourself then, Miho.
I will. See you when I'm back.
For good measure, I wrap a couple more slices of toast in a paper towel and put them in one of my deep pockets, along with another apple and some packets of jam. I wave goodbye before I leave and then head back to my room to get dressed before stepping outside towards the road. Munching on my breakfast as I walk, I hum a song to myself that I heard on TV. I go in the direction of the ocean, same as usual. My days of aimless wandering really have decreased. I actually have places to go now and people to see. A day without any plans is a luxury. I wonder how Zhongyin chose where to go on their travels, what first brought them to my forest all those years ago. Was it on a whim, or was there something in particular they were searching for? If there was, I hope they found it. I would have loved to ask, would have loved to tell them all about Aspen and Juliet. More than anything, though, I wish I could have thanked them. Our time together was short, even by human standards, but it still meant everything to me. I take myself to Mount Victoria and start the familiar climb, but before I get to the top, I stop. It's only been a couple days since I last came here and saw Silva. Trying to visit her again so soon might be pushing my luck, but then again, so is trying to visit her at all. The lukewarm toast and apple in my pocket aren't much, but if she lives anything like I did, she'd still probably appreciate them. Even if she doesn't say it. Instead of transforming, I stay on 2 feet, heading in the same direction I went last time. I'm not too concerned about finding her. If she wants to be found, she will. Keeping my eyes and ears peeled, I watched for a glint of silver fur or the sound of a snapping branch. When I finally spot her, it's purely by accident. Once again, she's in her human form, rather than fox. With her back to me, she kneels at the edge of a patch of grass, attention focused on something I can't see. She doesn't move as I approach, although I'm sure she knows I'm there.
Be careful.
I halt, still a few feet away. At least she didn't call me a dog.
What is it?
I approach delicately, scanning the ground before every step. Finally, I arrive behind her and look down to find my answer. A bird, about the size of my hand, lies on the side of the grass. It's alive, but clearly injured.
What happened to it?
This one was blown from its perch in the tree. For whatever reason, it was too weak to fly. Now, its leg is broken. It won't be long until it dies.
Looking down, I see that Silver's right about its injury. It struggles to flap its wings, but it can't even push itself into a standing position.
Poor thing.
I kneel down beside Silver.
You were trying to help it, right?
She scoffs.
It is beyond help. Such is nature's way. I simply thought to put it out of its misery.
You didn't, though.
Silence. Before doing anything else, I reach into my pockets and pull out the food I brought with me, holding it towards Silver.
Here. I brought you this.
She looks at it, but doesn't make any move to accept.
What is this? Poison?
It's an apple. And some toast. It's not poisoned. I ate some myself. Ooh! And this.
I have to dig all the way to the bottom to find the little pack.
Grape jelly.
Silver stares incredulously, like I'm trying to give her, well, poison or something. I set the food down by her knees and turn my attention back to the bird.
Let's get you some help, Birdie.
I cut my fingers together and reach for the bird, which finally gets a reaction from Silver.
What are you doing?
Her voice is sharp, like a knife.
I'm going to take this guy back home.
I may not know what to do, but I'm sure Aspen or Juliet will. It's better than just leaving it here to die.
Why? It's weak. Even were it to survive today, it's only a matter of time before something else claims its life.
So what? I'm sure that time still matters to it. Both of us can relate, right?
As gently as I can, I slide my hands around the struggling bird and scoop up the poor little thing. Its beady eyes look around frantically, and I can feel its tiny heart pounding in its tiny chest. I start heading back towards the library as fast as I can. Before I get very far, there's a noise from behind me, and I look back to see Silver following me. An empty paper towel dangles from her hand. Smiling to myself, I keep walking. When I step from the woods back onto the path, I expect Silver to have disappeared. Instead, she takes a few cautious steps out, looking left and right as if a car might come barreling down the mountain. Avoiding my eyes, she walks past me and keeps going, like she was planning to do this anyway. When we reach the base of Mount Victoria, she's a few meters ahead of me, and I clear my throat loudly to get her attention.
It's this way.
She stomps after me, annoyed at Wellington for its geography or something. Her clothes, which are clearly meant to help her sneak around at night, stands out like a sore thumb in the morning sun. They also must be hot as hell. If either of those things bother her, she doesn't let it show. I curl my fingers to shade the bird as much as I can. It seems to have calmed down a little, but that's probably more from exhaustion than anything. When we reach the library, Silver trails far behind. I wait at the entrance, not sure if she's coming or not. I don't ask. She'll do what she wants either way. After a moment, she walks up the hill and joins me. I simply nod in acknowledgement before I push open the door with my shoulder, Silver behind me like a shadow. Within seconds, Aspen pops her head out from the dining room.
Ah, Miho, we were just...
Choking in surprise, Aspen's eyes go wide as saucers as she notices my companion. She disappears from sight, and I can only imagine what she's saying to Juliet right now. Behind me, Silver looks around in curious awe, although she stops when she notices me watching. I jerk my head towards the dining room and head in. Both Aspen and Juliet are there waiting, trying to appear casual, but by the way they're both silently staring at the entrance, I'm sure it's just an act.
This is Silver.
She nods at the ground and says nothing, displaying none of her usual venom or drama. Feels as if she's hiding behind me, which is something I wouldn't have expected her pride to allow.
It's quite nice to meet you, Silver.
Charmed.
None of them know what to say. I can't blame them. Fortunately, there's something more important to talk about.
We came back here because we need some help. Or at least this guy does.
I want to hear that reaction noise again. Can I play that?
Ah, Miho, we were just...
I uncurl my fingers and tilt my hands for Aspen and Juliet to see. I doubt either of them even noticed I was carrying something. They both lean in to see.
What's this?
The bird starts to struggle again, probably because of how many more people are suddenly staring at it.
Ah! His leg! I'll be right back.
Peering at the little bird, it doesn't take Juliet more than a second to see what's wrong. She hurriedly departs from the stairs, moving right past Silver without a glance. Silver lurches to the side out of the way, all the same. Aspen... Sorry, I'm still laughing at that reaction noise. Aspen grabs one of the dish rags and folds it up to make a small square, and then sets that on the table.
Here, why don't you put him down on this? I read that it's best to put him in a box or somewhere enclosed, but this will do for now.
I gently lower the bird onto the makeshift cushion. Its eyes still dart around, but it doesn't struggle as much. I sigh with relief at being unable to unfold my hands, shaking and stretching them out before washing them several times. Whoa, hygiene! Juliet returns soon with her phone in one hand and a small cardboard box in the other. Using a kitchen knife, she cuts a few holes into the sides of the box, then puts it aside.
Miho, will you help me move him?
She takes 2 corners of the rag, and I grab the other 2, and we carefully lift it over the box, then set it down inside.
Do you think it'll be okay?
I keep my voice at a whisper. Even though the bird can't understand our words, I still don't want it to hear.
I hope so. If not for you, it certainly wouldn't have a chance. I've contacted someone who will be able to provide better assistance than we can. She should be here shortly.
Is it a vet?
No, a contact at the nature preserve. She's rescued quite a few unfortunate creatures like our friend here.
I've never heard of a nature preserve before. What's that?
It's a conservation area on the north side of town. They have a bunch of protected land where they rehabilitate injured animals or ones that can't survive in the wild. I used to go there on class trips sometimes. One time we had a sleepover there, and I saw a kiwi.
That's so crazy, Aspen. She smiles fondly as she recalls the memory.
Whoa. I didn't know a place like that existed.
It's far from the only one. There are dozens more in New Zealand alone, of all different sizes.
Looking at the box on the table, I can't help but feel a little bad for our friend. He's probably never going to see his home on Mount Victoria ever again, and he doesn't even get a say in it. But where he's going doesn't sound half bad. Like Juliet said, he probably wouldn't have survived if he'd been left on his own. If not for me, and for...
Silver?
I only now realize that she's gone.
Oh, I didn't even notice her leave.
She's like that.
I go out into the hallway, looking upstairs and around the room for her. The front door is open, but only a crack. Something's keeping it from closing. Walking over, I spot something on the floor, jammed between the door and the wall. It's the gnawed core of an apple, wrapped in a breadcrumb-covered paper towel. Laughing, I pick it up and throw it in the trash, letting the door shut behind me. In the dining room, Aspen and Juliet are both seated again. It's far past Juliet's bedtime, but she looks as awake and alert as I've ever seen her. Okay, now my dog's trying to break down my door again. Come in, come in. Good girl. There you go, here are your pats. Scratching your head. Good girl. She's gonna just sit there. I sit down too, waiting for the question that I know is coming. It doesn't take Aspen more than 2 seconds.
So, who exactly was that? Obviously she was a Gumiho, but...
I take a deep breath and try to think of where to begin.
It's a long story.
You know that's my favorite kind.
Oh, Aspen likes a slow burn. Me too. Me too, bestie. Nodding, I finally settle on where to start.
She used to be a fox, just like me.
When bedtime rolls around in the evening, I'm more than ready for it. Climbing over my bed to reach the window, I pause for a moment to enjoy the breeze. I've kept it open all day. As I reach up to pull it shut, the window intensifies for just a moment. The flowers on my desk shake, and the scrolls roll off the edge and onto the floor. I slide the window closed with a dull thud, and then pick up the fallen parchment. It's been a while since I've opened it, but I still know every crease and rough edge by heart. Unfolding it, I stare at the familiar but unfamiliar scrawlings. What would that guide at the museum exhibit have thought if they saw my scroll? Could they have read it? Well, they probably would have thought I stole it from somewhere else. No matter what it says, I probably got more use out of it than Zhongying ever expected. What kind of person gives a scroll to a fox? Then again, that was part of what made them so special. She already wants to leave. She comes in, realizes she hates me, and then leaves. Oh, no, okay, she just... do you want attention? Or do you want to leave? She wants to leave. She acts like a cat. My phone buzzes, and I set the scroll back down as I see Aspen's picture appear.
Hey!
Hey, you weren't in bed yet, were you?
Nah, not yet. Soon, though.
Well, I won't keep you up. I just wanted to say goodnight again, and that I love you.
I love you too. But I don't mind staying up. Is everything okay?
I can hear the sounds of Aspen's blankets and an annoyed meow as she moves around on the other end.
Yeah, I'm fine. I couldn't fall asleep, thinking about all the editing I have ahead of me. Today was nice, though. I'm glad I got to see you and Juliet. And Silver.
Me too. And the burn.
Aspen laughs.
Right, and the bird.
Earlier, I told her and Juliet about the other times I had met Silver, and some of what I've learned about magic. I kept the details of her past secret, though it isn't mine to talk about.
I'm sure he's very glad he met the two of you as well.
Yeah, well, I couldn't just leave it there. Even if it can't have a normal bird life or live in the forest. At least it's got someone to take care of it now. I didn't really do that much.
You did plenty. Many people would have left him to die, if they even noticed him at all.
Maybe. Yeah.
I also didn't tell her and Juliet about how Silver thought we should just abandon him too. The reason I gave Silver for why I couldn't do that was true, although I can't blame her for not believing me or understanding. Someone saved my life once too, but Silver was chosen to die.
I thought that it should have a chance too. Even though it's just a bird, it's still alive. I'm sure people would have said I'm just a fox before. I didn't even know how to help it. I just hoped you or Juliet would. That was really the lucky part. That and Juliet knowing someone else to contact. It took a lot of people to save that bird, huh?
Even Silver, in her own weird way, I think she was glad it survived too. There's no response from her on the other end of the call. There's no response from the other end, although the call is still going, just a faint sound.
Aspen?
I listen to the noise for a second and realize it's her breath. She's already fallen asleep. Smiling, I leave the call running as I set my phone down next to my pillow and lay down. After a few seconds, the screen turns off, Aspen's photo disappearing as well.
Sleep tight.
2 weeks later.
Okay, you can open your eyes.
I take my hands off my face and look around. Aspen's apartment doesn't seem any different than usual, aside from being a bit untidy, but she stands there in front of me, beaming, with her hands behind her back.
Maybe it's a little silly to celebrate a 1-month anniversary, but I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Aspen laughs and steps closer to me.
Yes, although it's kind of a gift for both of us.
Slowly, she brings her hands around and reveals what she was hiding. It's a stack of papers, too small to be a manuscript, but similar. She turns the stack so I can see the front page, which only has a few words written on it, short enough that I can sound them out.
The Fox and the Grove.
Yes! The title was supposed to be a placeholder, but I rather like it. It's a new story that I wrote. You can probably guess what it's about.
I flip through the pages. There's only text on one side and a lot of blank space. Still, just holding and looking at this present makes my heart swell.
I can't believe you already wrote a new book!
It's much shorter than my novel. More like a kid's book than anything.
Still! That's amazing! I didn't even know you were working on this.
Aspen's shelf above her bed gives me anxiety. She's gonna fucking get a concussion one night.
That's because it was supposed to be a surprise, silly. It's just working on all these changes to my novel. I needed something that I could write on the side for fun.
No wonder you've been so tired all the time. You've been working on 2 things at once.
It's fine. I'm fine. Once I'm done with the edits, everything will be back to normal. Spending time on this felt like a treat.
With a bright smile that doesn't quite hide the bags under her eyes, I wish I could believe Aspen when she said she's fine.
I only have a couple more days before I have to send in my revisions anyway. So by next week... Next week, I'll be able to relax again.
The area around her desk is messy, more than the rest of her apartment. Aside from her laptop and notebook spread across it, there are empty coffee cups, loose sheets of paper, and wrappers from fast food and frozen meals. The covers on her bed are unmade, revealing that shoebox that's hidden beneath it. The lid is bulging with how many letters are stuffed into it. Noticing my stare, Aspen zips over to the bed and pulls the sheet down to hide the box, kicking some clothes and other stuff onto the floor under the bed too.
Anyway, here. For you. I love you.
I take the papers as gently as I can, hold them close to my heart as I lean in to kiss Aspen.
I love you too.
Like always, the moment is way too short, but Aspen's smile looks brighter and more real when we part.
Go ahead and make yourself at home. I need to take care of the cats and do all my other after-work chores.
Okay. Let me know if you need any help.
Of course.
Another kiss on the cheek, and then she's off. Oh, look at her little face. On one hand, it's hard to believe we've already been dating for a month. On the other, it's hard to believe it's only been a month. It feels like ages since we said goodbye at the bus station. I've had that feeling several times since coming to Wellington, where the days feel like they either rush by or drag on. Either way, they've passed, and I've been here for almost 3 months now. It's not the longest I've lived in one place, but I'm sure that at some point I'll pass my record. I kick off my shoes and lay back on the bed, staring up at the ceiling with Aspen's new book on my chest. Everything around me has the faintest trace of Aspen's perfume, along with her ever-present smell of coffee. The blankets, the sheets, the pillows, all of it. Even out of the room, her presence is all encompassing. From the bathroom, over the sound of the running water, I can hear Aspen singing something to herself. I wonder if she knows I can hear her. Maybe she's doing it because she knows I can hear her. Although her singing voice isn't the best, it's surprisingly clear and stable. I like listening to it just because it's hers. Right when I'm about to sit up, one of Aspen's cats, I think it's Byron, hops up on the bed beside me. I expect him to run away as soon as he recognizes me, but to my surprise, he doesn't. He sniffs my ears and my tail, but then cautiously nuzzles my face.
Aww. Hey, buddy.
I reach out to try to pet him, but that turns out to be too much and he darts away.
Oh well, it's better than last time.
I move down to the floor with my back against the bed, setting the papers in my lap. They're stapled together at the top, but I'm afraid of tearing or damaging them. Even though I know Aspen could print another copy, there's something special about this one. It's the one she made just for me. I make sure there aren't any other cats lying around who may cause other issues, but then turn to the first page. In the middle of the forest was a grove, and in the middle of that grove was a log. It had been years since it had fallen, once one of the proudest trees around, and now in death was home to an abundance of life. It takes me a long time, probably longer than it should, to read through, but it's not just my slow pace with the words. It's also the memories that they'd call to mind. I can picture exactly what the log looks like if I close my eyes. I can feel the damp grass and feel the breeze on my fur. Seeing Zhongying's words written out brings a lump to my throat. I carried them around in my head for so long before I even understood them. Now seeing them written down, they'll last forever. Some of the details are different from reality, and of course, Aspen's book doesn't use any names, but it's still my story. Back when I first met Aspen, I told her I didn't have any story to tell. Now, reading it back to myself, I can kind of see why she found it so interesting. Maybe there's always been more to me than I thought. Eventually, Aspen emerges from the restroom, her hair still wet. Spotting the papers in my hand, she approaches me with a smile.
Hey, no dripping!
Oops, good save.
I can't let my favorite book get ruined after all.
Oh my god.
Favorite book?
Yeah, I loved it. I really loved it.
After putting the papers on the nightstand where they'll be safe, I stand up so I can give Aspen a hug.
I'm so glad. That makes it all worth it. I was worried I might get something wrong or forget an important part, but
Sorry. Oh god, the fucking chat. I cut her off by tapping a finger to her lips.
It was perfect.
Just, oh my fucking god. No Dragon's Dogma talk, please. Just, like, let me have this. Just let me have this. Kissing my finger, Aspen smiles.
It's what you deserve.
Aspen goes to dry her hair and then bustles around finishing up her chores before returning to my side. Leaning against me, she yawns.
You should go take a nap.
Even without the yawning, it's clear that she needs to rest, and hasn't been getting much.
I can't nap. You're here. Besides, I haven't done any of my writing for the day.
Wouldn't you write better if you're not tired?
I haven't been not tired for years. And what about you?
Oh my god, she's literally me for real.
What about me? I'm fine.
But if I'm asleep, then that's less time that I get to spend with you.
We're still together. It'd be the same as if you were writing, right?
You have a point there.
I sit down in her desk, blocking off her computer and crossing my arms. Oh my fucking god, I swear this thing, has this scenario happened to me before? Fucking hell. Melodramatically sighing, she lays down on the bed, but still faces me.
Alright, if you insist. But only for half an hour or so. If I ever sleep, you better wake me up before you leave, alright?
Okay.
I have zero intentions of waking her up. She gives me a doubtful eye.
I mean it. No slipping out silently so you can let me sleep, or any nonsense like that.
I won't. I promise.
Removing her glasses and putting them on the nightstand, Aspen offers me one last smile.
Good.
Pulling the blankets up to her shoulders, she rolls over to face the wall. It doesn't even take a minute before I can hear the shift in her breathing. She's out like a light.
Just like on the phone.
Half an hour comes and goes while I watch videos on Aspen's computer or reread the book she wrote for me. Of course, she shows no signs of waking up anytime soon. Good. She needs the rest. I won't wake her up, but I won't break my promise either. It's simple. If I can't leave until she gets up, then I just won't go. I entertain myself, and time passes by. Byron, the cat, gets bold enough to try approaching me again, and Percy comes with him too. They sit down in unison near my feet.
Here, kitties!
Holding out my hand, I stretch my fingers as far as possible. They stare for a moment before one and then the other gives a curious sniff. Finally deciding I'm not a threat, they both rub against my leg, letting me scratch their backs. Their fur is so soft and fluffy, like petting a pillow. They go back and forth around each other, suddenly not able to get enough attention. Well, it's not like I don't know how that is. Night falls, and even I start to get tired too. Aspen hasn't moved at all, other than the toss and turn occasionally. I send a quick message to Juliet to tell her where I am, and then set my phone down next to Aspen's on her nightstand, beside the printed pages. It all feels very normal, but in a good way. The little fox in her grove could have never dreamed of the things she'd see one day. Planes, phones, apartment buildings. All she knew of humans was a kind touch and a piece of paper. In some way, that little fox never changed. Moving as carefully as I ever did in the middle of a heist, I flick off the lights, half expecting the sudden darkness to disturb Aspen, but she doesn't budge at all. Same goes for when I climb into bed beside her. Spoon time! Did you expect who was going to be the big spoon? I bet you didn't. Yeah, this is my longest stream ever and it's not even Dragon's Dogma. I wrap my arms around Aspen, draping my tail across us both. She moves slightly, and I curse myself silently. I must not have been careful enough.
Miho?
Her voice is less than a whisper. It's barely a breath.
I'm here.
Good.
Within seconds, she's asleep again. Before I myself drift off, there's a soft thump on the bed behind me, and then a second one. Something warm and fuzzy rests against my back. and then again near my legs. I crane my head to look at the cats. They're both curled up into balls, paws near their faces, just like their owner. Byron stares at me in the dark, probably wondering why I'm looking at him. Deciding he doesn't care, he closes his eyes like Percy and Aspen. Feeling more content than I can ever remember, I shut my eyes as well and drift off into sleep. I wake up to a sound from hell. It screeches and blares so loud that it hurts. My eyes shoot open in an instant, and I sit upright in a place I don't recognize. Where am I? What's going on? Beside me, something moves. I stare at the pulsing lump in the darkness and suddenly remember the answer to one of my questions. I'm so disoriented, I forgot I was at Aspen's. She rolls over onto her side, not reacting to the sound. Instead, she looks confused for other reasons.
Miho?
I nod, too tongue-tied to know what to say first. Pushing herself up on one arm, Aspen reaches all the way across and fumbles until she grabs her phone. As she pulls it past my face, I realize it's the source of the noise. She presses something on the screen, and the sound disappears. With a groan, she drops her phone onto the blanket between us.
Time to wake up.
My racing heart begins to slow back down. It was her alarm clock. Duh. I feel silly for being so panicked, but it really took me by surprise. I'm not sure Aspen even noticed. She rubs her eyes sleepily.
I'm not still dreaming, am I?
I shake my head.
I don't think anyone could still be dreaming after that.
Why didn't... I didn't...
Her thoughts stumble off into a yawn, and then she tries again.
You were supposed to wake me up.
Only before I left, so I didn't leave.
Even half asleep, she still manages to smile. Rolling onto her back, she looks up at the ceiling with half-lidded eyes.
My day's already been made.
Oh my god. The two of us are some of the only pedestrians out this early. A few cars and the occasional school bus pass us by, but for the most part, the walk to the library is quiet. When we get there, Juliet's already waiting in the kitchen.
Good morning, you two.
Morning. Hello.
Go ahead and have a seat. The coffee's ready, and breakfast will be soon.
Thank you, Juliet. You're a treasure.
She pours herself a cup of coffee, even though she already has two before we left her apartment.
My pleasure. I'm glad to have a reason to cook.
Aspen nurses her drink, taking tiny sips while nearly dozing off against my shoulder. Juliet finishes the food while I spread out the dishes across the table.
Thanks, love.
Love! Aspen mumbles as I set her plate in front of her. Even with the coffee, it seems like she may fall asleep at any moment. I'm not sure she even knows what she said, but I heard her loud and clear. What do they call it? A pet name? It feels really good. Does it now? I'm not good with pet names. If Sybil was here, I'm sure she'd have a bunch of witty things to say about that. As I finish setting the table, Juliet brings a pot and a couple of plates of food. Breakfast today is oatmeal, some fresh fruit, and a waffle with syrup. That seems to get Aspen to perk up a little bit. After we finish eating and clear everything away again, she finally seems properly alert and awake. After another cup of coffee, of course, too. I've spent so much time with Aspen over the past day that when she stands up to go to work, it takes me by surprise. I'd forgotten she'd had to leave. Once she says goodbye to Juliet, I walk with her to the door. Neither of us want to let go of the other, but eventually Aspen takes her first step outside.
Have a good day at work.
Housewife
will.
vibes.
Thank you for yesterday. And today. Even if I slept through most of it, it was nice to wake up beside you.
Yeah. We should do it again sometime.
Absolutely. After this weekend...
She searches for the words.
You'll be able to breathe again.
Exactly.
Seems like she might say more, but then with a small shake of her head, she gives me a goodbye kiss.
Bye, Miho.
See you soon.
I watch Aspen go until she's disappeared from sight. I go back to the kitchen to grab a drink, and I'm surprised to see Juliet still sitting at the table. I'm so used to her going to bed when Aspen leaves.
Now you're gonna be extra tired too.
I sit down across from her and she chuckles, but there's real concern in her eyes too.
So, I wasn't imagining it. Is she alright?
She's...
Not getting enough sleep, stressed out, pushing herself too hard.
She's Aspen.
Okay, that works. Now Juliet really laughs.
Yes, fair enough. From the moment she told us about that conversation with her editor, I worried that something like this would happen.
Which part? How'd you know?
I just called someone's Dragon's Dogma character ugly, and I think they're yelling at- yeah, they're yelling- okay. Yeah, they're fucking pissed at me. I mean, they made an ugly character. I just saw my Discord DMs blow up. Juliet collects her thoughts before answering.
Before we met you, that book of hers was all Aspen could really think about. Even when we discussed books by other authors, it always came back to her own stories. And yet, for all the conversation and all the advice, I couldn't begin to tell you what her book is even about. Could you?
I shake my head.
I don't know anything about it either.
Oh, show the character so we can judge? Okay, one sec. This is what they made. And I told them it, I just, my only response was ugly. That's all I said. I don't know, I don't like the face. I just don't like the face. Alright. I think we're done here. I think you've... Shut up! Okay, it's the mod. It's the mod. The mod is the one who made it. He's awful. Okay, let's close this now. But yeah, that mod there, that's the character he made. He just sent it to me.
I thought not. Do you remember a few weeks ago when she first told us she'd sent in her manuscript?
He has that contented look of someone who just dropped a morning dump.
Yeah. She was going to surprise us with good news, but changed her mind.
Show them the porn. Okay. Okay, what have we got here? I haven't really judged this one. Those eyes? Those eyes are terrifying. People with blue eyes are already really uncomfortable. You've just made them even bluer, so it's worse. And like, the little pubic hair chin? Really? The hair's okay. Like, it's serviceable. He's kind of got like... He looks really fucking pissed all the time. I just, the eyes make me uncomfortable. I would not want to make eye contact with this person. And like, I know I'm autistic, but like, that especially applies now. He just looks like that. Yeah, he just looks like kind of mid. I sense a slight hint of fetal alcohol syndrome or high school bully. His name could be Jason. Yeah, it's better than the other one. I don't know, I'm not letting you cook in a character creator ever again. It's no Chonklord. It's no John Dogma.
Indeed. At first, she didn't want us to know until she had the contract in hand. In other words, until she was sure it's good enough. She feels she has so much to prove, not just to herself, but the world. Chasing perfection that's unattainable. So much of her heart and soul has gone into those pages that I can't help but imagine she takes every rejection personally. As rejection of her, and not just her work. Because in Aspen's eyes, I believe they're one and the same.
She said that this could be her only chance, and that's why she has to take it.
To Aspen, who's only ever seen one pathway forward to the future, I'm sure it seems that way. Even if from the outside, to you and I, that so clearly isn't true.
I can't- okay, she can't stand my creative genius. Okay, more like she can't stand my creative. Okay. Never cook again.
There's a bunch of other stuff she's good at too, besides writing. Like running a cafe or doing research. Those are things that even I know are useful.
I slumping down in my chair, I stare at the small ring of coffee on the table where Aspen's mug is supposed to be. Also, it's late, and you should be in bed. I'm talking to the mod. I already told him to go to bed. But he just sent me his ugly porn and Arisen in response. Like, I said, you should go to bed, or feel free to go to bed, instead of monitoring the stream. And he just sends me this abomination. I'm not really sure how I should feel about that.
I wish I could help her. She's done so much for me. But it was all I could do to even get her to sleep.
I'm not gonna cook. I'm gonna buy her some frozen butter chicken from Aldi. And you're gonna like it.
I'm sure that your presence and care for her help more than you know. In the end, painful or not, it's up to Aspen to learn from her experiences. After all, it's one thing to know something from reading it in a book or hearing it from someone else. It's quite another to live through and experience something yourself. You and I can't grow for her. We can be there for her. Sometimes, a kind word and the knowledge that we aren't alone can be the support that we need. The strength must come from within ourselves. Whatever choices Aspen is faced with, only she can make them. All we can do is offer our comfort and guidance. And Miha?
I look up from the ground, meeting Juliet's gaze. Although she's not angry or upset, she's unusually serious.
Don't forget to care for yourself, too. It's easy to get caught up in the euphoria of love, which isn't a bad thing. But just as you cannot live Aspen's life for her, you cannot live your life solely for her sake either. By all means, love passionately, and deeply, and recklessly. But don't forget to live for yourself, too.
I find myself on the verge of saying, I know, but catch myself. Instead, I just nod, because I also know what Juliet herself has been through to find herself offering that advice. With a smile returning to her face, Juliet's serious demeanor lightens a little.
Well, now that I've prattled on for a while, I do think I'll get some rest of my own.
You're not gonna spend the rest of your days eating butter chicken? I mean, that's what I do now. Did he send me more stuff? I managed to smile back.
Sleep tight.
Thank you.
She starts to exit the kitchen, but as she passes me, Juliet pauses and then backtracks a step.
Perhaps it was just the light, but is there something different about your bead?
Why do I have 3 pings on my Discord server? It's gonna be someone's gonna be like, oh, oh, okay. Alley Cat sent me theirs. Alley Cat sent me their Arisen. Not bad. Not bad. No, nah. This is like... Oof. Hell yeah. I'm gonna give this a, gonna respond with a poggers. It's communication language of my people. Whoops, I didn't mean to click on that. Where are the other pings? They're just kind of like annoying me. I can't. Oh, wait, where's this? Oh, people are pinging me because they're telling me to make Chunk Lord. Now he's calling me rude. He called me. Okay, the guy. Okay, the mod just called me rude because I said that this guy's Arisen looks better than his. God. I mean. Just fuck. Okay, we're going back. She starts to exit the kitchen, but as she passes me, Juliet pauses and then backtracks a step.
Huh?
I hadn't even looked at my necklace today. I take it off to see what Juliet's talking about. You can't make Chonk Lord, he's my IP! I already monetized him. You can't make Chonk Lord. You can't even make a parody of him, because I won't let you. It's still glowing, no more or less brightly than it was yesterday, I think, but turning it over in my hands a few times, I notice something. Sure enough, she's right.
It's cracked.
There's a hairline fracture running across part of my bead. It's so small that at first, it looks like an eyelash or a piece of dust. When I rub my finger over it, I can feel the subtle ridge, as well as a light tingling sensation, like my fingertip is falling asleep.
May I see it closer?
I hold out the necklace for her, angling it so she can get a clearer view as possible. Of course I can't let go, or it would go right back around my neck. Juliet starts to reach one hand for it, but then changes her mind, instead just leaning in close to examine. Finally, she shakes her head.
Unfortunately, I can't discern anything more than the obvious. Your magic remains foreign to me, like a book in an unknown language.
I can't help but be reminded of the scroll upstairs.
What do you think it could mean?
For a long moment, she's quiet. Even before asking, I know the answer.
I don't know. But I don't think it's coincidence or random.
Me either.
I'm sure the frustration in my voice is obvious. It's always questions, and rarely any answers. It's getting harder and harder to push them from my thoughts. Rather than repeat our goodbyes, Juliet places a reassuring hand on my shoulder.
I have faith that when the time is right, you'll know what to do. Trust in yourself. The same way you look at Aspen and don't understand how she undervalues herself. Slow progress is still progress.
Slow poggers is still sorry. I nod, and she goes off to bed. I almost said poggers again. Progress. I just wish I knew what it was progressing towards. Legalizing gay marriage. I'm pretty sure it's already legal in New Zealand. It's legal here, and I feel like New Zealand's more based than Australia. Okay, I think we're doing the play today. No, it's just rehearsals? Okay. The rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We have at least one every week, and sometimes more. Although I don't go to every single one of them, I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and always encourage me before I go, even though I've told them several times that I'm not really participating that much. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Cyrus do. Not only do those two have the most lines, but they have the most energy too. Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's not acting, watching and hearing him perform with so much emotion is like seeing a whole new person. Even though the play isn't until December, more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organising the props or handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on a real stage, but we haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, which mostly means standing still in my costume, but sometimes having to move around. I'm not entirely sure why they don't just use fake trees, but it's okay. Although I wasn't exactly looking forward to being part of this at first, the more time I spend at rehearsals, the more fun I have. Even though I've never understood, like, the NAR thing. N-A-U-R? No. I feel like I say it with, like, a N-A, like, N-O-H. I feel like that's how I say it, like, no. Not like a NAR. Not with an R at the end. Even though I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with. Even I can see the improvement that happens every week. Everyone is getting better, not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally, other people in the park will stop by to watch for a bit, and they always clap or cheer when we're done, or when they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of everyday life. It's nice to have one thing that I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go, but I know that just means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising even myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. Oh god, what a terrifying knocking sound. It's late, and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my door. I burst up from my spot on the floor where I'd been dozing.
What the...
In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I expected.
Silver?
I pull the window open to where Silver is perched on a branch of a nearby tree.
How did...
She climbed a tree.
Just use the door.
That too.
Come outside. I would speak with you.
Ignoring my question like always, Silver stands up. I catch the corner of a cocky smile before she leaps from the branch, plummeting towards the ground below.
Hey!
Hey! Sorry. Clutching the windowsill, I jam my head out the window, expecting to see her crumpled on the grass. Instead, just in time to watch her nimbly land on her feet and transform before taking off into the darkness behind the library. With no time to wait or even think about it, I follow after her. I forgot how long this game was. I thought this was like a 10-hour game, but I think it's more like 15 hours. Of course, I take the stairs and go out the front door first. Damn, no parkour. I transform right away and wrap around the building, expecting to have to chase after Silver, even though she came here. Instead, she hasn't gone far at all, just beyond the edge of the yard. She stands in her human form and stares at the city below us. Many windows are dark, but many are illuminated too. The streetlights and lamps stand lit, even with no one to use them. A warm yellow glow pushes away the darkness at the edges of town. Changing forms back as well, I walk over to stand beside her. Without looking at me, Silver extends an arm in front of her, as if reaching for the city. It's her wrist with her bracelet on it, and her bead shines in the dark like another street lamp. Yeah, we're still only on to chapter 4. I thought chapter 4 was like the shortest one. Unhooking my necklace, I hold it out alongside hers. The glow of my bead is about as bright as hers. Yeah, I expected to be done like 2 hours ago, and we're still in chapter 4. Like, I'm sure we're nearly done soon, but like... Yeah, this is by far the longest stream I've ever done. It's almost like... We're approaching twice as long as my other streams. The glow of my bead is about as bright as hers. Scoffing, Silver lowers her arm, and I put my necklace back on. I wait for her to start talking, instead of saying anything myself. I find myself doing this a lot with Aspen and Juliet as well, although here it's different. What I'm amazed about is the fact that I'm not hungry. I haven't eaten since like an hour before the stream starts. Not only was Silver the one who came to me, but anything I say would probably be ignored anyway. Sure enough, it isn't long before she twirls around to point a finger in my face.
Listen up, because I'm only going to tell you this once.
Michael, you have missed, like, 2 kiss scenes. Psych, go to fucking bed. I've already told you. Don't send me another one of your ugly characters. Go to bed. I am eating the Yuri. There's one more time. That's one more time than I usually get. I just nod, signaling her to continue.
I simply couldn't watch you continue to wallow in ignorance. Whereas your magic causes those you encounter to forget about you, mine assists me in a different way. It tells me the truth of things, of people, human and fabled alike. To my eyes, their emotions are as colors. Fear, like everything else, has its own glow. I've seen it ignite in my presence, at my command. In this way, I've survived. The betrayal of their hearts is twofold. They reveal unseen feelings that they try to mask with words. And the hearts of men are fickle besides. I've seen boredom turn to cruelty, fear become hatred. This is what I see, and you do not. The truth that lies behind all promises and pretenses. Today's friends are tomorrow's bitter foes. You should know all this. I know what it's like to be one of us. I know what you've lived through. And yet, even now...
She cuts herself off and scoffs. Or maybe it's her choking something back.
What color is mine right now?
Rainbow, cause she's gay, To give her an out, I ask a question instead. Her eyes narrow, but with concentration, not irritation. As I stand there, I match her gaze. This is the first time we've really spoken normally, instead of her trying to pick a fight or hide from me. She's the first to look away, speaking to the ground.
The color of young spring.
It's not a fucking color.
It's difficult to read the aura of our kind, requiring my concentration and focus. Even then, it's but a pale glow. With humans and most others, they cannot hide their light from me if they wanted to.
Yeah, so it seems like using magic on their own kind is really difficult, which is why Silva is able to remember Miho. She's not affected by the curse.
Like why you don't forget about me, right?
Oh wait, they just explained it.
Everyone else does.
She nods. I want to know what that color means to her. I also want to know why she's choosing to just tell me this after dodging everything else I've ever asked her. I'm sure she wouldn't tell me if I tried. But there is something else that I have to ask, because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer.
Have you ever told anyone else?
Staring at the ground, it takes a long time before Silva shakes her head.
Thought so.
I don't think Silva's quite as old as I am, but she still spent decades on her own, if not longer, just like me. In all that time, any chances I might have had to do something different or change something, I just let pass me by. I never had any idea what I might be missing. Beside me, Silva adjusts her masks and shifts her weight onto her good leg. She's about to transform and probably run away. She had to have some reason for bringing me out here, right? Was she hoping that I'd be the one to extend a hand? I think she'd get along with Aspen and Juliet once she had some time to warm up to them. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be having this conversation with her right now. Before she can change, I suddenly reach over and put my hand on Silva's shoulder. She stiffens and goes tense beneath my fingers, pulling away inconceivably fast, facing me from a few meters away. I don't need to be able to read her auras to detect the anger emanating from her.
I'm sorry.
Damn it, that was dumb, even for me. I hold on my hands, trying to show that I won't do it again.
I just...
Just what? Wanted to help her? Saying that would definitely make her hate me. Instead, I clench my jaw shut before I can make anything worse. For a moment, her face softens and she looks torn. She dispels that by shaking her head.
We're even now.
Within seconds, she's a fox, and then she's part of the night, vanished into the darkness. This time, I don't even think about chasing her. I would have gotten upset too if one of my friends had done that to me early on too, but I don't think she'll hold it against me, at least not any more than the rest of my existence. After I realized way too late, her coming here in the first place was already her reaching out, and if there's one thing I know for sure, is that you can't rush these things.
I'm sorry. I hope I'll see you again soon.
I don't yell, but I don't whisper either. I'm pretty sure that she's still close enough to be able to hear me. I've done about as much as I can. The rest is up to her. The first thing out of my mouth when I wake up is a sigh. Outside my window lurks a murky grey morning, which feels like an omen. It's chilly, and I'm tempted to stay under the warm covers, but I force myself up and get ready, and then go to breakfast. Julie and I chit-chat as we wait for Aspen to arrive, but she never does. By the time we finish eating, it seems pretty clear that Aspen won't be showing up.
She must still be asleep.
Just like the morning that Cello and her friends left, I'm guessing that Aspen has overslept. After Silver ran away last night, I was also kept awake with my thoughts for a while. I figured I'd be the last one to get to the kitchen. Aspen still has me beat though. I try calling her, but it goes to voicemail. As soon as I hang up the phone, I return to my room. I put on my shoes and then leave the library, waving at Juliet when I pass by the dining room again. We've hit 9 hours. My throat is killing me. I'm sure she knew what I was going to do as soon as I did. I'm not too worried about Aspen, at least not any more than usual, but I have a feeling she could use the support right now. I knock on Aspen's door and wait. Silence. I knock again and wait. I knock a third time, harder. Finally, I hear a sleepy voice from inside.
I'm coming.
When the door finally opens, I'm relieved to see Aspen is alright, or at least upright and unharmed. She definitely isn't doing that great though. Her hair is a mess, and she still has a blanket wrapped around her. She stares at me. Blinking in the morning sun, she groans and holds a hand to her head.
Miho? God, what time? Ugh, come in.
I step inside gingerly, shutting the door behind myself. Inside it's dark, with the curtains drawn and all the lights off. Aspen immediately returns to her bed and lays down with another groan. As I walk to the bed, my foot bumps against something on the floor. At first I'm afraid it's one of the cats, but when I look down, I see it's actually an empty can. It rolls under the bed all the same. In fact, there are a few of the empty cans around. I pick one up because I don't recognize the label, and I can immediately identify it by the smell of beer. I've never had any alcohol, but I know enough about it just from TV and my travels. I sit down on the bed beside Aspen, who's covered her face with a stuffed animal. Still, she manages to blindly fumble around with one hand, until she finds and holds mine.
I'm late for breakfast, aren't I?
Yeah. I came to make sure you're okay.
She makes a sound that could be pain or just acknowledgement.
Sorry, you should have called. You didn't have to walk all the way here.
I tried.
Her other hand appears in the darkness, also fumbling around until she finds her phone, which is under a pillow just like her.
Oops. I'm sorry. I slept right through it.
Looking around her room, I notice more than just the beer cans. Her laptop is on the floor, half closed. Notebooks and papers are scattered around the room, not just on the desk, but everywhere. Last time I was here, her apartment was messy. Today, it's a disaster.
It's okay. No big deal. I'm more worried about you than anything.
I'm fine. I'm fine. The only problem is I slept in so damn late. I was planning to call out of work anyway. I need the extra time to finish my edits. And I may have had a bit too much to drink last night, which I'm really paying for now.
I don't think you can call this fine.
Gently, I lift the plushie away from Aspen's face.
No!
Although she groans and makes grabby hands at it, she doesn't really try to stop me. Instead, she looks at me with red-rimmed eyes and manages to smile. Gesturing me to come closer, I lean down and Aspen pulls me to kiss her. Her hand lingers on my cheek when I sit back up.
What if I said I was fine now?
I still wouldn't believe you.
Although she pretends to pout, Aspen doesn't try to deny it again. Since she's not in any shape to sit up, I lie down next to her instead. I can't help but notice the makeup stains on her pillow.
This is 2 days in a row now that I've gotten to wake up next to you. More or less. That's something good at least.
You missed out on breakfast today, though.
I'll take that trade.
She closes her eyes, yawning.
But that's also 2 days in a row that I've overslept. I'd actually meant to get an early start today and work on my book a bit before going up to the library.
You were gonna get up early? When did you go to bed?
Aspen and I had already said goodnight to each other before Silver showed up at my window, and that was somewhere around midnight.
I don't remember. It's a little fuzzy, you know. I'm in the final stretch, though. I can afford to sacrifice a little sleep.
Maybe if it was just sleep. And just a little.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Even Juliet can tell how exhausted you are all the time.
Even Juliet, hmm? Besides, it's only a couple more days. I have to finish and send it in by the end of Sunday, and then...
And then?
Then... everything can go back to normal. Like my sleep schedule. Then it'll be out of my hands and someone else's problem.
It's gonna be that easy? You'll just never have to think about your book again.
Well, no, of course, not like that. I hope not, at least. Unless the changes still aren't what they're looking for. But I don't even want to consider that. Oh God, I do not want to consider that. There'll be more work to do, of course. More writing and more editing. Hopefully not as much editing. I struggled a lot this time around because it was so different from the original manuscript and not the kind of thing I usually write. But once I got the hang of it, it started being easier. So I think next time around shouldn't be as difficult because I already know what they're looking for.
She has to stop and take a deep breath to continue talking.
That's not counting all the other stuff like paperwork and promotion and all that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, rights and licensing too. That's another thing to think about, but later. The first time I do all that might be tough, but it should also get easier, just like the editing. I've done a lot of research and...
Aspen.
It does make sense, given what the best-selling trends have been lately. Usually I'm more into...
Aspen!
With a tiny hic, she cuts off mid-sentence.
Okay, I know that sounds like a lot, but...
Aspen, you can't keep doing this to yourself.
I don't like interrupting her, but I know where this is going. At my words, she does stop and gazes up at the ceiling before speaking in a very small voice.
What else can I do, though? I know how hard it is to understand from the outside, but that's what it's like to be an artist. Opportunity rarely knocks twice, as they say. It could be years before I have another chance like this, if ever. Some things are worth persevering through. So what if I have to call out of work a couple times or miss some sleep? That won't matter in the long run. When there's a line of people waiting for a midnight release at the bookstore or posting fan fiction online, someday I'll forget all the bad stuff that happened or even look back and laugh. Someday it'll be worth it.
Someday?
She nods.
But who cares about someday when you're miserable now, love?
It feels strange to call her that, but also right. Just like when she said it to me, and it seems like it works. I hear her breath catch in her throat, and even as she turns to face me again, I can see the glimmer of tears in her eyes. More than ever, I wish I knew what to say that could help her. If Juliet was here, I'm sure she'd have some great advice to offer. It's hard for me to understand what she's going through. On the other hand, it's really easy to see how it's affecting her.
I know, I'm the last person who should tell someone how to spend their time. But it can't be worth feeling like this all the time, just so maybe someday it'll be better, right? Even if I don't know anything about writing or books or any of that, all of those next steps you talked about sound just as bad. You used to be so excited about your book. But now it just makes you sad all the time. If it would really get better after this weekend, that'd be one thing, but... it wouldn't, would it?
Aspen slowly shakes her head, tears silently rolling down her face, onto her pillow and hair. I scoot closer so that our foreheads are touching. Even then, I can barely hear her as she whispers.
I know. I know that you're right and it won't get easier, but I'm right too. All those things I said about maybe not getting another chance, or about how it's never easy for anyone, they're true as well. I wish it wasn't. I wish this wasn't my only choice because it's not even mine anymore. It's not my story or characters, it's something else. And I don't know what else to do. If my original story was any good, it wouldn't have been rejected so many times, or needed so many changes. And they're not bad changes either, they make sense, they're just not mine.
Are you really okay with that?
For all of about 2 seconds, she holds my gaze. Then Aspen truly bursts into tears. It might be her most honest answer yet. Her whole body shakes as she cries, and I do what I can to hold her. The 2 cats hop up onto her bed, concerned and investigating. The corners of my eyes burn too, not for myself, but for Aspen and for the helplessness I feel. But also, I recall what Juliet said, that this is something Aspen has to go through herself.
I don't know if I am. I don't know. I thought I was. Kept telling myself I was, but...
It's hard for her to speak in between sniffles and sobs. I just let her cry against me, doing what I can do. Be there for her. She doesn't need to finish her sentence anyway. We both already know the answer. I stroke her hair and try to think of how to piece together what I want to say to her. It's tough, because I know I don't have anything that would be helpful or might solve a problem. All I can do is be honest.
I don't know the difference between good and bad writing, of course. I've only ever read one book. But I still really like that book. Enough to read it again and again yesterday. And the only reason I could even do that is because you and Juliet seem to like books so much that I had to try them too. Spending hours hunched over that desk, copying those letters a million times, I wouldn't have done that for just anyone, you know? I'm glad I did, though. It was worth it just to be able to read The Fox in the Grove, even though I already knew the story. That was something I never understood before. Why anyone would want to read a book more than once. You already know what's going to happen. But because it makes me think of you, and that you wrote it just for me to be able to read, I don't think I'll ever be able to like a book more.
Wiping her eyes, she manages a shaky sigh that might be a laugh.
Well, I can't complain about that kind of critical reception.
Her sobs have gone back to being sniffles and hiccups, and she's slowly able to catch her breath. The pillow that we share is soaked with her tears, but I barely notice. The 2 cats are still nearby, and she scoops them up and pulls them towards her as well.
You guys are worried too, huh?
They both meow in protest as Aspen brings them into our hug. There really isn't room, but Aspen manages to squeeze them in. They immediately hop away though, and she doesn't try to stop them.
Not too worried, I see.
We snuggled for a bit longer, and then for the first time since she got into bed, Aspen sits back up and rubs her eyes. I sit up too, and she casually leans against me as she looks around. It's a lot brighter now It's a lot brighter now than it was when I got here, even through the curtains.
It is a bit of a mess here, isn't it?
A little bit. Yeah.
Aspen reaches down and picks up one of the empty beer cans, examining it before tossing it into the recycling bin.
Tasted awful anyways.
I didn't even know you like beer.
I don't.
Yeah guys, I'm doing all the voices. Another can is on Aspen's nightstand, and she chucks that into the bin as well before gathering some of the scattered papers around the apartment. I hop clean, throwing away anything that looks like trash and organizing anything that doesn't. Aspen takes care of all that, replacing her laptop on her desk and tidying some of the clutter. Finally, she opens the curtains and we sit back down. I wait for her to say something, since there still hasn't been any resolution. I don't have to wait very long.
going to send an email to Avery and tell them I've changed my mind, and that I'm not interested in making the changes they wanted.
Wait, you've already decided that?
I'm happy to hear her decision, but I wasn't expecting it to come this fast.
I have to give them an answer soon, one way or another. To be honest, I was already thinking about it, and have been for days. In my heart, I think it's what I've wanted to say this whole time. But I kept telling myself that I should just try a little harder and power through. I could probably do that if I put my mind to it. But there was something you said earlier. And as soon as you said it, I knew you were right, because it was something I was trying not to admit to myself. That somewhere along the way, something I love had turned into something I dread. I pictured myself continuing down that path. If I lost that love forever, would it be worth it? It might be. It might not. There's no telling how it would go. But you're right that I have something to live for right now. And someone to love.
I wouldn't do a Yuri visual novel the displeasure of having me voice one of their characters, even if they invited me. I'm not going to ruin a potentially amazing Yuri novel with my non-existent acting skills.
So I think maybe that much is enough. More than enough, even.
Aspen leans in, and I do too. Closing my eyes in anticipation, the relief that floods through me as I hear Aspen's words is like a glass of water after a long run. Pausing just inches from my lips, Aspen whispers just one more thing before we kiss.
I have everything I need right here.
Oh, actually, that's kind of ironic because, Miho's voice acted by a YouTuber. The two of us linger around Aspen's apartment for a while longer. I play with the cats while Aspen collects herself and eventually manages to send off her email. Around lunchtime, we head to the Bell House for Aspen's midday shift.
Are you sure you want to go to work today? You said you were gonna call out.
I'm sure. It'll be nice to have the distraction. Sorry to leave you on your own, though.
Yes, I am still streaming, and I'll probably be streaming for several more hours. I need to get this game done.
It's alright. I'll figure out something to do.
Who voices Miho? It's a YouTuber called Dotavu. I don't think she's active anymore. I think she does, like, amateur voice acting full-time. Yeah, I didn't expect to be streaming for, 9 hours, but I'll probably... I can see this going until, like, maybe even 12 hours, to be completely honest. I study Aspen's face. Her eyes are still red and puffy, although her glasses help hide that. She still seems fragile, but I feel less worried about her than before.
See you tomorrow, then?
Maybe. I might just need a day alone. Not that being with you doesn't help me feel better, but I just have a lot of thinking to do.
I understand. We can hang out again when you're ready.
Tomorrow's character creation demo stream, is gonna be a bit of a short one. I'm gonna make the character, and yeah, that's kind of it. YouTube doesn't save VODs for streams that pass 12 hours? What? I'm gonna have to change the title of this fucking live stream then. Alright, gamers, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna finish Chapter 4. I'm pretty sure we're nearly done with Chapter 4. I'm gonna change the title of the stream because I guess we can't complete it because I think we're gonna be here longer than 12 hours. So I'm gonna change the title. I'm gonna complete Chapter 4. This is like a Chapter 3 and 4 stream. And then tomorrow I'll stream the character creator. And then I'll try and finish the game the day after, if I can.
I'll see you on Halloween for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, I would have finished this I would have finished all of this in 2 parts. But if YouTube doesn't save VODs more than 12 hours long, I can't Yeah, we're still on chapter 4. So this is gonna have to be 3 parts. Aspen adjusts her glasses and removes her hat, preparing to go change into her uniform.
Well, I'm going to go clean myself up a bit before my shift starts. I can't let Lena see me like this.
You sure you'll be okay?
Yes, I have lots of practice at keeping myself together. That's all customer service really is.
Oh, I'm in fucking mood.
Alright. See you later then.
Goodbye, Miho. I love you.
Love you too.
Oh, isn't that so sweet? After a final kiss, she goes inside to start her shift. It's been an emotional day already, and it's barely half over. Despite that, I feel optimistic as I walk away from the cafe. I'm still concerned about Aspen, but I know she'll be okay in the long run. There's a long road ahead, but things are looking up. We're still not done yet! Okay, let's keep going. Despite all the worries that I have in my everyday life right now, fishing with Mr. Kim always offers a nice break from them. When I first started, I thought that all the standing around was boring. Now I appreciate the downtime that it gives me. It's just involved enough that I can't totally space out and get lost in my thoughts, but also passive enough that I can relax and not work too hard. Sometimes I catch a lot of fish, and sometimes I catch nothing, but either way, I enjoy myself. Carrying the fishing rod Mr. Kim gave me to and from the waterfront has become a nice part of my routine. It feels like it helps keep me Fuck. It feels like it helps keep... Good night, psych. Give me a moment, gamers. What was I up to? Feels like it helps me keep my mind set on what I'm doing. Plus, the fact he gave me something so important means that I have to put it to good use. When he's not helping the others, Mr. Kim sometimes fishes with me. He shows me all kinds of different bait and tackle, and teaches me some of the different species too. The more time I spend learning, the more I understand what he meant when he told me he tries to get to know the fish in the sea. Right, see you later, Rift. Thank you for checking in. There's still more than a month before the king is supposed to be in our area, so there's plenty of time for me to get acquainted too. I don't know if I'll make a difference or not, but it definitely can't hurt. Aside from that, there isn't a whole lot I can do to prepare. I'll just have to hope that my patience pays off. Even just getting to see the king would be enough for me. If anyone's going to catch him, it should be Mr. Kim, since he's been trying for so many years. I don't know how many other people will be out hunting for him too, but Mr. Kim says it'll be a lot. Either way, I can't wait for December to roll around, when we'll finally get the chance to land him. After eating breakfast with just Juliet, I have to figure out how to spend a day without Aspen. Oh, the shock and horror! We had a quick video call this morning where she said she still needs a day to herself just to unwind and think and cry. I wish that I could be there to comfort her, but I also understand why she needs to be alone for a while. She's learning those hard lessons for herself, just like Juliet said. I'll see her tomorrow, but I can't let today go to waste. Juliet finds me in the kitchen, looking out the back window.
Is something out there?
Nah. Just thinking about what I want to do today. Aspen's not feeling very good.
In the shade of the big tree in the backyard, there are a couple birds hopping around, looking for worms. That gives me an idea.
Could I go see that bird we rescued? The one your friend picked up.
You can certainly visit the preserve. Although I couldn't say if they'd be able to point you to our friend in particular. There are quite a lot of other birds who call it home.
That's fine. I can look for it on my own.
My ass hurts. I'm never doing this shit again.
Of course. It's a bit of a walk, but there's a shuttle that can take you most of the way.
Juliet shows me where to find the shuttle, and I use my phone to guide me there. I don't have to wait long until it arrives, and I climb on board. The driver takes us in the direction of the Bell House and Aspen's apartment. I've walked down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush out by the windows, like I'm fast-forwarding through a TV show. At some point, we take a turn that I've never taken before, and soon we're going through areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not paying enough attention to commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. As I get my first whiff of the clean air, I understand why it's a preserve. As far as I can see, the land is covered in forest. Not just trees, but forest, grown so thick that it looks like a solid wall of green. The only exception is a river that starts to wind through the hills, where the water is crystal clear and still. Oh, the water spirit was released back into a river, so it didn't become a pet or anything. The nearby botanic gardens were lovely, but this is something else. This is something more. Alright, we get to make another decision that contributes to the comfy or wild ending, so I'm gonna let you guys pick this one too. So, I miss traveling to new places. I'm glad to have settled down now. Choose your fighter. We'll stop at 35 votes. So we're at 29. 29. Okay, I don't... Okay, one of them is overwhelming. You guys really want to pick that one, so we're gonna pick that. So I'm glad to have settled down now. It reminds me of my days in the wild, running free. Although those were good times, I prefer the simplicity and security of my daily life that I've established. I quietly pay for my ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I see why Juliet said they wouldn't be able to help me find my bird. There are tons of places it could be, but that doesn't mean I can't try. Maybe if I found the person who took the bird in, they know what happened to it. I might have better luck just looking for myself though. It's a big place, I decided, too big for me to try to explore on my own. I should look for Juliet's friend, Amaya. I should have asked Juliet how to contact her before I left. I'm sure Juliet's asleep by now, but I don't want to disturb her. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Taking my time, I try to see as much as I can. It's not crowded, but the preserve is far from empty too. There are just as many fabled as there are humans, some I recognize, like a faun and a dryad. I wonder if the trees make any of them feel like I do, if any of them have a story like I do, come from someplace far away like I do. There are kids too, human kids with their teachers, being led around by tour guides. Lots of them look excited to be here. I hope maybe they can learn to love it as well. I ask some of the guides or instructors if they know who and where Amaya is. Some of them have no idea what I'm talking about. Some know her, but not her location. Finally, I find someone who's able to point me in the right direction. I end up back near where I started, near the edge of the river. Sure enough, the lady from before is there, talking with another guest. I wait until they finish their conversation before I approach.
Excuse me.
Hi, how can I help you?
A few weeks ago, you picked up a hurt bird from my friend Juliet. I was wondering if you could tell me where it is now.
Oh, right. That poor guy. I'm afraid the little fellow didn't make it. I think that when he took the tumble that hurt his leg, he must have hurt something inside him too.
Oh.
It's dead. I hadn't even thought about that possibility. This whole time, I just assumed it'd be alive, that it had gotten better.
It's sad, but it's the way of nature sometimes. Mind if I ask how you were involved?
Naturally, she doesn't remember me being there.
I was the one who found it and brought it to Juliet's. I wasn't around when you picked it up, though.
Oh, right. Well, you can sleep easy and know that you did what you could.
She sounds so casual about it. I guess she's probably experienced this a lot. Meanwhile, I don't know what to say. I just stand there, surprised. It was just a bird, sure, but that's still something. For the bird, it was everything. Amaya starts to walk away, but before she can leave, there's something I want to know. Something I've never given much thought to before, but that my recent time with Silver has made me wonder about.
Hey, I have a question.
Shoot.
Do you believe in fate?
She stares at me in mild shock. It's a weird thing to ask, I know, but I hold her gaze and don't back down.
Now there's a question.
Looking past me at the water, she takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly.
If you're asking if I think there's a world out there where that bird survives or never gets hurt to begin with, then sure, maybe. I'm not smart enough to know, but it's not this one. Destiny, luck, whatever you want to call it. Life's unfair, that's a fact. It doesn't care about any one of us. Sometimes you can do everything right and it just isn't enough. I don't think that's destiny personally. That's just being alive. Being here, doing what I can to help who I can, that's just me playing my part in life. If that's because some invisible force led me, then it doesn't change anything. Bigger picture or not, it's what I choose to do with my time right now. And I choose to believe that makes a difference. Hope that helps.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Say hi to Juliet for me, will you?
Yeah, no problem.
Once again, she starts to walk away, and this time I don't stop her. Instead, I walk out to the nearby gazebo and sit down, surrounded by quiet water. Even though her reasoning was totally different, I can't help but think about how Amaya pretty much said the same thing Silver did. It was just a bird, and that's just life. Silver, who wanted to let it die, and Amaya, who tried to help it live. I wonder how Silver would feel if she heard the news. I'm sure she'd pretend not to care, but she did follow me all the way back to the library just to see. On the other hand, Amaya didn't seem all that upset. I could tell she didn't know why it mattered to me. Like always, it's hard for me to answer that question myself. I know how nature works as well as either of them. I know better than it to expect it to care. That doesn't mean I can't though. Even if no one else sees it, that bird was still as alive as we are. Maybe it didn't read books or drink coffee or watch TV, but it still existed. It ate and flew and sang. The forest on Mount Victoria will be a little more quiet from now on, even if nobody notices. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference myself, I know. It's not like that bird and I were friends. Still, whenever I go back, I'll think about it, and think about the tree that used to be its home, the nest that it will never return to. Sighing, I stand up and start walking again. Despite how it turned out, I'm still glad I came to this place, still glad it exists. It might not be perfect, but it's doing the best it can. Fuck's sake! How long is chapter 4? The end of October arrives with a brisk morning chill. I take my time waking up, enjoying the comfortable warmth of my bed like always. Outside my window, the leaves and branches shake with the breeze, but they can't reach me in here. From downstairs, the warm smell of coffee wafts up, promising me refreshment and energy. Something else drifts up too, something even better. The comfortable sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting in the dining room. How long has it been? Weeks, at least. The past few times that Aspen has been here for breakfast, she's been too preoccupied to really have a good time. But even from up here, I can hear the sound of her laughter like a bell. Smiling, I get myself up and ready for the day. I hope October will take our worries with it as well. Good night, everyone who's going to bed. I head downstairs and we go through the usual smiles and greetings, plus the usual chit-chat as we eat. Eventually we clear away our plates and just sit comfortably together like we used to.
So, Miho, today will be your first holiday, correct?
Yep. The first one I've paid attention to at least. I don't really know what Halloween is about though.
It depends, really. In some parts of the world, it's a time to honor the dead. In many others, it's simply a time to celebrate the season and have fun.
Most of the time it's about sweets and costumes. I'm sure there'll be plenty of trick-or-treaters coming by tonight.
What's that?
It's where kids put on costumes and go door to door. and the people who live there hand out candy.
For free?
For free?
Don't get any ideas.
Too late.
I picked up some bags of candy earlier, so there will be plenty to give out. Halloween is usually a busy night here, as you said. Will the two of you be here? Or do you have other plans?
Aspen and I look at each other, and I shake my head.
I don't have anything else.
Neither do I. So I think it's safe to say we'll be around.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. It's good to see you looking so well, Aspen. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Me too. I'm still not quite back to 100%, but I'm getting there.
Have you decided what you're going to do?
Not entirely. I've decided that I'll put aside writing for a while, though. At least writing for anyone other than myself. I think I need to remember why I started doing it in the first place. After that, maybe I can start to think about publishing again, and manuscripts. That could be in a month, or in a year, or even several years.
Under the table, Aspen takes my hand.
For once, I'm not in any rush.
Juliet looks at us fondly. Compared to a couple days ago, she looks relieved. It's clear that I wasn't the only one who was worried about Aspen.
That's good. I hope you'll take all the time that you need.
The three of us make plans for the evening, settling on a time that we'll be back at the library. Juliet departs for bed, and Aspen and I remain at the table. Aspen slouches, looking up at the ceiling with a contented sigh.
I can't remember the last time I had a morning like this.
So Aspen got a publication offer, but she had to drastically change her story after so most companies rejected her, but in the end she had to make several changes to the one company that was willing to publish her. And after binging an editing session and skipping on sleep and work shifts, she kind of decided that she just wasn't happy and that she's better off just using her time better. Instead of pursuing an art that doesn't make her happy. So basically she's just taking a seat back in terms of writing.
Not just with you and Juliet, but where I don't wake up feeling like I've already fallen behind in the day. No plans, no obligations.
She squeezes my hand.
Just us.
I've missed days like that too.
I know I've said it, but I'm sorry for worrying the two of you so much. And for being so distracted all the time. And for several other things that I'm sure will come to mind soon.
I shake my head.
Don't be sorry. I know you were trying really hard because of how important writing is to you.
Yes, well, there are other things that are important too. I can't let myself miss out on all those. Like this.
Aspen leans over and kisses me on the cheek.
Okay. That is pretty important.
Oh, well, if you say so. She laughs.
Glad you agree. There was one thing I wanted to do today, actually. And I was hoping you would join me.
Of course. What is it?
Aspen stands up and fetches a couple heavy books that are sitting on the counter, bringing them over to where we are. I recognize them as coming from Aspen's apartment, instead of being part of the library's collection. They make a heavy thud as she sets them on the table.
Something Mum and I used to do when I was a kid, although it's been a few years now.
She takes one of the books and opens it up, flipping through the pages quickly but carefully. I watch from over her shoulder until she finally stops.
Here we are.
Near the middle of the book, there's something tucked into the pages. Aspen delicately lifts it up for me to see.
Ooh.
It's a flower, but it's flat and dry. The petals look as dry and delicate as the paper they were stuck between.
Every summer, we'd go out and pick flowers to press. Isn't it pretty?
It is.
She offers it to me, and I take it very carefully. It's practically weightless, and feels like it could blow out of my hands at any second.
We used to do it to celebrate the end of each school year. Although it's not quite the same. Lately I've been reminded of that feeling. One chapter ending and another beginning. So, if you're up for it, I thought perhaps we could go find some flowers of our own.
I'd love to!
Great! Let's be off then.
I let her lead the way outside. We searched for a while looking for any flowers that Aspen thinks will work. There are plenty in people's gardens, but she says we're not allowed to take those. We try the park, the mountain, and even the sides of the roads, but nothing we find meets Aspen's standards. Finally, after going around a big chunk of town, we spot a hidden grove near the waterfront that seems perfect. There are several different types of flowers, all in bloom. We walk all over and stop just at the edge of the patch.
These should do. What do you think?
They look really pretty. But I thought that about the other ones we saw too.
It's not just about how pretty they are. They need to be the right shape and size as well.
These ones check all the boxes. Go ahead and choose some that look nice to you. Then you can snip off the tops with these.
Good night, Larry. Have a good one. She hands me a pair of scissors.
I don't know how to decide. They all look nice to me.
It should be easy then. It's best if they're kind of flat though. Remember to only take the top so that the rest of the plant can grow back.
I watch her pick a couple so that I can make sure I'm doing it right. Aspen only chooses flowers that are in the middle of big patches, instead of ones that are alone. Need a mod to take place while you sleep? God damn it, Alley Cat, shut up. After a bit, I wander off to select my own. Both of us move around carefully, making sure not to step on anything delicate. There are some that look like the ones Aspen already had in her book, which reminded me of the flowers you can buy at the store. The sweet aroma isn't as strong as it would be if I were a fox, but it's still nice. There are others that I've never seen before, but catch my eye as I'm deciding. Both seem like they should work, so I'm not sure which to choose. Alright, gamers! It's time for another choice to dedicate, to determine the ending that we get. The new ones. The Millie. Yes. Which flowers we pickin', boys? (50-50). We'll wait until it gets to 25 votes. 21, 25. You guys want us to pick the new ones. Let's go. I go with the unfamiliar flowers that are new to me. I want something that will stand out compared to the ones she picks. Imitating what I saw Aspen do, I snip off a few buds and bundle them up, making sure to not crush or damage them. Then I rejoin Aspen, who's finishing up too. She inspects my collection.
Oh, those are beautiful! Good choice! Are you all set?
Yeah. Ready if you are.
The two of us return to the library, and the book's waiting for us there.
So, how do we do this?
It's quite simple, really. There are lots of ways to press flowers, but this method is the easiest. All you have to do is take your book.
Aspen grabs one of the heavy books she brought and opens it to somewhere in the middle.
Put a piece of paper in here, like this, for the moisture.
She folds a plain sheet of paper in half and then slides it in where the pages meet.
Then you place your flowers on top and close the book. And that's it. Easy, right?
To demonstrate, she arranges a few of the buds she selected, spacing them out like cookies on a sheet. Once she's satisfied, she shuts the book.
Oh, I can do that.
I take one of the others and repeat the process. When I close the front cover, the pages smush down the colourful flowers. Aspen puts both books side by side on the counter.
How long does it take? Should we come back later?
Longer than that. A few days, if not weeks. We want to get all the water squeezed out.
That long?
I'm afraid so. Mum always said the waiting was half the fun, because it gave you something to look forward to.
I'm not sure about that.
I tend to agree. There is a certain charm to it, though. I first learned about pressing flowers when I bought a book from a second-hand store that had a few left behind by a previous owner. They must have forgotten all about the flowers. They were bone dry, even more than the ones I showed you, and they'd stained the pages. They were still beautiful, though, and made my copy unique. I left them in there to this day on my shelf. It seemed wrong to remove them after so long.
What do you do with the ones you make?
Decorate, mostly. They make for nice accessories, or bookmarks, or even look nice on their own.
I can't wait to see.
Me either. Here, there are still a few left.
Aspen and I each have a couple flowers remaining, so she grabs another book and opens it up. She flips through the pages, getting closer to the middle, and then suddenly stops. Nestled alongside a few flowers, there's a folded up paper with Aspen's name on it.
What's that?
She stares silently for a long time, and then gently removes everything. The flowers are almost entirely brown and fragile, except for a few splotches of white on the petals. Aspen sets them aside.
It looks like I did some forgetting too. I must have put these here years ago.
What about the paper?
There's another sheet in there that everything's sat on top of, so the one with her name must not be the one so the one with her name must not be the one to suck up the water. She gently removes the page in question. It's stained brown like flowers and sticks as she tries to take it out, but eventually gives way. It crackles in her hands as she turns it over a few times. Carefully unfolding it, Aspen holds the paper where she can read it.
It was a letter to my future self. I used to write them occasionally. Most got lost or thrown out ages ago, but it figures that I'd find one here and now.
What's it say?
I'm a little afraid to find out.
Yeah, sorry, Alley Cat, you missed the spooning scene. She clears her throat.
Dear Miss Benoit.
She gives me a sidelong glance.
I wish I'd just used my first name. I can't tell you how tired I am of reading letters that start like that. Anyway, I am writing this on the evening of my 13th birthday. In case you have forgotten, today I began writing my first novel. By the time that you read this, I expect that you have half a dozen or more complete aside from this one.
Again, Aspen looks at me.
As you can see, I used to be even more obnoxious when it came to writing. Mother suggested that I compose this letter in order to look back and reflect on how far I have come. I'm keeping my goals modest so that I might surprise myself in the future. Right now, there are many questions that I have. What was university like? Have you gotten married yet? How many other famous authors have you met? Have you made more friends? I hope that you have moved to a bigger city. Mother says someday I will appreciate our town more, but I don't believe her. There is not a single thing that I will miss from here after I've left, other than my parents, of course. I have been looking at possibilities for studying abroad when I am older, and am focusing on my academics to help facilitate that. When you read this, I wonder if you will remember writing it. I hope that you are laughing about how much better your life is than I am imagining now.
Oof.
Yours truly, Aspen Benoit.
After she finishes reading the letter aloud, Aspen silently rereads it a few more times, then she places it back to where it came from, alongside the dry flowers and the rest that we picked together. Then she closes the book.
Young Aspen got a few things right and a few things wrong, it seems. I'm over half a dozen books late, apparently. Modest goals, indeed. I don't really remember writing that particular letter. At least not too clearly. But for all the wishes that didn't come true, and all the things that I'm sure past me would be disappointed in current me for, it does make me smile to read it again.
I think that's the most important part.
I quite agree. It might not be the future I was imagining, but still, I wouldn't trade the present I have for anything.
Aspen and I clean up the leaves and trim stems, sweeping them into the garbage. Then we stack the books and put them up high on the shelf, where they'll be safe and out of the way. Yeah, this will be saved as a VOD, don't worry. We both stare up at them, full of memories, new and old.
That's enough of the past, for now. Come on, we have a whole day to enjoy.
Aspen places a hand on my shoulder and kisses my cheek, and then leads me out the kitchen. I follow her into the bright sunlight.
Right behind you.
Aye aye. As the day winds down... Oh, fuck. As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up. Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. Aspen, Juliet, and I sit out on the front porch with the lights on, watching the road.
How long until people start showing up?
Soon, I'd imagine. The early evening is when most trick-or-treating begins.
They'd better hurry, before Miho eats all the candy.
Can't argue with that.
I unwrap another piece and stuff it into my mouth, shoving the wrapper into my pocket with a bunch of others.
Maybe if you go knocking on doors, you could convince people you're a kid in a costume too. That way you could get your own candy.
Do you think that would work?
It's hard to talk with my mouth full of chocolate and caramel.
No, but it's funny to imagine.
Oh, look! Here come a few of them now.
Sure enough, a group of 3 kids appear at the bottom of the hill and start making their way up towards us. I stand up, the giant bowl in my hands.
Oh, how cute!
One of the kids has a white sheet draped over them, with big holes cut out for eyes. The other 2 are dressed like characters I've seen on TV. Kill that one, sorry. The 3 of them hold out open pillowcases, and I toss a handful of candy into each one.
Here you go.
The one with big eyes goes even more wide-eyed.
Whoa, that's a lot! Thanks a bunch! Wait, was it? Should I take some back?
Aspen swats at me gently.
You can't do that.
The 3 kids hurry off, probably afraid that I really was going to reach in and reclaim some of the candy. I sit back down.
How much am I supposed to give them?
Usually a piece or 2, but it's not a problem. We still have several unopened bags inside.
Great.
I grab another piece for myself and munch on it.
Well, in that case...
Aspen reaches over and picks out a couple candies for herself too. It isn't long before the next batch of kids show up, with another close behind them. The second group even has some parents accompanying them. Gets later and later, but more kids start arriving, rather than less. I hand out candy until my arms get tired, and Aspen takes over, more than once. More than once, Juliet has to go inside and get more bags of candy to refill the bowl.
This is more work than the library on a busy day.
Even my first day of work, when Aspen helped me run the desk, felt less busy than this evening does. But also, it's a lot of fun. Many of the kids have creative costumes, and I even recognize some of the characters they're dressed as. The less creative costumes are still cute too, and it's nice seeing so many happy smiles as they walk away. It's not until the moon is high in the sky that the trick-or-treaters stop showing up. We can hear the occasional whoop and shout from the streets nearby, but no one else is coming up the path. The big bowl of candy is nearly empty, with less than a full layer left behind. A bunch of empty bags fill one of the recycling bins. In the end, we managed to go through all the candy Juliet bought. After about 10 minutes without any more kids, we finally get up from the porch.
I believe we can call it a night.
That was certainly the busiest Halloween I've ever been a part of.
Really? I didn't know if that was normal or not.
For Welly, maybe. But I don't get many trick-or-treaters at my apartment. And back home, there are like maybe 5 kids in town at any given time.
More candy for you!
Speaking of which, I hope I can count on the two of you to finish off the leftovers we have here.
You don't even have to ask.
I'd better take what I can before Miho claims it all for herself, shouldn't I?
Not if I beat you to it anyway.
Laughing, the three of us clean everything up and finally head back inside the library.
That was quite fun, but I do think I'm ready for bed. Is something wrong?
I barely register her words. Something is wrong, but I don't know what. As soon as I walk through the front door, I can tell, but I can't place what it is.
Miho?
Both of them stop walking, watching me with concern. Finally, it hits me.
It's cold.
It's cold.
It doesn't take me long to spot the source. One of the windows near the shelves, not far from Aspen's usual table, is wide open, the curtains flutter with the breeze. The two of them follow my line of sight.
Oh, did we forget to close this? But then, that doesn't make sense, does it? Why would we have just opened one of the windows?
We wouldn't. That window was definitely shut earlier.
It's Halloween. Maybe some kids snuck in here as a prank. Is anything missing?
The three of us look around, inspecting the shelves, front desk, and everything in between. If something's gone, it's not immediately visible.
I can't see anything out of the ordinary.
Me either.
Yeah.
Something still doesn't sit right with me.
I'm gonna go look upstairs.
The other two follow behind me. Juliet goes to check her office, but it appears untouched. Aspen waits at the top of the stairs, watching. Meanwhile, I go to my room. Grabbing the handle, I push the door open and turn on the lights. I can hardly believe what I see. A window is open too. My bed sheets and pillow are strewn across the floor, like someone climbed across the bed. What few other possessions I have are also scattered around the room, as if a tornado had blown through.
Miho? Is something amiss?
I can hear them both hurrying my way as I remain frozen in the doorway. Behind me, Aspen gasps as she gets a glimpse of my room.
Who? Why?
I have a feeling I already know the answer to one of the questions, but not the other. Stepping inside, I mechanically pick up my things and put them back where they belong. Everything is here, except for...
My scroll!
That little piece of paper, the only belonging that I really care about, is nowhere to be seen. I check under my bed and in every nook and cranny just to be sure, but it's gone. The fact is all the confirmation I need.
I'll be back.
I push my way past Aspen and Juliet's shocked faces and dash back downstairs. Both Aspen and Juliet shout after me as I barrel out of the library, but I ignore them both. The instant I am outside, I transform and keep running. There's no question or doubt as to who took my scroll. The question is why. As angry as I could be, I force myself to stamp that feeling down, at least until I know Silver's reason. The path to Mount Victoria is more crowded than I've ever seen it. Both the roads and sidewalks are full of people, mostly parents with their kids. Some of them point or cheer as I run past, but I don't give them a second thought. None of them try to stop me or get in my way. By the time I climb the mountain and reach Silver's part of the forest, it's dark. She isn't in any of her usual spots, but I can sense that she isn't far away. Racing through the darkness, I keep my nose near the ground, hot on her trail. Then suddenly, just like that, I find her. She moves in the darkness, a patch of shadow that's a different color than the rest. Her bead glows as vibrant as ever, illuminating her wrist. It shines on the unfurled paper in her hand. Like always, she waits with her back to me.
So you came.
Of course I did! Give me back my scroll!
I keep my distance, but reach out my hand. She's just a few steps away. Tilting her head to look up at the starry sky. No, not the sky. The trees. I follow her gaze upwards and realize something. I've been here before. I recognize this tree. It's the one the bird fell from. That makes me pause. Has she been wondering about it all this time? Is this her way of asking? She did follow me all the way home. I soften my voice, but know that I may as well be blunt.
It died, you know.
they weren't able to save it.
Her posture doesn't change, but by the subtle light on her bracelet, I can see her fingers clench at the edge of my scroll more tightly.
I met the woman who rescued it. She said the same thing that you did. That's just how nature is.
Silence. Gritting my teeth, I try to contain my growing frustration. Normally, I can tolerate her silence, but tonight, instead of just coming to talk to me like she knows I would, she steals my most beloved possession and makes me chase her out here. All she can do. Also, she can ignore me.
Don't you have anything to say? You must have come here for a reason, didn't you?
More silence. Not even a breeze disrupts it. Finally, I've had enough. I step forward, snapping a branch beneath my shoes.
Hey! Answer me, damn it! Stop acting like you don't care about anything!
That gets her attention. She looks at me over her shoulder, face hidden except for her eyes, and then faces me.
Were you to happen upon another burn, more broken than the first, would you still try to save it?
Of course.
Even knowing that your effort is likely to be futile?
Yeah, even then. At least there's a chance it would work out.
You speak like a human, fighting against the inevitability of death. While we could watch the river of life from its shores, you choose to struggle upstream. Why?
Why? Because otherwise, it all just passes by. I did what you said and watched from the shores for so long because I didn't even think about joining it. But once I did, once I let someone pull me in, I realized I like it more this way. It's hard sometimes. I haven't even been trying that long, but those hard times just help me appreciate the good ones more. Or even at all. There's someone I met who was also afraid of getting hurt, and someone else who was afraid of just passing by. They showed me that those are parts of life too, just like death is for a lot of people. Who cares about living forever if you don't care about being alive? Immortal or not, it's all we have. You and me, my friends, that bird, it's the same for all of us. I could have run away. I thought about it a million times. It would have been a lot easier than staying. But I did stay. And so now, here I am. Someone took a chance on me once too. Even if I wouldn't have died, they still saved my life in a way. I thought it would be impossible for someone like me, like you and me, that it wasn't even worth the effort to try and change things. But I was wrong. And I'm glad that I was. And so that's why I do the same thing all over again, with the burn. Because if there's even a chance, it's worth trying.
Although I don't say it, I can't help but think even talking like this is something relatively new for me. Unlike Silver, who talks more like Aspen's old books most of the time. It just goes to show that there are lots of different paths of our lives. It just goes to show that there are lots of different paths our lives could have taken, but they both brought us here together. While Silver is still thinking about what I said, her eyes suddenly go wide at the same time that I feel something warm on my neck. Holding my necklace where I can see it, both Silver and I just stare as my bead brightens before my eyes. The glow intensifies to the point that Silver has to shield her eyes and look away, although somehow it doesn't bother me. I also watch as another eyelash thin crack appears, and then another. Thank you, Kenny, for the dono. Congrats on hitting 10 hours. I don't feel like celebrating that. Oh god, I'm gonna change the fucking title after this. I also watch as another eyelash thin crack appears, and then another for a moment. I half expect it to just shatter, but it stops after the third crack, still holding itself together. The light from it also dims a little bit, but it's still brighter than it was. When I let go and it falls back on my neck, my bead feels heavier than normal too. Silver is able to look at me again, and though the shock has faded from her expression, her eyes still stay fixed on my bead. She laughs, but it's humorless. Shaking her head, she continues to stare at my neck instead of my eyes.
I had hoped that by looking at this, I might be able to learn your secret. Some magic spell or incantation that you had invoked. At the very least, I thought I might understand. Even as I read it, I thought that I must be missing something. For what meaning could such simple instructions hold? Even as you arrived here, I hoped that perhaps you would reveal some missing part of the puzzle. So golden was your light as I approached your library that I thought it must be someone else. So bright that I could see it clearly. The same color as the person close to you. Now, I don't know if I should be disappointed or not to find there is no secret to these words. Is there?
Holding my scroll in front of her face the same way I held my necklace, her eyes glide across the characters.
수복강령. Please be happy. What simple nonsense. And yet, how could I deny that you've taken it to heart, when your very aura tells me your truth?
It's all I can do to blink, to breathe, to stay standing upright as the world narrows to just the two of us, all awareness of anything else falling away from me. Confusion is just plain on Silver's face at my reaction, as I struggle to speak.
You can read it? That's what it says?
After years of looking and trying to understand, and she can read it just like that. Silver, who says she cares for nothing of the people of their lives or culture. I'm not the only one stunned. The parchment falls from Silver's hands as she drops it in shock. It flutters to the ground and stays there, even as a budding breeze starts to blow. That shock changes into understanding, and then Silver laughs again. Really laughs, for the first time I've ever seen. Her usual, dignified and threatening poise is gone, as she laughs so hard that it echoes around the woods. Clutching her chest, it's all she can do to remain upright, as she acts like she's heard the world's funniest joke. Still, just like earlier, I'm not sure there's any humor in it. Finally, with a groan, she retrieves my scroll and then straightens up, wiping her eyes.
You're serious, aren't you? You never knew what it said before now.
I shake my head.
I would call you a liar if you were anyone else. You've made a fool of me without even trying. Or rather, I've made a fool of myself. I thought your glow was the result of those words. But whatever it is you feel,
Sorry, my bad.
it's something you've learned on your own, isn't it? I thought your glow was the result of those words. But you achieved that by yourself. Whatever it is you feel, it's something you've learned on your own, isn't it? You truly believe all the things you said.
Maybe not on my own. I had a lot of help along the way. But yeah, I mean it. Every word.
I reach out my hand again, taking a step forward, then another, and another. I stop just in front of Silver. All she had to do is take the final step forward. I don't demand anything, just reach. She eyes my hand warily, like a stray dog trying to decide if it should trust someone. I hold my breath, waiting. With a rustle, she pushes the paper into my hand and then backs away, looking at the ground.
Your path is different than mine. We may have more in common than I once thought, but I still cannot follow behind you, though I can understand why you walk it.
I nod.
And I understand why you said no. I hope you change your mind someday.
Perhaps. Although, I do not think we'll meet again.
Wait, why not? Are you leaving?
Soon. I don't know when. I haven't decided. But I made up my mind before I ever visited your library.
Oh,
You're disappointed.
I am. You're the first other Gumio I've ever known. You're like... family, I guess. Didn't you call us sisters before?
Silver blushes, averting her eyes.
Perhaps.
Then that's what we are.
That's simple, is it?
It really is.
Silver shakes her head and looks around, regaining a bit of her standoffish composure. This is about the time when she typically transform and run away.
At least tell me before you leave, okay? Whenever it is.
She hesitates, but then agrees.
Fine. Goodbye, Miho.
Bye, Silver.
She walks towards me, rather than away. It comes to a stop right beside me. We both face in different directions. Slowly, she raises her hand and awkwardly pats me on the shoulder, just once. By the time I turn my head to look at her, all that I can see is the disappearing gleam of a silver fox. Fuck. By the time I turn my head to look at her, all that I can see is the disappearing gleam of silver fox fur as she blends into the night. I'm alone, but I don't feel alone. Looking at my scroll, there are a few new creases from where Silver held onto it, but they don't mess up the writing or anything. It's just another record of what we've been through together. The breeze from before picks up, making the paper flutter in my grip, and I use my two hands to hold it. Seeing without reading, I let my eyes wander over the familiar characters. It's funny, all this time spent not knowing what they said, just to find I've lived by them all along, or at least I've started to. Happiness, that's a new one for me too, I think. Another abstract concept that didn't seem meant for me, but like everything else, it got easier along the way. I roll my scroll back up and store it safely in my pocket. The woods are dark as I walk through them, but I'm not afraid. The shining light of my bead brightens the path, leading my way back home. Holy shit. Oh, I'm free. We're up to chapter 5. I'm gonna change the title. How long have I been streaming? 10 hours? Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. My parents are gonna be so fucking pissed at me. Alright. It's currently 6 p.m. I started at 8 a.m. My parents get concerned when I spend the whole day streaming instead of going outside. Thank you for tuning in, people. We will be finishing. Please be happy. Another day. I will see you all in the next one. Dragon's Dogma 2 character creation stream tomorrow. Thank you for the donations. I appreciate you sticking around for so long. I noticed that some of you guys were here since the very beginning. I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. We're going to be finishing it next time, whenever it is. It's 5 chapters, so we're up to the final chapter. We'll complete the final chapter another day. It was great. I look forward to your audiobook debut. I haven't eaten since this morning either. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you all. Thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. I will see you all tomorrow.